Chapter 1251, Max Level Law of Primal Chaos. A low horn call echoed forth, and the ground rumbled. What looked like soldiers flooded in from the 8 passageways. Listening intently allowed Xia Fei to discern that this sound was not at all in unison, and there was the sound of metal crashing amid the sounds being made. This way. Xia Fei waved his fiendish blade and pointed toward a passageway. The situation was that the armor of the broken winged sky devil had been angered, and was gathering the firepower within the tomb to surround Xia Fei. The only thing he could do in return was to forcefully blitz toward one of the passageways before the tomb's full might had been mustered and he was completely surrounded. Whoosh! Xia Fei took the lead, while Furball and Little Goldie followed closely behind. Origin of Heaven. The moment he entered the passageway, Xia Fei immediately used the legacy energy spy art from the Three-Eyed Fiend clan. Under the glare of the Origin of Heaven, an enemy had nowhere to hide. Their numbers were practically uncountable, but the energy feedback from them was very strange. It was all covering their outsides. Most warriors' energy systems were the muscles and bones that ran inside their bodies like an energy net, yet these enemies actually wore it outside like a coat, while there was no energy inside. Attack! Xia Fei bellowed and accelerated. He had Peacock Blue in front of him. Peacock Blue had yet to make a complete recovery, so it was still only several dozen meters in length, but that was more than enough. Rumble! The wall Peacock Blue created crashed into their enemies. Intense fiery sparks were flying freely underneath Xia Fei's feet, which meant he was not slowing down in the least. Xia Fei was forcing his way forward, through his enemies. The sound of grinding metal was ear-splitting, and the armored enemies were very quickly squeezed into a bundle. Because Xia Fei's speed received the immense pressure, it was reduced by quite a lot for him. Now is the time! Xia Fei shouted and beat a sudden retreat, only for Furball to come shooting in from behind him. Furball had already been waiting for a long time, and the white fur all over his body was standing on end like sturdy steel needles. He went barreling into the tight-packed enemies the moment Xia Fei retreated, and released the energy he had built up in his body all at once. Energy explosion. The passageway itself was an enclosed space, and an energy explosion of such magnitude swiftly spread in both directions. Boom! Furball lived up to his name as an energy holy beast, and even Xia Fei had to stick himself against the wall to survive the intense blast. His overcoat was completely disintegrated in its wake, revealing the Annihilator-grade war armor beneath. Not only did the enemies in front of Xia Fei fall, even a good proportion of those behind him were destroyed. Meanwhile, Xia Fei's war armor fiend scar had protected Xia Fei enough that he was hardly injured from the blast, aside from a slight ringing in his ears. Whoosh! By now they were also at the end of the passageway. Xia Fei brought Furball and Little Goldie dashing out of it. Oh heavens! What place is this? Radix could not resist the urge to yell, for the scene in front of them was a hive. It was well over several thousand meters tall, circular in shape, and there were countless pitch black holes all around. The 10,000 Buddha's cave depicted in Buddhist totems might just have looked like this. But there was no way this was the 10,000 Buddha cave. It was more like 10,000 monsters' cave. There were row after row of war armors on the ground, blown back by Furball's energy explosion and strewn around. There was light coming from the hive. Xia Fei used the light to take a good look at how these enemies appeared. All he saw were suits after suits of armor, and they were all empty inside. There was no one inside them at all. It was no wonder Xia Fei only saw energy coating the surface of the armors when he used Origin of Heaven. So that was the reason. What worried Xia Fei was that these armors did not scatter after being on the receiving end of Furball's energy attack, and still looked like they were all in one piece. Hard armor was never just a complete piece, they were usually made up of many pieces that were fitted together. No matter how tough these armors were, they should not be this tough. At the very least, this pack of animated armors ought to be scattered after bearing the brunt of that energy attack. It had to be said that they had taken on the holy beast Shatterstar's energy explosion. This was definitely not because Furball was too weak, but that these armor suits all had a natural resistance to energy attacks. Frowning slightly, Xia Fei suddenly had a very strange idea. He gathered the law of primal chaos in his right fist, and struck the armor lying on the ground nearest to him. Bang! A miracle occurred. The armor that Furball could not overcome actually dented from Xia Fei's punch, turned into scrap metal. I understand now, Xia Fei said, a calm expression on his face. What did you understand? Radix asked anxiously. Though he had been reprimanded severely by Xia Fei, he was still very concerned about him. No matter if we're facing the broken wing sky devil's plated armor or these strange living armors, they are all from the fiend race, so their preferred law powers are the most effective ones when used against them, Xia Fei declared. Radix looked as if this had been a revelation. What Xia Fei said made sense, seeing as how the broken wing sky devil's plated armor had been sent packing after being struck with the law of primal chaos, as were these living armors. Only the law powers preferred by the fiends were the most effective against the fiends. After arriving at that conclusion, Xia Fei knit his eyebrows together. Apparently, this situation had caused him to associate other things. Unconventional thinking and bold speculations were two traits Xia Fei had. Bang! The sound of more footsteps were heard, and a single black figure dropped down onto that large bowl-shaped hall above the hive. When it landed, Xia Fei could see two extremely deep imprints left on the ground. The living war armors that could attack without having anyone inside began to move, starting to surround Xia Fei and suppress him. Awoo! Furball hated being surrounded, so he charged straight into the enemy ranks. The armors actually dodged to the side and allowed Furball to plunge inside. Come back! Xia Fei shouted. That simple movement to let Furball pass reminded Xia Fei of the Skywings wolf pack formation, waiting for the enemy to dive into their midst before they surrounded them. The move would allow them to leverage their numerical superiority to the extreme. Sure enough, the moment the living armors saw that Furball was deep in their ranks, they immediately surrounded him. Law of Primal Chaos. Xia Fei had witnessed the power of the wolf pack formation firsthand, so he had brought little Goldie along for a flank attack. He forcibly pitted his Law of Primal Chaos against the armors to tear an opening, trying to keep Furball from being completely surrounded. The battle persisted for some time, and not only did Xia Fei show no intention of retreating, his eyes actually began to shine brighter and brighter. Obviously, this was a fiend stratagem that had been lost with time. It looked very similar to how the wolf pack formation worked. It was a tactic which similarly relied on high-speed movement to create opportunities to strike, and the moment an enemy panicked in the slightest, they would find themselves subjected to an encirclement. Compared to the wolf pack formation, this tactic lacked speed and agility, since it was ultimately a pack of living armor sets that was utilizing it, no different from using automatons. In terms of both speed and tactical execution, the armor was far lacking compared to the wolf pack formation. However, when this formation attacked in concert, their execution was vicious. They were able to perform a three-dimensional attack, instantly subjecting their targets to a sea of flames and knives across their head, waist, and feet. Xia Fei was very intrigued by this display of prowess. As the lone wolf of the wolf pack formation, Xia Fei had not studied the wolf pack formation on his own before, and had only watched intently from the sidelines. Presently, Xia Fei was more interested in which would be stronger, the fiend formation or the wolf pack formation. Furthermore, there were plenty of similarities between the two, so he wondered if there was any way for him to borrow the former to help improve the latter. Kaboom! The flurry of attacks continued, while the law of primal chaos was continuously unleashed, creating a substantial threat to his enemies. In a short period of time, the ground was littered with the broken pieces of war armor. These living armors were similar to robots. A seemingly endless stream of them made them impossible to kill, and instead their numbers only increased over time. We can't continue on like this. Let's retreat instead. Radix shouted. Definitely not. Xia Fei replied decisively. Now that his interest had been piqued, there was no way he would just leave like that. If he wanted to gain the biggest reward, he would have to bear the greatest risks as well. Besides, this was a Sky Devil's tomb. Even the Bixia orb communication device that the Annihilators had given Xia Fei had no signal here. It just went to show that the fiends had put in a lot of hard work into the construction of the broken wing Sky Devil's cenotaph, turning it into a space that was completely under their control. Where could Xia Fei retreat to? Whoosh! Xia Fei ducked behind, creating enough distance for him to charge. His inner demon exploded. A pair of desiccated wings appeared behind his back, none other than the pair of fiend wings that were unique to the Skywing clan. Xia Fei had learned from his grand ancestor Xia Guoken not too long ago that the fiend wings could be used as a weapon to kill people. It was just that he had no idea if they would be effective when used against these fiend race living armors. Swing! A savage wing sliced past a living armor, drifting past it like an incorporeal shade, and that living armor promptly broke in response to the attack. It actually worked, Xia Fei gasped in surprise to himself. When he was in the collapsed expanse of the Founders, Souza had told Xia Fei that the law of speed legacy of the Skywing clan was related to the fiends, something Xia Fei had been very surprised to learn of at that time. He had found it hard to believe, given that the fiends had already been extinct for countless years. How could the sky wings have anything to do with the fiends? No matter the reason, the fiend wings had proven to be effective, and that was enough. Slowly, Xia Fei entered a situation wherein he could not escape, and was starting to enjoy being surrounded by enemies. The fiend formation piqued Xia Fei's interest, and Xia Fei was gratified to see the law of primal chaos improve. Who was it that said the fiend wing was merely just a formless wing? Reality had proven that the fiend wing not only increased a warrior's momentum in battle, it was also an uncompromisingly powerful weapon. Xia Fei found himself stuck in a loop in the hive. He was learning the prowess of the fiend formation during real combat, and his fiend wing was proving to be a very keen weapon. There were plenty of targets around, so whenever Xia Fei found himself having trouble dealing with them, he would use his fiend wings to clear them out. This desiccated wing was even sharper than the sharpest blade. Every time it sliced past them it would turn these living armors into scrap. Xia Fei reveled in the joy of battle. The fiends were gone, yet these living armors that they had left behind had actually allowed Xia Fei to taste the joy of battle. As he expended his spirit energy, his combat strength also increased. Xia Fei felt that, this time, the law of primal chaos was really just around the corner, and that a breakthrough was right on the verge of happening. A powerful energy was surging inside his body, and Xia Fei was becoming even more crazed. This sensation of being on the cusp of a breakthrough was intensely appealing to Xia Fei, even though there was no way he could explain it. In any case, Xia Fei found himself feeling like he was about to reach a new realm. Rumble. Just at that moment, Xia Fei felt utterly at ease. It was as if his entire person was floating. Max level law of primal chaos. Xia Fei would never have imagined that when he really achieved max level law of primal chaos, it would actually be such a miraculous experience. Furthermore, even Xia Fei was startled by the spectacle that came when he achieved max level with it. Chapter 1252, Unrestricted Soul Spirit Mark vs. Chaos. It was definitely the most miraculous experience Xia Fei had undergone in his life. This battle that lasted hours had forced Xia Fei to use up at least 2,000 standard units of spirit energy, all while he was observing the difference between the Fiend formation and the Skywings Wolf Pack formation. At the same time, Xia Fei was also deepening his comprehension of the law of primal chaos. The combination was like a sword, and the faster it was honed, the stronger it became. Radix was stunned. He watched as Xia Fei engaged with the pack of enemies like a crazed demon. He would be using the law of primal chaos for a while, and the next moment use that pair of shriveled wings on his back. Speed, the reversal power, his desiccated wings. Xia Fei was pushing everything that he had learned to the extreme. He was intoxicated by this battle, completely having no idea just how frightening he was today. Xia Fei had always been known for his varied studies, but this time he was focusing on just the law of primal chaos and his fiend wings, and as such, Xia Fei had instead become specialized, all in an effort to improve these two ultimate combat skills that he possessed. Kaboom! The final living armor fell, and the entire hive fell silent. A silence reminiscent of death. Though there was not a single corpse around, there was nevertheless an atmosphere of death hanging over everything, even thicker than hell. Broken armor littered the ground, already piled up into mountains. In Radix's eyes, they were not scrap metal, but skeletons. Over 10,000 of them. Furball and Little Goldie were also shocked. At the start, they had indeed enjoyed joining Xia Fei together as they charged into battle. The two of them had grown more and more excited as they fought. But by the end, Xia Fei seemed to have forgotten that the two of them existed and a lot of corpses built up around him as he continued to fight on his own. Furball was depressed. He had actually been relegated into becoming a spectator. But he knew very well that Xia Fei was exerting his absolute combat prowess this time. It was precisely because Xia Fei had been so crazily absorbed in the fight that he had forgotten everything around him. The 10,000 plus broken armors lying around the floor were practically all Xia Fei's doing. The crazed Xia Fei had finished off 10,000 all by himself. All of a sudden, Xia Fei's footsteps turned somewhat chaotic, like he was drunk, yet he was still able to stand upright. In the next second, Xia Fei suddenly extended his arms, and let out a sharp cry. It was like some element that had accumulated in his body was undergoing a qualitative change. Rumble. Xia Fei could feel this explosive and frightening power that emerged in his seventh brain region. The law of primal chaos pattern rose. Snap! There was a new imprint added to the 7 patterns, bringing it to a total of 8. This was the sign that he had been successfully promoted, something that Xia Fei had worked very hard on for a very long time. Now that it had finally borne fruit from his plentiful use of the law of primal chaos, Xia Fei had finally done it. But that was not the end yet. A ninth miraculous pattern emerged as well. Xia Fei did not dare believe it. He had inadvertently cultivated his law of primal chaos to the maximum level. Xia Fei had mastered chaos, the most unreasonable law that existed. A powerful wind stirred inside the hive. The unrestricted soul spirit mark appeared, and so did the law of primal chaos pattern. The soul mark symbolized soul and spirit power, while the pattern symbolized the bodily manifestation of power. Two systems of powers that could not be used together were being forcibly fused. This happened the last time as well, when the soul mark absorbed the spirit beast codex as well as the pattern of Xia Fei's law of space. The same thing happening now was a clear indication that the unrestricted soul spirit mark was not just the strongest, but also the strangest soul mark. An indescribable scene unfolded. The hive that was almost 5,000 meters high began to flicker with light and darkness, as the unrestricted soul spirit mark had actually ended up fighting with his law of primal chaos pattern. The soul mark wanted to completely absorb the pattern to improve its own strength, as that was its goal. It wanted to combine everything its master learned into just one source, giving Xia Fei incomparable power. But it just so happened that the law of primal chaos was unreasonable. Even though being absorbed by the unrestricted soul spirit mark would increase Xia Fei's combat strength greatly, and Xia Fei was its master whose increased strength would not be bad by any means, the problem was that disruption and reversal was the law of primal Chao's key attribute. The purpose of the law of primal chaos was none other than to turn black into white. To disrupt the world, to reverse heaven and earth. Mad. They had all gone mad. An unrestricted soul spirit mark absorbing the law of primal chaos had never happened before, even in the ancient past. The former had always belonged to humans, while the latter was a legacy inheritance belonging to the fiends. This was not merely a fight between the soul mark and the pattern, but also a contest between two sapient species. A six-sided soul mark battled it out with the 9 patterns in mid-air, charging at each other repeatedly. The spirit beast codex also belonged to the fiends, but it was hardly the strongest technique, and it had no way of fending off the unrestricted soul spirit mark, which was completely incompatible with the law of primal chaos. Fusion? They would have to fight it out first. The beautiful soul mark was like a complex image made of lights which were flowing fast internally. Meanwhile, the pattern was dim as it emitted ferocity. As such, when the battle between Xia Fei and the living armor that protected the Sky Devil's tomb came to an end, another battle that was even more powerful and violent broke out. Furball gulped and watched the soul mark and pattern clash. Little Goldie was drooling too, like it had discovered something delicious. It was only Radix that clutched his head in anguish, yelling, "The worst-case scenario has occurred." I knew that Xia Fei being too eclectic in his studies would become a problem. Now, the powers from the humans and the fiends have begun to do battle with each other. Just what should we do? What do we do? Bang! Just as he said that, a single bright beam of light shot out from a dark corner. The armor of the broken wing Sky Devil. Xia Fei's encirclement had been its doing, and now that it saw that Xia Fei's internal powers were clashing with one another, it seemed to see it as a chance to strike. As long as it could use this opportunity to sabotage Xia Fei's soul mark and pattern, he would be ruined. Thus it had recklessly revealed itself and charged right up. With a roar, the broken wing Sky Devil's plated armor finally revealed its true visage. It was like a comet. A dark tail trailed behind it, and 2 broken wings grew out from the bottom half of the armor. It was as if a Sky Devil had been reborn. It was just the armor that the broken wing Sky Devil had worn, but it was already this powerful. The moment it came dashing out, the entire planet trembled. That intense roar alone instantly pierced through the galaxy. It was displaying the fact that the Sky Devil themselves were unparalleled existences. Furball and Little Goldie leapt instantly to Xia Fei's defense, hoping to intercept the armor. The sense of crisis was too great, and the two were worried about Xia Fei. If a warrior lost both their pattern and their soul mark, they would die. But that was when something unimaginable occurred right there in midair. The 6-faced unrestricted soul spirit mark and the 9 patterns from the law of primal chaos both immediately stopped fighting and faced off directly against the Sky Devil's plated armor instead. It was hard to tell what exactly happened, but the moment that Furball and the others realized what was going on, the 5,000-meter-high 10,000 monster cave began to crumble. Meanwhile, the broken wing Sky Devil's plated armor was sent down from the sky by the concerted efforts of Xia Fei's soul mark and pattern. Indeed. The powers from the fiends and humans contradicted each other greatly, neither succumbing to the other, but they were both still Xia Fei's powers. Even if they were to turn the heavens upside down against each other, they were not about to let an interloper like the broken-winged Sky Devil butt in. When the plated armor came swooping in, both Soul Mark and Pattern immediately joined hands. Anyone that came to interfere would be beaten back. Roaring madly, Furball and Little Goldie came charging over, their eyes bloodshot. The broken-winged Sky Devil's plated armor had fallen down to the ground after that joint attack, and found itself surrounded by the two creatures. Dare to attempt a sneak attack on their master. Furball and Little Goldie's little hearts ignited with rage. They would naturally react with even more finality in their attacks. Radix was on the brink of a mental breakdown. He had always known that Xia Fei was crazy, and his exotic beasts were crazy with him. This was known by everyone by now. But today, Radix had finally witnessed that Xia Fei's Soul Mark and Pattern were even crazier. Standing beyond the Fiend City, the Devil Shadow Dragoon Ling Boyu had a smile on his face. He watched the city shake like it was experiencing an earthquake before picking up his Bixia orb and contacting his compatriot, a mysterious figure who was also wearing a mask like him. Xia Fei's doomed, Ling Boyu said with an icy chill in his eyes. The sound of the Sky Devil and tremendous quakes can be heard coming from inside the broken-winged Sky Devil's tomb, so I reckon Xia Fei must have angered the protector of the place, and is currently being killed. This masked man on the other end of that communication nodded. Ho ho, the Sky Devil cenotaphs are restricted locations, everyone knows that. Xia Fei not knowing about this means his death is completely deserved. It also takes care of this big concern of ours. But if I'm not remembering this wrongly, the broken-winged Sky Devil's cenotaph was different from the other three Sky Devils. No one ever died from barging in, but those who did intrude all went insane. That is why you can't leave just yet. Wait to see if Xia Fei leaves the place or not. Ling Boyu frowned, and what if Xia Fei goes insane? Then kill him. The man was resolute. This person has ruined a lot of things for us, so we're not going to grant him any mercy. Not only does he have to die, but anyone who is related to him will also suffer the same fate. We're not going to let him off, even if he has gone insane. Ling Boyu burst into laughter. Actually, that was my thought as well. All right then, I shall wait for the unhinged Xia Fei to come out and then toy with him to his death. Turning off the screen, Ling Boyu held out his arm as he listened intently to the wails coming from the tomb. It was just a pity that he had no idea that this sound was not being made by Xia Fei, but the broken-winged Sky Devil's armor after it found itself attacked from all sides. The plated armor of the broken-winged Sky Devil was presently pinned to the ground and being beaten up. Tragedy. Though the Sky Devil plated armor was not the Sky Devil himself, it had ultimately inherited the higher force of spirit of the Great Devil, being proud and arrogant. But now, the armor had failed yet again. It had been teasing Xia Fei in the beginning, but then Xia Fei caught it and gave it a sound beating. The armor had felt indignant at that, so next it had set up a trap for Xia Fei, leaving him to be assaulted and besieged from all sides by over 10,000 of suits of living armor, but Xia Fei only ended up beating them all and even managed to get promoted. Worse was the fact that Xia Fei was actually promoted twice. That was the second indignation that the Sky Devil armor faced. This time, when Xia Fei's Soul Mark and Law Pattern began fighting because they could not get along, the armor had thought that this was an opportunity for him to attempt a sneak attack, only for him to be caught by the two and given another pummeling thereafter. When they were done, it was Furball and Little Goldie's turn to be tagged in. Even more aggrieved, its indignation was pushed to its limit. Roar! The Sky Devil plated armor used the same trick it had used before, letting out its roar of indignation as it attempted to sink into the ground. But this time was different from the last. It was as if it was now determined to kill. It had already left the hive, but that low roar still echoed forth. Furthermore, it was getting stronger over time, like it was ready to go all out at any moment and deal a fatal blow to Xia Fei. The Soul Mark and Pattern's fight in mid-air did not appear to be stopping any time soon. One was the unrestricted Soul Mark that represented the orthodox spiritualists, while the other was the chaos that subverted all things. Neither was relenting. Even Xia Fei himself had no idea how to resolve this dilemma he found himself in. It was at that moment when Xia Fei finally got an epiphany. The biggest problems he faced were not those that others brought to him, but those that he brought upon himself. Roar! The Sky Devil plated armor's roar was intensifying, filling with killing intent. Chapter 1253, The Mystery Behind the Four Great Sky Devils. The bitter clash between the law of primal chaos and the unrestricted soul spirit mark was still going on. This was a very strange affair. They were clearly Xia Fei's most important powers, yet neither was submitting to the other. This was especially true for the law of primal chaos, which had displayed its subversive attribute to the extreme. I can't go on like this, Xia Fei muttered to himself. The broken-winged sky devil's plated armor is still a threat, and I have no idea when this internal conflict of mine will resolve. Every minute that passes I can feel a large amount of energy being wasted. Radix added, the law of primal chaos and the unrestricted soul spirit mark are both your powers. Their fight would of course end up using your energy, but what can we do about it? Xia Fei arched both his eyebrows and bellowed, no matter what happens, I must resolve this stupid internal conflict. Whoosh! With that, Xia Fei leapt off the ground, holding onto Nirvana as he rounded a slash toward the law of primal chaos. Boom! The six-bladed snowfall blade very cleverly passed through the pattern of the law of primal chaos. This so-called pattern was actually made out of energy and was not a physical manifestation by any means. Xia Fei's attack was impressive, but he still held back some. After all, he would be the one suffering a loss if he truly damaged it. His blade suddenly turned, and delivered an attack to the unrestricted soul spirit mark. How could there be something as peculiar as this situation? Xia Fei's soul mark and law pattern actually ended up fighting with each other. Xia Fei had to intervene personally. After these two slashes, the fight between the two came to a temporary halt thanks to Xia Fei's actions. But he did not stop himself there and accelerated in an oblique path again and charged over, throwing out a kick right at the law of primal chaos pattern. The law of primal chaos pattern of course did not resist Xia Fei, because it was essentially Xia Fei's to begin with. The dim pattern fell backward, and was eaten up by the six-sided soul mark that had been hiding behind it. Having done it once, he could do it twice. Xia Fei did the same thing once more. The law of primal chaos dared to resist the soul mark, but not Xia Fei. Very soon, his soul mark had managed to consume the other 8 patterns of the law of primal chaos. The entire process was very frightening. The time when the soul mark took Xia Fei's law of space and beast spirit codex, it had hardly met any significant resistance. But this time the law of primal chaos had defended itself like it had gone mad. When the soul mark absorbed one of the patterns, the situation looked as if it was about to explode, and everyone's heart thumped madly as it happened. Chomp! The final pattern was absorbed by the unrestricted soul spirit mark. At this point, the 6-sided unrestricted soul spirit mark had expanded to 3 times its original size. It would mean a job accomplished once they make their way back into Xia Fei's 7th brain region. All of a sudden, the broken-winged sky devil's plated armor had been unwilling to admit defeat and came dashing out once more. This time, it seemed like it had done some careful planning, and was prepared to ram its body right into the soul mark. Xia Fei's soul mark was presently in an unstable state, and the broken-winged sky devil's plated armor was very sturdy. Not once had the repeated attacks from Xia Fei left even a scratch on it this whole time, but if the armor were to collide right into the soul mark, the latter would very likely completely collapse from the impact. The broken-winged sky devil's plated armor had the stealth attribute and came zooming in without any warning. It startled Xia Fei so much that he broke out in a cold sweat. Whoosh! For some unknown reason, the broken-winged sky devil's plated armor suddenly froze up in midair, before turning away in an arc. It attempted to slink into the wall again, giving up its attack on the soul mark. That was close. Your soul mark was very unstable just now, and had lost its means of resisting. If that collision had occurred, it would surely have been a disaster. Why did that strange armor suddenly stop its attack? Radix asked in amazement. Xia Fei glanced at where the armor had disappeared and calmly replied, there's only one explanation. After absorbing both my beast spirit codex and the law of primal chaos, both legacies of the fiends, it might have changed my soul mark somewhat. What sort of changes? Radix asked again. Xia Fei answered, it's now closer to that of the fiends. Radix was shocked to hear that. He fixed his suspicious gaze over at that mass of constantly moving light in mid-air. Indeed, the unrestricted soul spirit mark was a fusion soul mark, and the moment it assimilated the 2 major powers of the fiends, it was no longer pure. The broken-winged sky devil's plated armor had a spirit of its own. It might not have reached human sapiency levels, explaining why it had hesitated in the moment it sensed a spiritualist soul mark belonging to the fiends from Xia Fei, before ultimately deciding to give up on the attack. Frowning, Radix thought of a problem. The only other law that Xia Fei had not maxed out was his law of speed, and was that not a legacy law from the fiends as well? If it were to be absorbed by his soul mark, would Xia Fei become an actual fiend? Rumble. A blast of light flooded the six-sided unrestricted soul spirit mark. It was done absorbing the law of primal chaos. This was like bundling several ropes together: space, chaos, and beast spirit. Xia Fei had mastered those three powers and they were now all completely integrated into his soul mark. It was now a whole. Instantly, the six-sided soul mark began spinning, all the while emitting an unprecedented light. Like hundreds of lighthouses all together, they lit up the hive as if it were daylight. Whoosh! In the next second, the soul mark formally returned to Xia Fei's body. It was as if every single cell on his body had been re-energized. Xia Fei could feel that he was far more powerful than he had ever been before. Though he still only had 6 soul marks, it was already mixed with the power from his law of primal chaos. Most people's law patterns would remain as they were, requiring time before they could be used, but Xia Fei's brain region already had the 6-sided soul mark and all the other laws already absorbed into his soul mark. Xia Fei could not resist and let out a powerful roar. It was like an immense font of energy flooded Xia Fei's body and exploded. Xia Fei felt as if he could just punch and blow away an entire planet. Whoosh! After a very long time, Xia Fei finally returned back to normal, but a light flush still remained on his face, largely because of his level of excitement. Let's go! Xia Fei said with a swing of his arm. Where to? Radix asked. To find that armor the Sky Devil left behind. Something so good must belong to me, or I'll make it disappear from the face of this universe forever. Xia Fei replied nonchalantly. The broken wing Sky Devil's plated armor had a spirit of its own and was very powerful, having caused quite a bit of trouble for Xia Fei. Given Xia Fei's logic, since he had found something so precious, then he had to think of a way for him to get his hands on it. Even if he could not do that, he had to at least destroy it to prevent it from falling into the hands of others in the future. Leaving the huge hive, Xia Fei suddenly discovered that there seemed to be some changes to the tomb. The paths were no longer as complex and winding, and there were a lot less forks in the passageway now. Xia Fei was very fast, and it did not take long for him to arrive at somewhere very special. Here, the mural on both sides were no longer the scenes of the Sky Devil killing, but depictions of worship of the broken wing Sky Devil. There was only one doorway, and Xia Fei walked right through it, only to discover the broken wing Sky Devil's plated armor lying silently on a not too ridiculously huge white rock slab. Upon seeing Xia Fei enter, the armor did not attack. That was very strange. Before, it had been bursting with killing intent, a strong desire to finish Xia Fei off. But now, it was like some lifeless hunk of metal, ignoring Xia Fei's intrusion. Be careful! Radix said in a low voice. This could be the main chamber of the broken wing Sky Devil's tomb. Xia Fei nodded and slowly approached the broken wing Sky Devil's plated armor. The broken wings on its back had already disappeared, and it looked as ordinary as any other piece of armor. Were it not for the very distinct insignia on its chest, Xia Fei would surely have mistaken it for some common equipment anyone could find on the streets. Xia Fei frowned. He had no idea what was up with this armor, not sensing any energy or spirituality in it now. Xia Fei did not head over to touch the armor, but turned around to examine the murals on the walls around the room. The face and image of the broken wing Sky Devil was depicted everywhere, looking like he had been this kindly old man, much different from the figure with no distinct features that was depicted outside. Furthermore, the mural inside the main chamber told a story. Every image here showed nothing of the broken wing Sky Devil harming anyone, a stark contrast from what was outside. Xia Fei and Radix slowly walked along the wall, and the story related to the Sky Devil slowly appeared in Xia Fei's mind. Before the chaos of the cosmos, the fiends were just a small species located in some corner of a galaxy. Their numbers were not great, and their combat strength was nothing superb, either. However, what the fiend warriors had was toughness and drive, and their understanding of other sapient life forms were different as well, which was why they were excluded from the mainstream sapient life forms. One day, the 4 great Sky Devils abruptly appeared in their midst. As soon as they came to be, they immediately subdued the entire race. These 4 beings were very fond of the comprehension the fiends had toward combat, as well as their pursuit of life. As such, the 4 of them stayed in their lands, and proceeded to impart to them many strange combat techniques. Though they were outsiders, the 4 great Sky Devils were much adored by the fiends, becoming veritable kings of the fiends. That lasted until one day when the fiends were under attack by some unknown cosmic forces. These 4 great devils acted, slaughtering over 1 billion souls in one day. 1 billion enemies were slain by the hands of the 4 great Sky Devils. It was only at this point that the fiends realized just how much more frightening the four great sky devils were than they had thought them to be. What they had imparted to the fiends were nothing more than minor tricks and insignificant arts in the eyes of these sky devils, and hardly everything that they knew. Additionally, the four great sky devils had massacred their enemies with such efficiency that even the fiends, who had always been known for their ruthlessness, balked at the feat. 1,000,000,000 lives in one day. All the blood that their enemies bled would be enough to wipe out an entire galaxy. It was a nightmarish day. Even more scary was that when everything ended, the four great sky devils were still talking and laughing. It was as if the massacre they had just undertaken was as uneventful as a man who had accidentally stepped on some ants. Ever since that day, even the most ruthless warriors among the fiends no longer dared to call themselves ruthless. Everyone felt that it was inaccurate to call them the four sky gods, so they changed it to sky devils. As such, the tradition of the fiends worshipping devils began. Unfortunately, on the day after that incident, the four great sky devils all departed without leaving a word behind. Perhaps it was because they had established a good relationship with the fiends that each of the four left a single piece of equipment behind. The broken-wing sky devil Pale-Tooth left his plated armor, the Gale sky devil Medicinal Cauldron Prince left behind a metal tome, and the brothers Bitter Sea sky devil Forgotten Veil and Calamity sky devil Forgotten Trouble each left behind a short sword, which could be combined to form paired comet. The fiends were of course deeply saddened by their departure. After a long time passed and seeing no signs of their return, they proceeded to inter the four relics from the four great sky devils in four fiend holy cities. They also constructed the cenotaph as an outward declaration that the sky devils were dead, and as such spurred their descendants to work hard and train, so as to not pine for the day the sky devils would return and help the fiends dominate the entire universe. After all that, these four great sky devils aren't dead at all. And none of them were fiends to begin with. Xia Fei frowned slightly as he summarized what he had learned. Turning his head to look at the immobile sky devil armor, even more questions surfaced in Xia Fei's mind. Chapter 1254, The Six Waters of Terror Genesis. So the four great sky devils are not even dead, and they aren't even fiends to begin with. Xia Fei muttered to himself in shock. Turning his head, Xia Fei stared at the armor lying not too far away on the white stone slab. He had just learned that this plated armor of the broken wing sky devil was called Flying Eagle Plume, and it had been a personal possession of the sky devil, a treasure worshipped throughout the fiend's history. Seeing this potentially timeless treasure right in front of his eyes, it would be a lie to say that Xia Fei was not tempted to own it. Xia Fei was never one to hesitate when it came to equipment. In this day and age where outstanding warriors were a dime a dozen, Xia Fei held strongly to the philosophy that it took top-grade equipment to make a first-rate warrior. Wrinkling his forehead ever so slightly, Xia Fei cautiously approached the sky devil war armor called Flying Eagle Plume. There was still no reaction from the war armor when he was about 2 meters away, just a mere arm's reach away from touching it. Gritting his teeth, Xia Fei made to reach his hand out as he parted his feet ever so slightly, bracing himself so that he could beat a retreat if things were to go awry. The very air became heavy. Oppressive. Furball, Little Goldie, and Radix all had their eyes fixed on Xia Fei. No one had any clue just what sort of tricks did this sky devil war armor had up its sleeves. Pa! Xia Fei's hands managed to make contact with Flying Eagle Plume. Instantly, a biting chill traveled up his arm and spread across his entire body, like touching an ice sculpture on a hot summer's day. There's really no reaction. Xia Fei was slightly taken aback. He proceeded to place his entire palm on its metallic surface. He had finally gotten the war armor in his hands. I did it. The Sky Devil war armor, Flying Eagle Plume, is mine. Xia Fei declared in his excitement. Furball and the others jumped around in their excitement. After all, this was the personal armor of a Sky Devil, and with it, Xia Fei's defensive capabilities would see a dramatic increase. But something strange occurred in the next moment. All of a sudden, a long and narrow fissure split the very ground they stood upon. This fissure was more than a dozen kilometers long, nearly long enough to split the entire Sky Devil tomb into two. Within this chasm appeared a burning red magma, heaving as ferociously as if it was an ocean caught in a storm, violent and turbulent. Whoosh! Rolling waves of heat bore down on them. Xia Fei was shocked. This was by no means the temperature of normal magma, but the intensity of what someone would expect from the very depths of hell. It was so hot that even his Annihilator-grade war armor fiend Scar might not be able to resist it. His body was pulled down involuntarily. This fissure had opened so swiftly and exerted an immense magnetic force as well. Fiend Scar, Fiend Lock, and the Sky Devil war armor, all the treasures of Xia Fei were seemingly being magnetized, dragging Xia Fei down relentlessly. Truly Pale Tooth lived up to his name as the most insidious sky devil. To think he would set a trip even at this place, Xia Fei thought to himself. The fissure closed up just as quickly as it had opened. Before Furball or anyone else could react, the ground had already returned back to normal, and Xia Fei was gone. Awoo! Furball let out a chain of heart-rending howls as his beady eyes turned blood red. The situation was extremely precarious. Xia Fei had already been enveloped by the magma, and the scorching temperature was beginning to deform the Annihilator-grade war armor fiend scar. Most human warriors that had reached his level would have a seed of life, and blue bloods would have their cerulean soul gem, which they could rely upon to be reborn. No matter how hot the lava was, there was no way it could really subject a warrior to death. But Xia Fei was different. He was someone who had integrated his unrestricted soul spirit mark together with his healing powers. Perhaps it was because Xia Fei had too great a potential to begin with, but he did not have a seed of life of his own. If he were to die, that would be permanent. There was no rebirth for him. Whoosh! Xia Fei felt his entire body burning up. The heat was sweltering, and Fiend Scar's temperature control function had been lost. In a matter of seconds, Xia Fei would be nothing more than a piece of charcoal. It was at that moment that he felt an unbearable pain in his left leg, as if something was tearing itself off from Xia Fei's body. Left leg? Xia Fei groggily recalled that the water immemorial mystical armament Terror Genesis was there. Could it be? Boom! Black water rose, and formed an impregnable water barrier that enveloped Xia Fei within it. It nearly caused Xia Fei's temperature to decrease too rapidly, and he even felt a cool sensation wash over him. Even his senses were quickly coming back to him. What first came to him was shock, then it was carefreeness. That was because the immemorial mystical armament Terror Genesis had finally activated when Xia Fei was at death's door. The 8 metals of absolution, the 7 plants of the Cloud Sea, the 6 waters of Terror Genesis, the 5 flames of Lux Gloria, and the 4 stones of the Southern Star. There were a total of 5 categories of the natural immemorial mystical armaments, and Xia Fei possessed both Cloud Sea and Terror Genesis. The 7 plants of the Cloud Sea had peacock blue as their main body, which was inhabiting Xia Fei's right arm, while the 6 waters of Terror Genesis had black shell spring as their main body, and were located in Xia Fei's left leg. Ever since Xia Fei had obtained the water immemorial mystical armament, it had always been stuck in an inexplicable chaotic state. All it did was inhabit Xia Fei's body, and there was no telling what it was up to. Xia Fei had no means of mobilizing it, let alone urging it to merge with peacock blue. It was something that had no use. Xia Fei had ignored it in a moment of spite, leaving it to its own devices. But today, when Xia Fei was in a truly desperate situation, the 6 waters of Terror Genesis actually came to his rescue. This was definitely a good thing. This black water first formed a sphere, then it began to rapidly shrink, turning into a layer of thin film covering Xia Fei's body. Xia Fei could move freely inside it, and every part of him was still under the protection of Terror Genesis. He no longer had to be afraid of burning. It was just that Xia Fei was presently covered by over 1 million tons of magma. It seemed like the fiend weaponry he had on him was being attracted by something, pulling Xia Fei ever deeper into the magma, into parts unknown. Xia Fei originally planned to depend on his speed to dash out of the magma, but on second thought, he decided to just stay put, letting himself be dragged down into the planet's core by the powerful attraction. Radix quickly caught up to Xia Fei. As the former was an immortal soul and had a mental connection with Xia Fei, the magma was unable to impede him. Unless this magma could manifest dark energy, there was no way the heat would harm him as a spirit. Just what is going on here? Radix exclaimed in surprise. Xia Fei told Radix about what had happened with Terror Genesis, and Radix was of course very thrilled on his behalf. Does that mean you now control 2 immemorial mystical armaments? Xia Fei shook his head. To be precise, I have only used them, not controlled. Terror Genesis still isn't under my control right now. But it moved to protect you at your most critical juncture. That means Terror Genesis recognizes you as its owner. It's only a matter of time before it listens to you. Radix gushed. Xia Fei pouted, well, you're not wrong. With that said, Xia Fei unsheathed his white dragon's screech and fiend lock as he stored the Sky Devil war armor, flying eagle plume, away. His killing intent and fiendish energy was practically bursting from within him. Under the observation with the Triclopean Legacy Eye technique, Origin of Heaven, Xia Fei discovered that he was about to leave the magma. He was about to learn just who had been so treacherous as to bring him to the core of the planet. Whoosh! Xia Fei's entire being was pulled out from the magma. Beneath his feet, glowing stalactites were everywhere. Above him was the mass of glowing hot magma, illuminating this underground space. Alas, there was no enemy waiting for him here underground. Tap! Xia Fei's feet touched the ground. The immense pull was still acting upon him, causing the very ground to crumble and collapse. A 15-meter pit instantly appeared beneath his feet. The water immemorial mystical armament, Terror Genesis, was still protecting Xia Fei. Though they were no longer anywhere near the magma, it was still keeping the temperature around them at scorching levels. Are you all right? Radix asked with concern. Xia Fei knitted his eyebrows. I can still endure this. It's just that this force of attraction acting on me is very strong. Something is desperately pulling on Fiend Scar with me inside it. Rumble. Every single step Xia Fei took caused the ground to shake. The rocks around him were constantly breaking apart and scattering everywhere. Still, Xia Fei held on, completing a circle along his own footfalls. This should be the place. Xia Fei pointed to a white rock jutting out from the ground. What place? Radix asked. The place I pointed out is where the force of attraction is the strongest. There must definitely be something deeper underneath that has dragged me here, explained Xia Fei. Whoosh! Fiend Lock abruptly appeared in his hand. Due to the force being exerted here, Xia Fei had to use all his strength just to draw it out. Though Fiend Lock had extremely fine wires, it was also extremely sharp. It would instantly carve open the ground after a few swings. The ground was fragmented after several attacks, and when Xia Fei took a step forward, he finally managed to cause that entire rock to crumble. This revealed a uniformly circular pit, and right in the middle of it was a metal coffin. Open! Fiend Lock once again carved out a perfect curve, splitting that black metal coffin in two. Bang! The metal coffin was split right down the middle, and the force of attraction that had been acting on Xia Fei immediately disappeared. A single white shade suddenly burst forth, letting out an excited cry. Awoo! This sounded very much like a supersonic blast, and was well beyond the range human ears could pick up. Instantly, Xia Fei felt a bout of dizziness come over him. Originally, he had wanted to attack the white shade the moment it came shooting out, but the sudden sonic attack confused him, and Fiend Lock missed the white shade. What was that? Xia Fei was annoyed. His hands clutched his ears as he scanned around him. Unfortunately, that white shade had since disappeared without a trace. Radix gulped. That was a bat that was larger than a man. It even looked as if it was draped in white robes. Where did it go? Xia Fei asked again. Radix pointed toward the magma above them. Gone. Xia Fei was perplexed. I could not even make out what that thing was even with my ocular cognition, which just goes to show how fast it was. How did you catch a glimpse of it? Radix remained silent, pursed his lips, and pointed at that metal coffin. He saw that the metal coffin was upturned, and on its back was an image of a half-bat, half-man. He was standing, wearing a white, triangular cape, with his left arm covering half of his face. Xia Fei was vexed. It seemed he had accidentally released something. But now that the creature was gone, there was no longer any of that inexplicable force of attraction, and Xia Fei could move freely again. Whoosh! With a leap, Xia Fei dove up through the magma again, swimming through it quickly. He soon poked his head out from the magma. The room that he had dropped from was right above his head, and with a light tap of his foot, Xia Fei jumped up to it. Xia Fei's entire body was still hot as he got out of the magma. Smoke trailed off him as he stood there, heating up the entire room. The Sky Devil tomb was still the same as before, except that there was yet another fissure in the ground. Xia Fei took out the Sky Devil war armor and tried it on. Sure enough, it no longer had a spirit, and was now just a plated armor by itself. Xia Fei could vaguely sense that this might have everything to do with that white shade. Looking around, he could not find any signs of Little Goldie or Furball. Xia Fei panicked, and was just about to shout out their names, when he spotted the two creeping back from a corner, absolutely anxious. Furball was still fine, but Little Goldie had a white scrap of cloth hanging from its mouth, looking like it had bitten it off something. Chapter 1255, Snatching Soul Weapons. Seeing Xia Fei, Furball and Little Goldie came pouncing over. They had seen Xia Fei get swallowed up by the ground just now, and the two had panicked instantly. Xia Fei took the white scrap of cloth from Little Goldie's mouth and examined it closely. He then asked Radix, "Do you see anything? The texture seems to be very strange, almost as if it's gradually weakening." Radix gasped. Xia Fei nodded and did not say another word. Over the course of several minutes, the white scrap of cloth turned into very ordinary fibers, and with a light rub from Xia Fei's hands, it was turned into dust. Evidently that person had passed through the layer of magma through their own efforts, and their clothes had been a miraculously impregnable piece of equipment. But the moment it was no longer on that person, it returned back to its original essence, becoming nothing more than some ordinary cloth. Who really knew just how sharp those little teeth of little Goldie's mouth were, actually able to tear off a piece of clothes that could resist magma? In fact, even the level of craziness it demonstrated in successfully attempting that was worth praise in itself. Xia Fei tried to wear the Flying Eagle Plume war armor. This was hard armor, which would feel very uncomfortable when worn, especially for a speedster like Xia Fei. However, Flying Eagle Plume had amazingly high defensive strength, and it was better to wear it and sacrifice some speed and comfort if it meant greater survivability when facing off against powerful foes. Most likely this Flying Eagle Plume was one of the war armors that the Broken Wing Sky Devil had used. The historical records had very clearly stated that the Broken Wing Sky Devil Pale-Tooth was a speedster, but as for just how fast he really was, it seemed that was an answer only people who had seen him in person knew. An expert speedster would not normally wear hard armor. If that was what Pale-Tooth had done, so too should Xia Fei. There was originally a trace of broken wings behind Flying Eagle Plume, but those traces disappeared when Xia Fei donned it himself. There were too many miraculous things pertaining to the four great sky devils. Xia Fei could not make sense of them, and he could not be bothered to spend more time trying to figure them out. "Are you ready? There's still an evil shadow dragoon waiting for us outside," Xia Fei said with a smile. Immediately, Furball and Little Goldie let loose roars in unison. Ever since they had fought their way into the Broken Wing Sky Devil's tomb, these two had been choked with resentment. They were planning to find someone to beat up, and neither of them cared that they would be taking on a dragoon or not. Rumble. Peacock Blue had already half recovered and was like a huge octopus, using its tentacles to tear apart the Sky Devil tomb. Ling Boyu, who had been bored waiting for Xia Fei to come out, was immensely shocked. He had considered the possibility of Xia Fei getting out, but never had he imagined it would be in such a startling fashion. Whoosh! Xia Fei landed on the ground and continued forward. He completely ignored the destruction of the Broken Wing Sky Devil's tomb. Furball had always been one to hold a grudge, and he felt that being trapped underground had been a very embarrassing matter. He had dragged Little Goldie along to ruin the Broken Wing Sky Devil's tomb. Little Goldie had always been a little on the dull side, so he was most obedient toward Furball, aside from Xia Fei. These two worked together right away, intent on bringing down the Sky Devil's tomb. Boom! A chunk of the head of a great stone sculpture of the Broken Wing Sky Devil flew across the sky, before finally landing at the feet of Ling Boyu. He stared at Sky Devil's head for several seconds before yelling, You've ruined the Sky Devil tomb." Xia Fei nodded nonchalantly, "That's right, I did." The eyes behind Ling Boyu's mask glared at Xia Fei, like he was looking at a monster. Countless annihilators had died or gone insane when trespassing in the Sky Devil cenotaphs years back. Not only had Xia Fei gotten out of the place completely intact, he had even destroyed the Sky Devil tomb. This was not simply insane in Ling Boyu's eyes, but downright perverse. Speaking of which, Xia Fei had actually been wronged here. Though he had used a fairly violent method to get out of the tomb, he did not order Furball to destroy the place. It was completely done by Furball being too vengeful, and he had done it of his own volition. But Furball was Xia Fei's exclusive holy beast. Added to the unreasonable attitude that Xia Fei had, of course the place would be devastated. Xia Fei had taken the burden of it all. Whoosh! Ling Boyu took a step back, his eyes erratic. All of a sudden, a soul weapon appeared in his hand. It was nothing too huge, but it was as quick as lightning. This flash was but an instant, and Xia Fei ought to be able to evade it with just his crafty approach and speed, but he had an idea. He proceeded to do something really crazy. Not only did he not evade the attack, he instead puffed out his chest and took the brunt of it, letting that flash of light strike his chest. Ping! A crisp sound rang out, and Xia Fei was still standing there, his back straight, wearing a slight smile on his face. An annihilator-grade weapon had struck him, yet he remained completely uninjured. This greatly unsettled Ling Boyu. He was breaking out in cold sweat behind his mask. He watched Xia Fei lift a hand, raising a rhombus-shaped soul weapon that resembled a lotus seed. He smirked, "Nice. An Annihilator-grade soul weapon? Thanks. Ling Boyu's eyes widened as he barked out in anger, "That's my dark sorrow black sleeve lotus." Ling Boyu was cursing Xia Fei's ancestors when the latter managed to block his attack just now, but he never imagined that Xia Fei would be so quick as to snatch a soul weapon off him in the time that Flying Eagle Plume repelled his attack. Oh, so this thing is called Dark Sorrow Black Sleeve Lotus. Not bad indeed, Xia Fei continued to muse. With that, Xia Fei seized that moment when Ling Boyu was startled to come dashing right over. He even had Fiend Lock form a half-moon in the air, and stabbed the fiendish blade Nirvana right at Ling Boyu's chest. It was a frontal assault. Ling Boyu lived up to his reputation as an Annihilator-grade expert. Dropping into a crouch, he pulled out that sword with a myriad of transformations again. Forward, back, left, and right. This soul sword attacked from every possible angle. Facing an attack with an attack of his own. As an expert, he knew that Xia Fei would surely hide a secret technique when he attacked, so he decided to match the attack in an effort to force Xia Fei to retreat. Crafty approach. Origin of Heaven. Xia Fei used these two moves at the same time as he sped over. Crafty approach aided Xia Fei in evading the attack, while Origin of Heaven helped Xia Fei search for something. Right there! Xia Fei bellowed. He leaped up high and took the attack coming right at him. Clank! This lunge struck Xia Fei right in his chest. Got him! Ling Boyu shouted. His hands clenched tightly. For some unknown reason, though Xia Fei clearly just had a six-sided soul mark, he felt happier having successfully struck him than after stabbing an Annihilator tier warrior. But his happiness soon turned into mortification. Xia Fei once more fell from mid-air without a scratch, and now he had another Annihilator-grade soul weapon in his hand. It turned out that he had used Origin of Heaven to find which soul weapon was real, all for the sake of snatching away the phantasmic soul sword from Ling Boyu. A soul sword that has the phantasmic realization trait. As an evil shadow dragoon, you've got far more fun toys than yours truly, Xia Fei smirked as he made an offhanded remark. Just how are you doing this? Why is my betwixt Flora Umbra unable to hurt you? Ling Boyu shouted hoarsely, almost as if he was on the verge of a mental breakdown. As an Annihilator tier expert, and an esteemed dragoon, to boot. To let Xia Fei steal his soul weapons twice was utterly humiliating to Ling Boyu. A warrior going up against a warrior weaker than them, unable to guard their own soul weapon? It was far too embarrassing. Absolutely mortifying. Betwixt Flora Umbra. Xia Fei flourished the long and slender soul sword. It moves like a shadow, inescapable, flitting in between vegetation. The name is rather poetic. Changing the topic, Xia Fei tapped Ling Boyu with Betwixt Flora Umbra lightly. The tip gave off a low hum and Xia Fei said, "This soul sword has a great name. It shall belong to me from today onward." Whoosh! Ling Boyu was appalled. Only half a day had passed. When Xia Fei first entered the Broken Wing Sky Devil's tomb, the younger man was not his match, but he was now just being toyed around with Xia Fei after getting out. His soul weapon not being able to injure Xia Fei was already mystifying enough, but Xia Fei had actually used the opportunity to snatch his soul weapons. This was completely unreasonable. Even if Xia Fei could take on people beyond his level, there was no way he could have made such a leap to his level from being a level 6 spiritualist. Besides, in Ling Boyu's eyes, there had not been any changes with Xia Fei from when he first entered the tomb. He still only had 6 soul marks. How was he to know that the law of primal chaos had successfully been absorbed into Xia Fei's soul mark by now? This used dark energy to substantially increase his attack power. Furthermore, this was a forced fusion between the human and fiend legacies. It was essentially a unique existence in itself. Even if he did not have the impregnable flying eagle plume that had once belonged to the Broken Wing Sky Devil Pale Tooth, Xia Fei would at least be able to fight Ling Boyu to a state male with just his strength alone. The Xia Fei right now might not be an annihilator, but he already possessed the combat strength of one. The situation was beginning to look dire for Ling Boyu. He even entertained the thought of retreating, but it was just too bad that even attempting to do so when facing a speedster like Xia Fei would be extremely difficult without Xia Fei revealing some major flaw. Ling Boyu really had no choice but to grit his teeth and fight with Xia Fei to the death. Today, right here in this fiend city. Right beside the cenotaph of the Broken Wing Sky Devil Pale Tooth. Don't gloat just yet. You're nothing more than a neophyte dragoon, while I'm already a formal dragoon, affiliated to the Devil Shadow Dragoons. Ling Boyu bellowed. Suddenly, several Annihilator-grade soul weapons appeared in his hands. Each and every one of them was no weaker than Betwist Flora Umbra or Dark Sorrow Black Sleeve Lotus. Members of the Devil Shadow Dragoon had access to 3 whole warehouses loaded with soul weapons once owned by the fiends. That was also why every Devil Shadow Dragoon would not fret over their soul weapons. Seeing as how a neophyte Dragoon like Xia Fei was only given 3, one could only imagine how many more a formal member would have access to. Furthermore, Ling Boyu was someone with a similar habit to Xia Fei. He was someone who enjoyed relying on powerful weapons to target his enemies. Even Xia Fei himself had no idea just how many weapons he had stored in his spatial ring peak rainbow. All he knew was that whenever he was in a pinch, he would always be able to pull out a treasure and deal a fatal blow to his enemies. Ling Boyu also had another habit, and that was his penchant to bully others due to how many more high-grade weapons he had in his possession. Unfortunately for him, Ling Boyu had encountered the ancestor of Annihilator-grade soul armors. Xia Fei was wearing the war armor of the Broken Wing Sky Devil Pale Tooth. Every weapon Ling Boyu unleashed was equivalent to gifting Xia Fei a present each time. Boom! In the blink of an eye, Xia Fei had gained a miniature hexagonal hammer. Just now, Ling Boyu had only managed to get close to the slippery Xia Fei, and his heart was battered by the result. He wondered to himself, if ranged attacks do not work, then would close combat be better? But how could he know that Xia Fei would undergo an insane change after? Not only was Xia Fei unharmed, Xia Fei had even felt even more goodness coming from Ling Boyu. Xia Fei jumped and snatched away 3 Annihilator-grade soul weapons from Ling Boyu. I can give this hammer to Xia Guanghai. Oh right, what's its name? Xia Fei asked as he examined the weapon. Humiliation. Absolute humiliation. As the saying went, once bitten, twice shy. Xia Fei had managed to snatch 3 soul weapons from Ling Boyu consecutively. Ling Boyu was so angry that he was letting loose a litany of curses the moment he realized it. Chapter 1256, Fiendish Blade Split Annihilation. After having 3 of his Annihilator-grade soul weapons stolen by Xia Fei, Ling Boyu felt he had lost all face, and he was letting loose a litany of curses in the corner. Xia Fei remained as indifferent as before, raising Nirvana in his hand, the thin wires from Fiend Lock following silently behind. Ling Boyu had not even noticed that Furball and Little Goldie, Xia Fei's 2 accomplices, had not made a move the entire time. Xia Fei was intentionally doing things like this. Xia Fei was focused. After several rounds of probing, he no longer forced Ling Boyu to attack. He seemed to have gotten a good grasp of Ling Boyu's hidden trump cards and was preparing to vent the frustration that had been fermenting deep inside him for some time. Xia Fei enjoyed combination attacks and would always attack to kill his enemies. But he had very obviously left some leeway in his attacks just now, and had allowed Ling Boyu to attack. In return, all he did was constantly snatch away Ling Boyu's soul weapons and intentionally make him ever more furious. Ling Boyu was an expert annihilator and a dragoon. He quickly sensed the change in Xia Fei, and how those focused eyes were now like a pair of knives. He felt like Xia Fei's stare could bore 2 holes in him. Whoosh! A short gust whipped up grains of sand as it came passing through the once glorious city of the fiends. Here on the streets, the younger and much lower in cultivation Xia Fei was demonstrating his ferocity. Just seconds ago, Xia Fei was flashing that trademark harmless smile of his and teasing Ling Boyu. But now his killing intent and fiendish energy had combined together, and were rising fiercely. It was like Xia Fei was now another person, no longer sparing a glance for the new Annihilator-grade soul weapons that Ling Boyu had pulled out. His eyes were trained directly on Ling Boyu himself. His murderous gaze matched the sharp edges of the buildings around them. Ling Boyu had an odd feeling, almost as if he was facing off against a super-powerful warrior of the fiends in the once bustling fiend city. Whoosh! Xia Fei had made up his mind. He took a step back with his left leg, and bent into a crouch. He looked like a monster building explosive power, ready to pounce on his prey. Everyone was stunned, but the change in aura was actually very normal for Xia Fei. The smiling Xia Fei was very different from this Xia Fei with the ferocious aura. The former was like a warm spring's breeze, and the latter was essentially a hellspawn. Ling Boyu felt an unimaginable threat coming from him, and he could not help but take a step back, clutching a soul weapon tightly in his hands. Radix widened his eyes. He had been with Xia Fei for a very long time, so of course he knew there were many versions of him. The good man Xia Fei would tell jokes to Avril, the brotherly Xia Fei would take good care of Brother Iron and the others. There was also the Xia Fei that could kill tens of thousands in one breath without blinking an eye, and there was the crazy Xia Fei who would take a bite of his enemies, even if they were a god. That Xia Fei would dare to exchange his life to kill another, not afraid of death in the least. It was hard to imagine that so many personalities would inhabit Xia Fei's body, but today, his bearing was different from the past. When he faced a powerful enemy in the past, Xia Fei would usually choose to fight with his life on the line. It was no exaggeration to say that the reason Xia Fei was still alive was because he was so vicious. He would fight bravely, unafraid of his death, and kill everyone. Today's Xia Fei still gave off the bearing of someone who was somewhat risking his life, but there was very clearly an added self-confidence. He seemed to be very confident, certain that he could kill this annihilator-tier enemy before his eyes. Silence. A deathly silence. The population of this city had been massacred, countless lives were lost here. Today, the killing intent from Xia Fei and Ling Boyu, on top of the fiendish energy Xia Fei radiated, actually created an atmosphere that was extremely reminiscent of when the great massacre had occurred here. The completely human Ling Boyu and Xia Fei, the latter having learned a fiend legacy, were similar to the butchering humans of yesteryear and the butchered fiends. However, the tables had turned this time, with Xia Fei and his greater fiendish aura overpowering the annihilator-tier expert Ling Boyu who had come to kill him. "I'm in Devil Shadow Dragoon. If you attack me, you'll be crossing a great taboo in Annihilator," Ling Boyu exclaimed furiously. Xia Fei was unfazed. He slowly stuck out his middle finger and retorted coldly, "First off, screw your dragoons. Secondly." There was no second. Xia Fei had already made his move after he finished saying his first point. This was Xia Fei's personality. It did not matter how treacherous he was to his enemies. Xia Fei was never the sort to act gentlemanly. There was just a lone figure, a single blade, and one power. The Xia Fei of today was abnormal. In the past, when he came across an enemy, Xia Fei would always choose to use his immemorial mystical armament, Peacock Blue, Holy Beast Shatterstar, Dark Space King Little Goldie, Fiendish Blade and Soul Sword. He would send everything he had no matter what. Xia Fei would not wait for his enemy to reveal what sort of hidden aces they had up their sleeves and just kill off his enemies in a flurry. If the enemy was too strong and fended off the first round of attacks from Xia Fei, then Xia Fei would resort to using soul eyes, soul arrays, or other such tricks, along with all his other weapons, throwing them all at his enemies before they could even make out what else Xia Fei could pull out and finish them off. Xia Fei was practically an expert when it came to wailing on his opponents frenziedly, without any rules or order. But today, there was just Xia Fei, the weapon of choice was just his fiendish blade Nirvana, and the power was the law of primal chaos. These were all the tools Xia Fei was using. He had even given Furball and Little Goldie strict orders to not interfere, which was a very intriguing choice. The six-bladed snowflake sword gave off a momentum that could suppress even Mount Tai. Whoosh! The afterimage of his blade flashed like lightning, cleaving directly at his opponent. Ling Boyu let out a cold snort and raised his left arm in an attempt to block this slash. At the same time, he widened his stance and readied his right arm. The moment he blocked this slash, Ling Boyu intended to deal a counter that Xia Fei could not recover from. Rumble! The dull ring of thunder was heard. First it was throughout the city, and soon it broke free from the planet, spreading right out into the starry space and beyond. Looking back at Ling Boyu, his expression was forever frozen in that one moment, his mouth hanging agape, and his right hand ready to execute a counter that would never materialize, because Xia Fei did not even give him a chance to strike with that counterattack. Crack! The mask on Ling Boyu's face split into two quietly, revealing a shocked human face behind. There was a thin, blood-red line right down the middle of his face, extending from his forehead down to his neck. Splat! Ling Boyu's left hand was the first to fall off, and his body fell into two right afterwards, just as the very ground began to split. The entire city was divided into two halves. Half of the planet had been cleaved apart by this one slash from Xia Fei. The brutality of this one cut defied logic. No one would have imagined that this all-or-nothing slash from Xia Fei would actually insta-kill the annihilator Ling Boyu. This was an insta-kill. Radix could believe that Xia Fei was capable of killing off Ling Boyu because of how many trump cards Xia Fei had hidden on him, but now that Xia Fei had obtained the Broken Wing Sky Devil's plated armor, Flying Eagle Plume, he had become all the more powerful. But there was no way Radix would have believed Xia Fei could insta-kill Ling Boyu had he not witnessed it with his very own eyes. But today, this unbelievable feat had actually happened. The max-level law of primal chaos was truly overwhelming, and its assimilation with Xia Fei's soul mark only made it an even more devastating and brutal power. Ling Boyu had underestimated Xia Fei, only using an arm to block the attack while leaving another arm for the counterattack. It was to be expected that he would end up being insta-killed by Xia Fei under such circumstances. Furthermore, Ling Boyu was using equipment that the fiends had left behind. Ultimately, the law of primal chaos that Xia Fei used against Ling Boyu had proven to be extremely effective against his gear. Squelch! Ling Boyu's energy was absorbed by nirvana. The man not only had good equipment, but the energy he had stored up was equally surprising. In no time at all, Xia Fei's brain region had gained more than 2,000 standard units of spirit energy, so there was a slight surplus even if he were to take away the energy he had previously expended. Heaving a long sigh, Xia Fei pulled out the Bixia orb communicator and directly contacted Souza from the Blue Blood race. Anything important? Souza asked directly the moment the connection was made. He had previously instructed Xia Fei to notify their contact person, White Haze, if there was anything not too important, so of course it must have been something important if Xia Fei directly contacted him about the matter. There's something I need you to look at, Xia Fei said casually. A Devil Shadow Dragoon has been killed. Snap! Souza instantly leapt to his feet and asked, flabbergasted, what happened? How could a Devil Shadow Dragoon be slain? Who did it? Xia Fei immediately told Souza about everything that had happened along the way. Souza could feel his eyelids twitching uncontrollably after he finished listening. If the mastermind behind the dark spiritualists was a Devil Shadow Dragoon, then that would be very bad for the Blue Bloods. There were not many Devil Shadow Dragoons to begin with, and there was no other official designation, aside from being attached to the Blue Bloods' Destiny Dragoons. If the Devil Shadow Dragoons were secretly backing these dark spiritualists, then the Blue Bloods would surely be implicated as well. Wait there for me. I'll be right over. Souza instructed him nervously. Turning off the screen, Xia Fei sat down cross-legged. Ling Boyu's war armor was of decent quality, probably at about intermediate annihilator grade. It was just too bad that Nirvana had sliced it in two, so it was now just scrap. Fortunately, Ling Boyu's spatial ring was still intact. Xia Fei had been very envious when he saw how the man had been swapping out soul weapon after soul weapon during their fight. Though Xia Fei had snatched 15 fiend soul weapons from Yuntian's store, those were only at founder grade. Everything Ling Boyu had on him was at annihilator grade and above. Aside from soul weapons, Xia Fei also found Ling Boyu's communicator, which was Bixia Orb. It did not look any different from the one Xia Fei owned, almost as if all annihilator warriors used one as their personal communicator. Turning on the screen, Xia Fei carefully examined Ling Boyu's communication records and memorized them all. Xia Fei was a speedster, so of course his actions were all done very quickly. It took just over a minute for Xia Fei to finish inspecting everything Ling Boyu had on him. After wiping away all the records, Xia Fei smiled and lit a cigarette as he waited for Souza to arrive. To think Ling Boyu would have 11 annihilator-grade soul weapons. Looks like you've struck it rich this time. Radix chortled. Xia Fei waved his hand dismissively and softly corrected him, it was 14. Remember, I snatched 3 soul weapons off Ling Boyu before he died. That was about when the spatial gate abruptly opened, and Souza quickly hurried over with a handful of his men. Seeing the scene in front of his eyes unnerved Souza greatly. There was a huge fissure across the very land. It had sundered the fiend city in two, and half the planet seemed to have been destroyed as well. This was proof of just how terrible the fight must have been. Meanwhile, Ling Boyu only had his broken war armor on him and nothing else. You did all this? Souza gasped in shock. Xia Fei did not deny it, giving him a slight nod. Souza was stunned. He pointed to the ruined city, and all that, too. Yes, Xia Fei was straightforward with his answer. He was a very unique mix of both the unrestricted soul spirit mark and fiend legacy techniques. There was no point in him trying to conceal the truth, so he might as well just admit to it. Souza did a simple examination of Ling Boyu's damaged war armor and whispered a few words into the ear of one of his men. They proceeded to carefully begin a very close inspection of the damage to the city. Strangely enough, it seemed Souza did not care about the death of the dragoon, but was actually more concerned about the broken winged Sky Devil's tomb. Chapter 1257, Destroying the 4 Great Sky Devil's Cenotaphs. Souza was far more concerned with the broken winged Sky Devil's tomb. Xia Fei watched as the blue blood gingerly approached the site, his blue face inscrutable. Xia Fei found this hilarious. The Sky Devil tomb was no longer as mysterious as before. Xia Fei had even managed to obtain the Sky Devil's plated armor, and it was only the large bat-like creature escaping from the coffin at the last second that puzzled Xia Fei. Fortunately, it seemed like that thing was not too much of a threat and did not attempt to attack Xia Fei as it flew off. An idea came to him, and Xia Fei intentionally pulverized a piece of rock beneath his foot suddenly. The sound of the crumbling rock was also heard by Souza, who immediately ran off as fast as he could. Xia Fei almost thought he saw the sparse hairs on his head standing on end. Seeing how flustered Souza became, he could not help but laugh. However, he had always been a decent actor, so he suppressed his urge and instead looked as if he suddenly realized something. Oh yeah! I suddenly recalled something. Originally, there was no way I could have caused such a huge commotion, but there was a force from the underground that forcefully tore through from beneath the city. Also, I seemed to have sensed something coming out, but I was locked in an intense fight with the Dragoon Ling Boyu, so I could not spare any energy in verifying what happened. By the time I turned my head around, I could not find any trace of the creature. With that said, Xia Fei watched Souza's expression. Sure enough, he immediately turned stern and asked in a low voice, "Are you certain there was something that came out from underground?" Xia Fei shrugged, "Of course I can't be certain. I was locked in an intense battle against Ling Boyu at that time. Honestly, Ling Boyu had also sensed something strange, and that was how I managed to stab him in that brief moment of uneasiness, otherwise there's really no telling who might have made out of that fight with their life intact." Xia Fei was being very humble with his words, but the looks on Souza, as well as the other blue blood warriors, were very strange. An opportunistic thrust at Ling Boyu while he was experiencing a moment of uneasiness. This was a blow that had killed a Devil Shadow Dragoon. Ever since the New Hero Alliance had planned to revive the Devil Shadow Dragoon division until now, just how many men had they recruited over all those years? They were warriors that might not be called the strongest, but they would at least have their own uniqueness that made them powerhouses. Ling Boyu was a weapon master, at the forefront of soul weaponry research. He enjoyed executing combination attacks with all sorts of weapons, similar to how Xia Fei fought. That was the reason why he had the qualifications to be promoted and became a Devil Shadow Dragoon. How could these people not be shocked after hearing how Xia Fei had so simply slain Ling Boyu with a thrust, just like that? To so easily kill a dragoon and ruin half a planet along with him, as well as the city and the Broken Wing Sky Devil's cenotaph. In any case, no one was present when it happened, so who knew exactly what Xia Fei had done? Pursing his lips, Souza let out a bitter laugh as he backed off from the ruins and woefully remarked, "There are a total of 4 Sky Devil cenotaphs. With the Broken Wing Sky Devils ruined, I worry if there will be any unexpected changes happening to the other 3 tombs." Xia Fei was startled. Souza actually associated this incident with the other 3 tombs. Xia Fei knew that there were also heirlooms left behind in the other 3 Sky Devil tombs, and had already begun making his plans. He wanted to bring along Zumi, someone well versed with the Sky Devils, to take a look for himself. The reason Xia Fei had been unwilling to kill him off was completely in consideration of that fact. But now that Souza had thought to connect this to the other forgotten tombs, Xia Fei was very worried. Xia Fei had already personally experienced the prowess of Flying Eagle Plume, and there was no way he would be satisfied until he acquired the other 3 heirlooms as well. "Why don't we go and take a look, seeing as how this place is already in such a state now?" Xia Fei suggested. He was hoping he could accompany Souza, and later find the chance to strike. Souza shook his head, looking at Xia Fei meaningfully as he said, "This matter is far larger than you think. The patriarch of our Tsadin clan is already on his way, and will likely arrive as we have this conversation. We should just wait for him to come and see what he thinks." Xia Fei nodded helplessly and lit himself a cigarette, waiting there with Souza. The burly Roderick soon arrived in a rush. His physique was definitely considered muscular and well built among the blue bloods, something Xia Fei finally understood after meeting so many blue bloods. They were on average only 5 feet tall. Roderick very quickly learned what had happened here, and repeatedly questioned Xia Fei. That was mainly because he found the idea that Xia Fei had managed to kill Ling Boyu to be extremely peculiar. He had no idea just how Xia Fei accomplished that. Xia Fei did what he did best and acted dumb, so that no matter how the conversation went, the conclusion was just the very safe one from before. Ling Boyu was distracted and took a fatal blow from Xia Fei. He was very obviously making up lies that could only fool children, but no one could refute him. There was no other witnesses aside from Xia Fei, and if he pretended to be dumb and deaf, there was nothing Roderick could do about it. That was not to mention that the witness in question possessed an abnormal level of cunning, too. Shaking his head, Roderick sighed. Honestly speaking, Xia Fei had already prepared himself for a more forceful confrontation from the Tsadin clan's patriarch. Xia Fei was unwilling to part with the soul weapons that Ling Boyu had on him, and the Sky Devil plated armor, Flying Eagle Plume, was even more now Xia Fei's secret. But it looked like Roderick was only intent on doing a cursory questioning and did not press him on the matter, showing an entreating display of patience towards Xia Fei. There's a traitor in the midst of the Devil Shadow Dragoons. We definitely need to investigate this matter, but right now, I want to go take a look at the other 3 Sky Devil tombs, Roderick rumbled. Xia Fei mused, what about the Cebu clan? They are also very suspicious, actually helping the dark spiritualists fence their stolen goods. Roderick patted Xia Fei on his shoulder and said in a small voice, I won't hide this from you, but Yuntian is dead. Mary from our Tsadin clan was also found dead. Are you only going to let this go after killing everyone involved? I'm already in a difficult position now that something is happening with the Devil Shadow Dragoons, so why drag the Cebu clan into this as well? Xia Fei shrugged and replied, matching his volume, when it comes to enemies, the more thorough I am with them, the better. However, since you're the one requesting it, I shall also pretend to have seen nothing. Roderick chuckled bitterly, so you're saying I'm in your debt today? What do you think? Xia Fei smirked craftily. Roderick suddenly realized that he had sought out the wrong person when he sent Xia Fei to investigate the secret dealings being made. He had forgotten about Xia Fei's habit of looking for trouble. Everything had originally been very simple. Roderick wanted to avoid suspicions, and was unwilling to let the humans that he disliked so much intervene. He had turned to Xia Fei, given how he was also a neophyte Devil Shadow Dragoon and that they had once met by chance, he thought it would be much better to have Xia Fei do the job, rather than those humans sticking their hands in where they were unwanted. It was too bad then wherever Xia Fei was mobilized, the trouble would only worsen. The Cebu clan was definitely finished. There was no one who would protect them once they were dragged into a big case like this, and that would not be considered a loss for Roderick. The Cebu clan's allegiance was always to their race, and there was not too much of a relationship between Cebu and Tsadin. There was nothing the Blue Bloods would do when it came to internal conflicts like this. But what Xia Fei had uncovered was not the Cebu clan, but the Devil Shadow Dragoons. Ling Boyu was dead. He was currently posted with the Tsadin, and he might not be the only person from the Devil Shadow Dragoons involved with this matter. That day on Spirit Mountain, there were 4 dragoons that had come to the aid of Shu Yuhi and those dark spiritualists. Even in Roderick's wildest dream did he imagine that they were from Devil Shadow, their own people. After all that searching, the outcome of his investigations actually ended up pointing back to himself. There was no need to mention just how depressed Roderick was when he learned all this. To put it mildly, the Devil Shadow Dragoons were bound to be harshly interrogated, and they might even end up being cleansed. The likelihood of the Blue Blood Tsadin clan continuing to manage this division would probably be 0 when that happened. In the worst case scenario, the Tsadin clan might even end up becoming the scapegoat for all this. In the power struggle between those higher-ups, the stakes when making even the slightest mistake could mean losing it all, since those so-called major figures were extremely heartless. Aside from leaving some men to guard the place, Roderick had mentioned that he wanted to go take a look at the other 3 tombs, and Xia Fei chuckled, these Sky Devil tombs are rather strange places, I would like to join you and visit them. Unexpectedly, Roderick was not against the idea and swept his hand grandly, let's go. One of the 4 big cities of the Fiend race, the cenotaph of the Gale Sky Devil, the medicinal cauldron prince. Arriving at its location, everyone was dumbfounded, for the place was actually in a state of even more severe destruction than the broken wing Sky Devils. There was a glaring fracture, with the medicinal cauldron prince's tomb as the epicenter, that had cut through the entire planet. Is this a tear? Radix exclaimed. Tears and fissures were 2 completely different things. This particular gash was very clearly created by both external and internal forces. If there was something that was trying to escape, it could not create such a huge disturbance alone, so it clearly showed the great resentment of the thing that had been trapped there. With a belly of fire, it had vented it all out in its escape, and in doing so created the terrifying scene that they could see before their eyes. Roderick suddenly shook his head and turned to look at Xia Fei, who was stunned. He instantly understood that now even Roderick felt that what had happened in the Broken Wing Sky Devil's tomb was not Xia Fei's doing. This was good, too, as it would spare Xia Fei from needing to explain himself. No one would learn that Xia Fei had managed to completely master the law of primal chaos, and that suited Xia Fei fine. Since the Gale Sky Devil cenotaph had already been wrecked, what they needed to do next was search for clues. Xia Fei volunteered yet again, and Roderick did not reject him yet again. Whoosh! Xia Fei was a speedster and the first one to rush in. Having entered the tomb of the broken wing sky devil, Xia Fei was very familiar with this place, since its configuration of this cenotaph was exactly the same as broken wing sky devil's. There was no sign of the medicinal cauldron prince metallic scroll inside the burial chamber, but there was also a metal coffin that had been broken laying beneath the chamber. The thing inside had also broken out, or perhaps it had been destroyed along with the tomb. Just what exactly are they? Xia Fei returned back to the meeting point, very disappointed. The other teams had also returned, and none of them had uncovered anything. They visited the other two Sky Devil tombs soon after, and their situation was the same as they had seen at the medicinal cauldron prince's cenotaph. Xia Fei's suspicions deepened. Could the four great Sky Devils have left behind some creature, aside from the treasure buried in their tombs? Where were the treasures, anyway? Could that bat-like creature have taken them away? And if it did, where did it bring them to? Roderick heaved a sigh. Everything happens for a reason. The destruction of these Sky Devil cenotaphs are for the best. At the very least, these locations will no longer be barred from entry. Xia Fei knew that Roderick was being self-depreciating. Since such a major incident had occurred, there was no way for him to escape implication, so he was a little self-defeated. Sending everyone else back, Roderick had Xia Fei remain, seemingly wanting to speak to him about something. Xia Fei smiled, "Feel free to give your orders, elder." Roderick frowned, "How do you know I have something to ask of you?" Xia Fei shrugged, "Ling Boyu is dead, and you plan to look into the matter. I'm very interested in these Sky Devil cenotaphs, and you allowed me to join in this investigation. Doesn't all that point toward you wanting my aid with something?" Roderick knew Xia Fei had a very analytical mind and that there was no detail that would escape his eyes. Thus he did not bother to argue with Xia Fei, especially since he was unlikely to win, anyway. "Indeed, I do have something to ask of you. I recall that Fukin's brain region was sealed, and it was you who did an emergency spiritual energy penetration at the last minute. It's quite rare to see someone with such capabilities," Roderick replied slowly, observing Xia Fei's reaction. Chapter 1258, Rainbow Glass. Xia Fei sighed. "Unfortunately, I am still unable to completely cure Fukin." Roderick hurriedly corrected him, "You can't say that. Though you failed to heal the seal on Fukin's brain region, you managed to save his life through your actions. A sealed brain region is a terminal debilitation, and what you managed to achieve is already amazing. There's probably less than a handful of spiritualists of healing with high status in the Annihilation universe who might be able to replicate the feat you pulled off." Actually, Xia Fei had only revealed half of the truth. There was definitely no way Xia Fei could heal Fukin had he not previously obtained the mysterious gastronomy treatment manual, Serpent Swallowing Whale. Now that Xia Fei had mastered both healing and Serpent Swallowing Whale, he was at least 90% confident that he could treat Fukin's ailment. But even Xia Fei himself was not aware that were it not for the initial primer that his healing spirit energy had provided, even if Fukin had consumed a divine beast that could heal the soul, he might not have been able to make a recovery. Only when the two ultimate recovery skills of his healing powers and the Serpent Swallowing Whale worked in tandem was it possible to maximize the effect of the treatment. There was a pause before Roderick continued, "I have an old friend who has succumbed to a very strange illness, and it worries me quite a lot. That is why I was wondering if you were willing to take a look, and see if you are able to do your best and treat him." Xia Fei did not even spare a moment to mull over this offer as he shook his head, "I should be able to comply with this request of yours, but right now the Alpha universe is in turmoil, and the dark spiritualists are making waves as we speak. I've crossed swords with them quite a few times during this time, and I'm watching as these dark spiritualists become even more brazen as the days go by. There's no way I could stay too far away from my comrades, so it's best if we wait until this matter with the dark spiritualists has been managed before we talk about this any further." Xia Fei was speaking the truth. Whether it was the Skywings or the Ororenes, they both needed Xia Fei's assistance. Besides, Xia Fei was once a businessman, and he had a few tricks up his sleeves when it came to haggling. If Xia Fei were to agree to Roderick's request immediately, then he would have made a big mistake as a businessman. Price rises when demand goes up, and there was no way Xia Fei would act so easily if there was insufficient benefit for him to do so. Roderick chuckled helplessly. He could of course tell that Xia Fei was looking to discuss conditions, which was why he offered, as the patriarch of the Tsadan clan, "I'm still fairly capable. As long as you agree to make a trip out to the Rainbow Glass universe, I guarantee your people will be kept much safer than when you're around. What the dark spiritualists want the most is your life, and staying here with your people would easily make them worry for you. It's best if you use this period of time to travel about, while I send the Iron Guards from my clan to protect your people. What Roderick said made sense. Xia Fei would indeed be easily ambushed if he remained with the Skywings. It was too bad that Xia Fei had always been a falcon that would not act without first seeing the hare. This was a level of commitment that Xia Fei could not completely ignore. The Aurora clan and the Skywing clan, each will have a team of my Destiny Dragoons attached to them. That should keep your mind at ease, right? Roderick bit the bullet and made his offer when he saw Xia Fei hesitate. Xia Fei was taken aback. This was a grand gesture on Roderick's part. 2 teams of Destiny Dragoons? That was the most powerful fighting force from the Blue Bloods, and having them protect the Skywings and Aurorans was more than enough. Contemplating further, Xia Fei sighed, Elder, it is not like you are unaware, but while I do have a bit of skill when it comes to spiritual healing, this is something that consumes a lot of energy, and I'm just a spiritualist from the Alpha universe. With my lowly stature, how much energy could I muster? Even if I were to promise you my aid today, I'm afraid I won't have that much spirit energy to help your old friend. Roderick suddenly felt the strong desire to beat Xia Fei up. Others might be unaware, but he knew clearer than anyone else that Xia Fei's 7th brain region had more than 6,000 standard units of spiritual energy stored inside. Even an official dragoon from the Annihilation universe might not have a greater store of energy than Xia Fei here. Xia Fei might very well be the 2nd richest individual out here in Alpha universe, if not the 1st. He clearly had a lot of energy, yet he was trying to bemoan his poverty. Xia Fei's insatiable greed was really on full display here. Continue reading on MYB0XN0VEL.com. The wrinkles on his face relaxed. Roderick could tell that there was no way he could impel Xia Fei to act without paying a high price, so he very emphatically stated, energy is no problem. I'll first get someone to prepare 10,000 standard units for you, feel free to contact me after if that's not enough. On top of that, this friend of mine who needs your help is very affluent, too. As expected of someone from the Annihilation universe, Roderick could be very generous when he wanted to be. Xia Fei nodded then, agreeing to Roderick's request to make a trip out to Rainbow Glass Universe. Right now, Xia Fei was in the middle of leveling, and he was using upward of 200 standard units of spirit energy every day. Such an insane rate of expenditure was forcing Xia Fei to keep earning money. All right, I'll immediately get men to escort you to Rainbow Glass, Roderick said with a sigh of relief. Xia Fei shook his head, not just yet. I need to make a trip back to Skywing first. There are still some things that I need to deal with now. Roderick was slightly surprised, but instantly called Souza over, somewhat displeased as he instructed, Xia Fei is going on a trip, somewhere really far. You'll send him off. Whoosh. In only one day, Xia Fei made it back from the undercurrent to the Lorelm fortress located at the fringe of the Alpha universe. It was no wonder Roderick had Souza escort Xia Fei. It turned out that the Alpha universe actually had a super teleportation device, one able to rapidly send one person or an entire ship to their destination. It was just that such a teleportation device was not controlled by the Alpha universe, almost as if the Annihilation universe had intentionally kept it a secret to limit the Alpha universe. With Souza traveling along with him, Xia Fei was able to use these secret channels, and very quickly made his way home. He gathered the Skywing Wolf Pack into the meeting room and addressed them with a smile, this time I've brought some very fun toys for you all. Xia Guanghai shouted, if these are loot you've seized, then just tell that to us straight. We're all family here, and no one will be embarrassed if this was seized. It'll only be embarrassing if you failed to do so. The Skywing Wolf Pack broke out into laughter. Strictly speaking, these soul weapons that Xia Fei had obtained were indeed seized loot, and they were obtained from the hands of a dragoon. Xia Fei took the soul weapons out, and the Skywing Wolf Pack members were all immediately stunned. That was because there were 10 Annihilator-grade soul weapons in the pile. In the Alpha universe, it was already a rare sight to find Founder-grade soul weapons, let alone those at Annihilator grade. The equipment that the Skywing clan had now would definitely rank them first in this universe. These are not just Annihilator-grade soul weapons, but they are also authentic Fiend soul weapons. But all of you must remember, Fiend soul weapons are taboo, so you mustn't use these unless absolutely necessary, Xia Fei explained solemnly. Xia Fei was an evil shadow dragoon, and it was only natural for him to be seen using Fiend soul weapons. But if the Skywing clan were to go about recklessly attacking people with Fiend soul weapons and the higher-ups were to find out about it, the entire matter would surely be trouble. That was why Xia Fei listed out all the Fiend soul weapons individually, making them the hidden trump cards for the clan. This was a habit of Xia Fei's, and he had passed it on to his clan. The Skywing wolf pack would of course not care what was fiend and what was not fiend, but they were very willing to listen to Xia Fei. Everyone knew that Xia Fei always had plenty of problems, and if they were to randomly use these soul weapons, it would be Xia Fei who would bear the brunt of the trouble. The Skywing wolf pack were very excited. As they examined the soul weapons that Xia Fei had brought them, Xia Fei took Grand Ancestor Xia Gukin to one side and handed the container Zumi was into him. Perhaps it was because Xia Fei had struck him a bit too hard, but even after almost 48 hours, Zumi was still unconscious. What is this? Xia Gukin was shocked. He had not met a blue blood before, and was very curious. He is a blue blood spiritualist. Keep him alive because I have a use for him. I'm about to travel to the Rainbow Glass Universe, which is why I have to bother you to keep an eye on him. See if he could be of use to us, Xia Fei informed him. Xia Gukin nodded, rest easy. I usually have a very good eye for people. If this person harbors ill intent, I'll immediately have him killed and he won't even greet you. Xia Fei agreed to this plan, and the Grand Ancestor patted Xia Fei on his shoulder. You're in too much of a rush, leaving so soon after just coming back. Why don't you head on back and see Avril for a bit? It's been almost a year, and the two of you have barely spent 3 days together. I'm still waiting to meet my grandson. You're a speedster, and everything you do is fast, so why are you so slow when it comes to this matter? Xia Fei was speechless for a good while before jokingly saying, that isn't the sort of thing that one should be fast at. Avril wouldn't be able to take it if I was too fast. Clap. The joke had the Grand Ancestor bursting into laughter. He playfully punched Xia Fei on his shoulder. What I'm referring to is having a child, who's interested in talking about that sort of thing. Thinking back to my younger days, I was known to be a speed control expert. Cough. Radix was nearly rolling on the floor with laughter. How could this ancestor and descendant pair be chatting idly about such a topic? Returning to the lore realm from the Alpha universe was very convenient. Xia Fei only needed to pass through the cosmic gate and then use the spatial traversal array, which did not take more than a dozen or so minutes. However, Xia Fei still found it difficult to find the time to do just that, despite how little time it took. Sunset Villa. The moment Xia Fei returned, Pod and Xiao Yu came crowding in on him. Pod hurried off to prepare Xia Fei's favorite fried paste noodles, while Xiao Yu asked somewhat whiningly, Big brother Xia Fei, how many days will you be staying this time? Xia Fei was somewhat embarrassed. Avril was pretending to be unconcerned, but he could tell that she had pricked her ears up to eavesdrop on his answer. Xia Fei bit the bullet and replied, I'll be leaving tomorrow. Xiao Yu had always been very obedient, but even she could not help but angrily complain, you just come and go like this every time. Big sister Avril is always worrying about you. I know, Xia Fei said as he reached for a cigarette. If you know that, then why are you always never home, and always leaving the moment you're back? Xiao Yu lamented while Avril lowered her head. Xia Fei's gaze was complex as he softly replied, actually, I know home is the best. I, too, wish I could just stay at home, but there are some things that ultimately need doing, so unless there comes a day where I'm able to be certain that there's no one in this world that would seek to threaten me and the people I care about, I'll always be on the road. Actually, both Xiao Yu and Avril understand Xia Fei's thinking. Some people were destined to be restless, and Xia Fei was one such person. That was also what attracted Avril to Xia Fei. If Xia Fei were to only know how to laze idly from morning to night, that was definitely nothing good, either. It was why the nagging was nothing more than the fragmented thoughts of the women, and was understandable. Very soon, Xia Fei began telling stories. Xiao Yu, Avril, and Pod surrounded him and listened intently, and even the robot Pod could not help but scream whenever the stories got to the thrilling bits. Honestly speaking, Xia Fei was really capable at this, and he was always able to cheer up the two ladies. Unfortunately, the happy times were short-lived, and on the morning of the next day, Xia Fei departed quietly, as always. After meeting up with Soza, who had been waiting for him, Xia Fei took his first step into the lower 5 stars, heading for the Rainbow Glass Universe. Chapter 1259, Xiu Jian. Rainbow Glass Universe, one of the 5 lower universes. The celestial bodies in this universe were a beautiful spectrum of colors, looking very much like the rainbow spectrum when passing through glass, hence the name. Silver Spectre appeared in a timely fashion. Behind it was another ship, a Blue Blood clan warship that was carrying Soza. We only used 5 hours for this trip, Xia Fei had established communications with Souza, and said after glancing at his watch, "I really don't understand. Since Alpha already has such a convenient spatial array in place, why has it not been made available for public use? It seems like there are secrets everywhere in this universe." Souza thought nothing of it. The Alpha universe is very chaotic. You humans have this innate nature to kill one another. The moment this spatial array is put into use, the speed of wars occurring would increase several-fold. Right now, due to the lack of this spatial array, when a significant force makes an attempt to attack another force, they have to take a long voyage through space. As such, there will be enough time for the Gemini stars to investigate the truth, and prevent matters from descending into an uncontrollable situation. Xia Fei lit a cigarette. So it turned out the Annihilation Universe had considered this point, and made it such that Alpha Universe was the only universe that lacked the existence of a spatial traversal array. Mulling over things, Xia Fei agreed it was the sensible thing to do. The moment the spatial array became public, those dark spiritualists would most definitely begin killing all over the place. Relying on warship speed as a manner of transportation greatly decreased the amount of trouble that the dark spiritualists could cause. "Where are we off to next?" Xia Fei asked Souza. Souza shook his head. "No, it'll just be you, not us. This time, you'll be going on your own. I'll instruct my man to send you the coordinates right now, as well as a star map of rainbow glass, with the location of jump gates." Xia Fei silently nodded. After Souza sent Xia Fei the information he needed, he bade farewell and departed. Watching the warship leave, Radix grew curious. Strange. It's clear how concerned Roderick was about this matter, so why would he not send someone to take action with you? Could he be wanting to help his friend in secret, but did not want him to know about his involvement? Xia Fei puffed out a smoke ring and stated calmly, "Radix, when will you change that habit of being kind-hearted? It seems like this patient might be in a dire state of health, but Roderick doesn't believe I can really cure them. In fact, there might even be the possibility for the patient to die during the process of the treatment. That is why Roderick only asked for me to give it a shot. If I succeed in healing the patient, he will surely take credit. But if the patient were to die from the treatment, he would immediately distance himself from me so as to avoid being implicated. In such a situation, the smartest choice would be for me to find my own way to their door under his name, so he could easily capitalize on either outcome." Radix was startled, muttering to himself, "How vicious. Looks like this Roderick isn't really a good person, either." Xia Fei thought otherwise. There has never been a good person in this world. Then what do we do? Radix asked anxiously. Despite the fact that he was many years older than Xia Fei, he was actually very naive. The moment Xia Fei mentioned that Roderick was playing them, he grew extremely nervous. His gaze fixed ahead, Xia Fei's lips curled into that smirk of his. He shook the box that Souza had just handed to him and softly mused, "Well, isn't it obvious? Since I've already received the 10,000 standard units of spirit energy, I've never promised that I'll do anything." Radix realized something big. Xia Fei was indeed holding onto the energy transference device that the Annihilation Universe used. Given how spirit energy and soul energy were both currencies there, they had many different types of devices that allowed spirit energy to be easily transferred about. Now that Xia Fei had already obtained what he needed, all that was left was to just go through the motions of trying. The Rainbow Glass universe was different from Undercurrent. This place utilized universal jump gates to traverse space, and even Xia Fei's Silver Spectre could easily pass through them. He did not have to spend much time transitioning through the various jump gates before arriving at his destination. It was a planet called Snake's Kiss. The Rainbow Glass universe was a standard universe that had plenty of races all living together, similar to the situation in the Lore realm. No sapient race had established themselves as the majority, which was evident from the mess of different warships that were docked on Snake's Kiss. Silver Spectre hardly looked conspicuous among the variety of hull designs. The designated location for his rendezvous was a large mansion located in the city center. Xia Fei immediately went up and knocked on the door, handing over the letter that Roderick had prepared for him. The moment the guard posted at the gate saw Roderick's name, he hurriedly reported this to his superiors, while at the same time inviting Xia Fei into the compound with a show of utmost courtesy. "Looks like this doesn't seem to be some large family, they look very ordinary." Radix shook his head, perplexed. Anyone that could form ties with the patriarch of the Tsadin clan and make Roderick spare no expense to invite Xia Fei over had to be at least someone of similar caliber to him. While this mansion appeared to be very luxurious, it was still nothing compared to the Aurora clan in Radix's eyes, and it was only natural for him to be somewhat skeptical. Never judge a book by its cover, Xia Fei replied as he lit a cigarette. The size of the compound doesn't matter. What matters is who lives inside. Radix nodded, agreeing that Xia Fei's words made sense. Xia Fei and Radix did proceed deeper into the compound and stood by the entrance of the courtyard to smoke. That was when the rather lavishly decorated gate opened, and a twin-engine hovercar drove inside. Xia Fei instinctively dodged to the side. The angle and speed were all perfectly calculated in Xia Fei's mind. An expert speedster like him was more than capable of adjusting himself by a millimeter, and would never accidentally make it too. But this hovercar was moving at a very high speed, and it totally did not care if there were still people standing by the entrance to the courtyard. Its twin engines roared and there was even a shrill feminine screech coming from within the car. A good dog doesn't get in the way, and death will be all that awaits one that stands in my way. There was no one else around, so the woman had to be referring to Xia Fei. Vroom! That twin-engine hovercar edged near Xia Fei and roared past. Though Xia Fei was in complete control of the situation, Xia Fei nevertheless furrowed his eyebrows when he was confronted with the display of reckless driving. After the car drove away deeper into the compound, Radix asked curiously, "Given your temper, you ought to have torn that car in half after what happened. Why did you show restraint this time?" Xia Fei chuckled lightly, "There's no need for me to get my hands dirty, just a word from me and that woman won't live for very long." Soon, a servant came to lead Xia Fei into a solitary 3-story house in the compound. An elderly individual came to greet him from afar, grasping Xia Fei's hand warmly as he said, "You must be Xia Fei, right? The one Roderick sent." Xia Fei nodded and examined the elder closely. He had quite a gentlemanly appearance, and were it not for the wisp of beard on his chin, he could very easily pass for a middle-aged man. His skin was so pale that it was somewhat unnatural and would likely be the envy of many women out there, especially given how well maintained it looked. His cheeks flushed in a healthy pink. Aside from that elder, there was also another chubby dark face upstairs. After seeing how warmly the elder had treated Xia Fei, this person harumphed coldly and took a sip of the teacup in his hand, and refused to spare them another look. "My name is Xiu Jian, the owner of this place. Treat this place like it's your own home, and definitely do not stand on ceremony with me. Come, let's head upstairs and have a seat," Xiu Jian said as he took Xia Fei's hand into his arm and led him upstairs. Xiu Jian did not put on airs. There were hardly any servants around along the way. The owner Xiu Jian was quite a polite and kind old man, and his welcome made Xia Fei temporarily forget quite a bit of the unhappiness he had felt with the incident by the gate. There were only 3 people upstairs. Aside from Xia Fei and Xiu Jian, there was that chubby man who appeared to be middle-aged. His head was covered in rolls of fat and he looked physically weak, but Xia Fei could tell in a glance that he was a spiritualist as well, from a lineage that detested fighting. Xiu Jian had no servants serving him, so the elder personally served tea to both Xia Fei and the chubby man before addressing them both. "Come, let me introduce you two to one another. This here is a great spiritualist from the Annihilation Universe, Huo Ying, and this young man is Xia Fei. I asked Roderick to introduce me to a capable spiritualist, so I believe brother Xia Fei is a spiritualist, too." Xia Fei laughed, "Elder, I am indeed a spiritualist, but I wouldn't call myself outstanding. I am only at 6 soul marks." Upon hearing Xia Fei only had 6 soul marks, the spiritualist that went by the name of Huo Ying let out a cold scoff. Xiu Jian was put in a somewhat awkward spot, as he hurriedly said, "Young and promising, Xia Fei is a young man who shows great promise. For Roderick to send you to me just goes to show that you must be something extraordinary in the ways of spiritual healing." Xiu Jian chatted with Xia Fei and Huo Ying about trivial domestic matters, prompting Huo Ying to somewhat impatiently interject, "Mr. Xiu, let's skip the niceties and get down to business. I had been entrusted by others this time to have a look at the illness your family's Xiu Yi is suffering from, so why don't we start right away? I still have many things I need to attend to back in Annihilation, unlike some people who can spend time idling by." Huo Ying intentionally placed emphasis on his words when he said annihilation and idling by. He was clearly directing them towards Xia Fei. Who knew what gunpowder the man had eaten for him to express such displeasure towards Xia Fei right from the get-go? The moment Xiu Jian noticed the atmosphere growing awkward, he quickly said, "Okay, since Master Huo and brother Xia Fei have both arrived at the same time, we have ourselves a rare opportunity in our hands. Let me call my granddaughter out and consult the 2 eminent spiritualists." Consultation in this context was for 2 or more doctors to examine the patient, so they could all discuss their diagnosis. Though Xia Fei and Huoying were both spiritualists, being a spiritualist of healing was not too different from being a doctor. Both would treat their patients in a bid to save their lives, and so calling it a consultation was fairly appropriate. But no one expected Huoying to become even angrier upon hearing this, muttering under his breath, "Forget about a consultation, I'm not risking letting someone else steal my skills." Zing! The eyes of Xia Fei glowed, and Huoying felt a chill run down his spine. This man had belittled Xia Fei because of the status he held, without even realizing that Xia Fei was actually a very ruthless man, and a warrior on top of being a spiritualist. The atmosphere was heavy. Xia Fei was already wondering if he should just kill this detestable person, when he heard a girl's voice cry out from behind him, "Grandfather, what swindlers have you found this time? They are all just trying to trick you of your money. Don't believe them." Well, this one was even more amazing, instantly calling both spiritualists, Xia Fei and Huoying together, swindlers in one go. Xia Fei turned around to look and his anger immediately dissipated. Standing there was a scrawny little girl about 11 or 12 years old, with her hair tied up in a braid. She had a childish look to her, and it was not hard to tell from the color of her face and the energy fluctuation coming from her that she had major problems with her 7th brain region. There was no way of knowing if she would live out the year. Xia Fei could not be bothered to argue with a little girl who looked like she was about to die. Instead, it was Huoying who glared at her ungraciously. "This is my precious granddaughter, Xiu Yi. Yi, you cannot be disrespectful with your words. Quick, come and ask for forgiveness from these two masters," Xiu Jian pressed, a mortified expression on his face. Xiu Yi pouted, pulling out a purple peach from her pocket and began eating as she said dismissively, "Who's going to apologize to them? Anyone who can't cure me of my illness is nothing but a swindler." Before she finished her sentence, Xia Fei suddenly made his move, and slapped the peach right out of Yi Yi's hands. He moved with such swiftness that Xiu Yi had quite the scare from the sudden motion. The color on her face drained, and there was no peach when she bit down, so she ended up biting down on her teeth instead. "You still dare to eat a purple soul peach, despite being in such a state? You must really be tired of living," Xia Fei remarked coldly. Chapter 1260, Harboring an Evil Spirit. Xia Fei acted to swat away the purple soul peach in Xiu Yi's hand, scaring the little girl so that she chomped down from fright, biting hard on her teeth. She glared at Xia Fei, all furious. Xiu Yi was ill-tempered, having been pampered with delicacies and silk clothes since she was young. She had never been treated so poorly before, and was angered by it. Xia Fei somewhat regretted what he had done. Whether Xiu Yi lived or died had nothing to do with him, so was there even a need for him to act so harshly? It was just that Xiu Yi was in a very bad condition. Her scrawny frame and dull eyes clearly indicated that she was barely hanging on to her life with what energy she had left, and was likely close to the point where she would see her short life flash right before her eyes. Eating 3 more purple soul peaches would be enough to kill her. Before Xiu Yi could speak, it was Huoying who interjected, letting out a mirthless laugh. "What do you mean she's sure to die if she eats a purple soul peach? Do you know how much spirit energy needs to be exchanged for just 1 purple soul peach? Miss Yi's body is weak, and her brain region is experiencing a slow erosion. Long-term consumption of the peach would be extremely beneficial to her. Not eating it would only speed up her death." Huoying had despised Xia Fei from the moment he set eyes on him. He was an annihilator-tier spiritualist, someone adept at treating all sorts of spiritual ailments. Meanwhile, how old was Xia Fei? What cultivation did he have? Having Xiu Jian see them as equals made the great spiritualist Huoying very unhappy. Now that Xia Fei had said that Xiu Yi should not eat purple soul peaches, Huoying had of course seized the opportunity to attack him. Xiu Yi blinked. This little girl was actually quite pretty, but it was unfortunate that her illness had taken a toll on her body, so she looked like a child despite already being 13 years old. However, she was no fool and harbored some weird ideas. She kept quiet and was smirking away to watch from one side the moment he saw the two spiritualists start to argue. Xia Fei lit a cigarette and responded coldly, "Purple soul peaches are a precious medicinal ingredient, that is true, and they have the miraculous effect of mending damaged brain regions. However, there's an old saying, deficiency is not to be compensated. Xiu Yi already has a weak constitution, and can barely withstand the powerful energy assaults that come from the purple soul peaches. Continuing to eat the fruit would only backfire, and if my guess is right, Xiu Yi has been consuming plenty of similar supplements, and these were the culprits that had aggravated her ailment." Turning his head around, Xia Fei asked Xiu Yi, every time you finish eating a purple soul peach or food similar to it, do you feel your body temperature rise, and temporary recovery of your strength, but come night when it is time to sleep, you are having nightmares? When you wake up the next day, your limbs are cold, and you're sweating all over. You'd also be weaker than the day before, so you'd feel compelled to eat a purple soul peach again so that you could recover your energy. In the long run, it should have been about 3 years now. Xiu Yi was stunned. The little girl's eyes revealed a hint of suspicion, as if Xia Fei had just torn off her clothes and tossed her naked outside. Actually, Xiu Yi had quite the personality. She had never mentioned these things to anyone, so as to avoid her family worrying about her. She would be fine after eating a purple soul peach in the morning if she felt lethargic when she woke up, so Xiu Yi thought nothing of it. Now that Xia Fei had so accurately analyzed Xiu Yi's symptoms, the girl not only was ungrateful, but was actually rather resentful of Xia Fei. Only gods knew what was in a woman's mind, but Xiu Jian could already see the changes in his granddaughter's eyes, almost as if everything Xia Fei said was true. What nonsense! Huo Ying was livid as he pointed at Xia Fei. How old are you? I've crossed more bridges than the roads you've walked on. Miss Yi, don't listen to this rascal and his nonsense. Your condition requires all these potent supplements in order to have any hope of recovery. The moment you stop, there's no telling what terrible consequences will be in store for you. Xia Fei chuckled coldly and remarked, Master Huo Ying, you must really not get enough of ruining people. Well, just take it as I've said nothing today. The universe will still carry on even with one less soul. It's not my place to stop someone from killing themselves. With that said, Xia Fei got up and made to leave. Xia Fei's attitude was very beguiling. Xiu Kikai could not help but get a sense of unease when she saw the corners of his lips curled up into his trademark smirk, making it seem like he had a sheer disregard for any living being in the world. A pampered young girl that came from a large family like Xiu Yi had never met anyone like Xia Fei, who showed such undisguised indifference toward her fate. It was hard to understand the thoughts of a rebellious young lady. Xiu Yi fixed her stubborn gaze on Xia Fei, and proceeded to pull out a purple soul peach, taking a crunchy bite of the fruit in an act of defiance. Don't! Xiu Jian hurriedly took away the peach Xiu Yi had in her hand, but it was a step too late. By the time he had managed to snatch the peach from her, there was already a neat bite mark left on it. Xiu Jian was essentially desperate for a remedy at this point, so whether what Xia Fei said was true or not, Xiu Jian would rather believe him than not. Besides, Xia Fei had said it with such confidence that Xiu Jian secretly believed in his words. After all, he knew just how many of these medicinal treasures Xiu Yi have consumed over these last few years, and she was still getting skinnier and skinnier with each passing day. What do you mean, don't? Huo Ying pointed at Xiu Jian and asked. Are you trying to endanger the life of your granddaughter? Xiu Jian was put in a difficult spot. He kept trying to smooth over the situation, going so far as to invite Huo Ying back to his seat and personally pour him a cup of tea. Xia Fei suddenly decided not to leave. He sat down back on his chair and watched Xiu Yi from afar. Everyone saw as the little girl's face became paler with each passing second. She lifted a hand to clutch her chest, as fine beads of sweat slowly trickled down her face. She's actually enduring it, Xia Fei thought to himself in surprise. He could tell how much pain Xiu Yi was in, but it was as if she had been possessed, forcibly keeping herself standing upright. Her stubborn eyes were very similar to the look Xia Fei had when he was fighting for his survival, and Xia Fei even discovered something shocking from Xiu Yi. Let's see how long you can last, Xia Fei wondered silently. Xiu Jian was still fawning over Huo Ying with flattery, oblivious to the intense pain that his granddaughter was currently experiencing. Xia Fei's desire for schadenfreude turned to sympathy. Under normal circumstances, Xia Fei would not care about a stranger living or dying, as he only cared about himself. But Xiu Yi's display of stubbornness and tenacity was far greater than Xia Fei had prepared himself to witness. A little girl of only 13, terminally ill, but still choosing to hang on for her dear life, persisting by her sheer will to live, refusing to submit. Why bother? Xia Fei shook his head and wondered. Thud. Finally, Xiu Yi could no longer keep herself upright any longer. Her eyes darkened, and she collapsed to the ground. The sound of her frail and skinny body dropping down to the ground only made a light thud. Yi! Xiu Jian had a fright. He ran over and held her in his arms, shaking her repeatedly. He cried out for his men to come help, his face as white as a sheet. Meanwhile, Huo Ying was just frozen there, absolutely floored. By his conjecture, this should definitely have not happened. Xiu Yi collapsed after taking one bite of the purple soul peach. Could the situation really have deteriorated to the stage that Xia Fei had previously described? Was he really the one who had harmed Xiu Yi? He saw Xia Fei shake his head, get up, and pull out a small soul weapon from his spatial ring, making his way to Xiu Yi's side and placing it squarely in her embrace, close to her body. Something amazing happened. Only a handful of seconds passed, and color began to return to Xiu Yi's face. Even her breathing eased. Xiu Jian looked at Xia Fei, then turned to Xiu Yi. It was almost as if he instantly understood something, and nearly burst into tears there and then. It was at this moment that Huo Yi leaped to his feet once more and pointed at Xia Fei with an accusatory tone, "Oh look! You have angered Miss Yi so greatly. She could originally be saved, but now she's doomed. You're the one who has caused the death of this poor young lady." This was what it meant to make unfounded countercharges. Normally, it would be Xia Fei who would attempt this on his enemy, but today, it was instead Huo Ying who had used this method to deal with him. Squelch! Whipping out his sword before anyone could even make sense of what had happened, Xia Fei instantly slew Huo Ying with his fiendish blade Nirvana. That was the third time. Xia Fei said to himself, sheathing Nirvana. Xiu Jian was completely shocked. A spiritualist from the Annihilation universe was crushed by Xia Fei like he was just an insignificant ant. Xia Fei lit a cigarette and explained, "I originally wanted to kill him after we left, but he provoked me thrice and that was my bottom line. No matter who he was, he must die." Provoking Xia Fei thrice meant death? Xiu Jian showed a weird face, but he was not concerned with Huo Ying's death right now. What mattered the most to him was his own granddaughter. Nirvana left no trace, and Huo Ying had been drained until nothing of him remained. Meanwhile, collecting the loot left behind was a good habit of Xia Fei's, which was why the guest room looked no different from just before, aside from there being one less annihilator spiritualist in it. He had his men send Xiu Yi back to her room. With Xia Fei's healing soul weapon, though it was unable to cure what ailed her, it at least helped Xiu Yi not suffer as badly, and in a while, she actually managed to fall asleep. Xiu Jian could not rest easy at all. He invited Xia Fei to the courtyard and asked him in a low voice, "Master Spiritualist, do you think Yi's illness is curable?" Xia Fei gave the matter some thought, "It's hard to tell right now. Let me ask you. When was the first time Xiu Yi got sick? 3 years ago. Did she go anywhere 3 years ago?" Xia Fei asked further. Xiu Jian had not expected Xia Fei to ask such a question and was slightly taken aback by it. There was hesitation in his eyes. "If I'm not mistaken, it's impossible for your daughter's illness to have happened 3 years ago. This is the first time you've lied to me, so you better think carefully right now. Tell me the truth, and I might just be able to save Xiu Yi. But if you don't tell me, your granddaughter won't live out this month," Xia Fei said calmly. "Also, if you lie to me a second time, I'll tell you." Xiu Jian looked around to make certain there was no one around before speaking in hushed tones, "Actually, Yi was sick from the moment she was born. The location he was born at was an ancient site of battle during the Hero Alliance's Great War. Back then, my son and daughter-in-law were exploring the place when they found themselves trapped for no apparent reason. By the time they returned, a year had already passed, and they came back carrying Xiu Yi. Not long after, both of Xiu Yi's parents died, and the not even 1-year-old Xiu Yi became more and more irascible. I invited a spiritualist friend to take a look, and that was when I learned about this problem with her body." Hearing Xiu Jian's story, Xia Fei knew that what he said was all true. However, Xia Fei only furrowed his brows deeper, like he was facing some problem. "How is it? Just what is the deal with the little girl?" Radix asked, curious. Xia Fei heaved a sigh. "The human brain region is able to harbor a spirit, just like how you and Phantom have accompanied me for some time. If I'm not mistaken, Xiu Yi has a spirit hiding in her brain region. However, this is an evil spirit that is eating the brain of its host." Xia Fei said softly as his eyes glimmered. Chapter 1261, Xia Fei the Villain. An evil spirit. Radix had a fright after hearing what Xia Fei said, and repeated in a panic, "Did you say there's a spirit in Xiu Yi's brain region? That's too strange. I'm a spirit too, so why didn't I sense anything?" Xia Fei replied, "That is what's so crafty about this spirit. He has inhabited Xiu Yi's brain region for a long time, and the more medicinal treasures she consumed, the more powerful this evil spirit became. The stronger he grew, the weaker Xiu Yi's body became, and there became fewer things outside that could stop him. If Xiu Yi was born of a poor family, then it would have been fine. The evil spirit would have needed to waste a long time gathering energy, and Xiu Yi could have lived for a few more days. Honestly, the fact that the girl had lived till today is all because her willpower is strong enough. The temper and arrogance Xiu Yi displayed. None of that might be her. The evil spirit has been inhabiting her brain region for so long that he has begun affecting Xiu Yi's personality. Meanwhile, she has to keep resisting the evil spirit in order to survive. Every day, she's dithering on the verge of having a mental breakdown, and will randomly lash out and throw tantrums. All in all, it's the spirit and its ill intentions that are causing problems. Radix kept nodding as he listened. Without even realizing it, Xia Fei had already become an expert in soul mending after reading Snake Swallowing Whale and possessing the healing art. Xiao Jian did not hear this conversation between Xia Fei and Radix. All he saw was Xia Fei's expression constantly shifting, showing a moment of anger, followed by sorrow, and he could feel his own emotions changing according to his expression. Finally, Xiu Jian could no longer stand it and asked, "Can you save Yi or not?" Xia Fei came to, "It'll be difficult." However, Xia Fei was just about conjecture. After all, Xiu Yi's condition was very strange, involving an unknown spirit that had come from who knew where. Xia Fei would have to take a huge risk if he wanted to attempt to repair her seventh brain region. A sharp screech was suddenly heard coming from the Xiu family's courtyard, sending Xiu Jian leaping to his feet. His face went pale as hidden experts appeared from everywhere, with similar looks of panic. Bang! Xia Fei's expression turned grim as he slammed his hand down on the expensive rosewood table. That was the sound made when the evil spirit revealed itself. It had no idea that Xia Fei was actually not intending to poke his nose into this business, so it had actually revealed itself in hopes of using its voice to threaten Xia Fei. "Call your men back." "It's fine," Xia Fei calmly advised them. Please reading on myb0xnovel.com. Sure enough, there was no follow-up after that screech. Xiu Jian did not dare offend Xia Fei at this point, so he reluctantly ordered all his men to back off. Xia Fei could tell that Xiu Jian was truly no insignificant character. Judging by the fact that all the people who had just revealed themselves were experts, Xia Fei could not make sense of it. Xiu Jian was clearly someone who did not have any martial prowess to speak of, so how could he have recruited such a large following of experts to work for him? "Are you fine?" Xia Fei asked. This sort of spiritual assault was nothing to Xia Fei, but was a powerful deterrent to Radix. "Just a slight headache. It seems like you were right, that spirit is obviously trying to warn you away from meddling with its affairs, and it seems to be much more powerful than myself," Radix replied, a hint of fear lingering in his voice. Xia Fei nodded, "Don't worry. I have no intention of sending you out to do anything, but to think he would actually try to threaten me? How very interesting." A chill light flashed across his eyes. Xia Fei surreptitiously glanced in the direction of the room that Xiu Yi was residing in as he muttered under his breath, "So that makes you an enemy." How was the evil spirit supposed to know that the one screech it had made had actually caused Xia Fei to view him as an enemy? It was even less likely to know what it meant to become an enemy of Xia Fei's. Turning his head back, Xia Fei asked, "Would you like your granddaughter to live?" "But of course. As long as you are able to save Yi, I will agree to any conditions." Xiu Jian said hurriedly. "What if I were to tell you I am only 10% confident of success?" Xia Fei asked in return. Xiu Jian hesitated. 10% was very low, but considering that Xiu Yi had already fainted today, Xiu Jian understood that if he did not make a decision, it would only cause Xiu Yi's condition to worsen, and the longer this dragged out, the slimmer the chances of her making a recovery. Lifting his head, Xiu Jian gritted his teeth, "Even if it's just 10%, I'll take it." Xia Fei smiled and patted Xiu Jian on his shoulder. "It's good that you agree. I'll hand over a list to you. It is everything I will need prepared before sundown. There's no need for us to talk if even one item is missing." Xiu Jian nodded gravely, "Leave it to me. I, the White Kailan Xiu family, shall do everything within my power to cooperate with your wishes." The White Kailan Xiu family, Xia Fei wondered to himself. Now where have I heard that name before? Xiu Jian gathered everything Xia Fei needed at astounding speed. It was testament to the influence and power that the Xiu family wielded. Xia Fei found the White Kailan moniker to be something familiar, but simply could not recall why that was the case at this moment. "Everything you requested is ready," but there's something I don't understand. Why do you need so many vegetables? Xiu Jian asked, curiously. Xia Fei thought nothing of the question. They are of course food for your granddaughter on our journey. We couldn't possibly let her go hungry, can we? Xiu Jian was speechless. What Xia Fei had requested were a whole lot of carrots, cabbages, and other very common vegetables. Xiu Yi might not have ever seen, much less eaten, these foods. Given that she was born to an affluent family, every meal she ate was that of scrumptious delicacies, rare fruits, and exotic vegetables. Gritting his teeth, thinking that only by hearing Xia Fei's plan could he make sense of anything, so Xiu Jian asked, "You said that these will be food for her journey. Are you saying we need to leave this place?" "That's right," Xia Fei answered. "Your home isn't a suitable location for me to do this in. Go get ready. You'll be joining me in half an hour's time." Xiu Jian glumly went to prepare, while Radix fretted, "Are you really going to treat Xiu Yi's illness with your own hands? 10% seems to be a bit too low." Xia Fei shook his head, "You can't say that. Actually, I am 30% confident in treating Xiu Yi, while I am 90% confident I can eliminate that evil spirit residing in her head." Xia Fei made his way into Xiu Yi's room as he spoke internally, only to find the little girl sleeping rather soundly, with two female attendants at her bedside. Swoosh! Xia Fei tore off the bed covers over Xiu Yi. The girl was dressed in her pajamas, looking as frail as a beanstalk. No matter what it was, Xia Fei was ultimately a man, and doing something like tearing off the bed covers of a young girl was a bit too much. The two attendants stared daggers at Xia Fei. But Xia Fei did not mind them. He simply extended a hand out to flick Xiu Yi's temple. Thwack! Xiu Yi immediately woke up from the pain, her little hands clutching her head as she grimaced. Upon seeing Xia Fei in front of her, Xiu Yi pulled her bed covers back over herself in shock, staring at Xia Fei as if he was a lecher. "Beansprouts, there's no need to panic. I wouldn't be in the least bit interested even if you were naked in front of me. I'll give you 10 minutes to get yourself dressed before you follow me," Xia Fei scoffed as he left the room. Xiu Yi's pale face turned green, even as a searing pain wreaked havoc on her head. Xia Fei had hardly used much strength in that flick, yet it had caused a huge swelling on her forehead. Aggrieved. Furious. Xiu Yi bit her lips as she glared hatefully at Xia Fei's back, her whole body shivering from pent-up anger. The little girl already had a bad temper, and of course could not withstand such embarrassment. The two attendants by her bedside were quite frightened after seeing her demeanor like that. It was strange. Xiu Yi had instead felt much better after being angered like this, and was no longer feeling as feeble and subdued as before. Abominable. Detestable. Xiu Yi scolded him loudly, while Xia Fei acted as if nothing had happened and just stood out by the courtyard, lighting up a smoke. "You sent a sliver out of your spirit energy with that one flick just now. Was that intentional?" Radix asked. "Of course. Though Xiu Yi has one of my healing soul weapons in her possession, it is ultimately too weak by itself. So I gave her a gift. In 7 days' time, Xiu Yi's brain will find itself completely enveloped in my healing spirit energy," Xia Fei explained softly. Radix stuck his tongue out. "Xiu Yi was deeply angered by you. I believe she might even have the desire to kill you now." Xia Fei chuckled, "The number of people who want to kill me in this day and age is practically uncountable, adding her won't change anything. Besides, her anger proves how strong her will to live remains, and that will help my spirit energy's intrusion. After all, when she pours all her energy into being angry, she won't notice the changes happening to her brain." Radix sighed. Xia Fei was seldom the sort that would act like a good person. He actually sought to save Xiu Yi's life out of the kindness of his own heart this time, and had instead been viewed as an enemy, which was just ridiculous. In no time at all, Xiu Jian arrived, while Xiu Yi made a huge din inside her room. Xiu Jian was so anxious that he was sweating bullets, and was almost pleading Xiu Yi to behave. "I won't go, I won't go. If you care about my well-being, then have that one called Xia Fei killed. Chop him up into 1,000 pieces, then feed him to the dogs." Xiu Yi lambasted away like she was crazy. Just as those words escaped her lips, Xiu Yi saw an ominous face standing by the entrance to her room, belonging to none other than Xia Fei. "Someone! Come have this brat tied up!" Xia Fei ordered, his face scowling. Xiu Yi was stunned. She had never before in her life ever met a villain quite like Xia Fei. What made Xiu Yi even more dejected was that the grandfather who doted on her the most actually listened to Xia Fei words and had her tied up like a dumpling. They had 4 attendants very carefully carry her aboard Xia Fei's silver spectre. No matter how hard Xiu Yi struggled, it was to no avail. Does Xia Fei know who he has tied up? A guard from the Xiu family gulped audibly as he asked his partner in a trembling voice. In his eyes, what Xia Fei had done was nothing short of frightening. He doesn't know, he must not know, otherwise he wouldn't even dare do what he just did, the other guard shook his head vigorously. So just like that, the entire Xiu household stared dumbfounded as everything happened before their eyes. Xia Fei had Xiu Yi abducted, and Xia Fei's accomplice, Xiu Jian, was crying and weeping as he consoled Xiu Yi. Unfortunately, Xiu Yi's temper was too stubborn, and her death glare was transfixed to Xia Fei, her very eyeballs nearly popping right out, unwilling to say a word, much less plead. At Xia Fei's request, Xiu Jian only brought 2 bodyguards, and all the remaining servants and attendants were not allowed on board. Whoosh! Silver Spectre took to the skies. Xia Fei did not speak a word to Xiu Jian about where they were going, and just departed. Xia Fei's Silver Spectre was a mess, and there were equipment and devices Xia Fei had randomly installed all around. However, Xia Fei showed them great kindness and had Xiu Yi placed in his cultivation chamber, where old Ulan had left plenty of plants, all green and verdant. It was quite the setting, but it was too bad that this sort of environment was comparable to garbage in the eyes of the pampered Xiu Yi. Setting her down and untying her, the young lady still glared furiously at Xia Fei, her expression livid. Her entire body was trembling, her scrawny frame hugged into a ball, though she looked more like a withered bean sprout. She looked miserable and poor, and Xiu Jian was weeping even more strongly as he stood by the entrance. Xia Fei dropped a sack of food onto the ground and said, "Eat these if you get hungry. I guarantee you that there won't be any other food that will feed you on our journey." Bang! The metal door was sealed, leaving Xiu Yi alone with that sack of carrots. Xia Fei chased Xiu Jian away, and sat down in the opposite room. He took out soul weapon after soul weapon from his spatial ring and placed them on the ground as he muttered, "Hold on to that resentment, and don't ever let go. That evil spirit is already very strong, and if you let up even in the slightest, you will die." Chapter 1262, Rapidly Altering Soul Array. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed on their journey. During this time, Xiu Yi had refused to eat or drink, her grudge towards Xia Fei and her grandfather Xiu Jian growing with every second to the maximum she could muster. Xia Fei was in the room next to the cultivation chamber with countless soul weapons placed on the ground. Xia Fei was utilizing his spirit energy, taking care of Xiu Yi from afar. Hu! Xia Fei let out a long sigh, lighting a cigarette once he relaxed. With his free hand, he massaged his temple, almost as if he was even more exhausted than Xiu Yi. Radix was worried, "Xiu Yi is really pitiful, but she has no connections with you, so why expend so much energy on her?" Xia Fei answered softly, "Do you still remember Wraith?" Wraith? Radix was startled. "Of course I remember. He's the personal soul servant of Fukin's, a little weird. Why are you suddenly mentioning him?" A chill flashed in Xia Fei's eyes as he said in a deep voice, "That spirit residing in Xiu Yi's brain region is quite similar to Wraith." Radix stroked his chin as he recalled, "Now that you mentioned it, I did feel something. Back in the Xiu family's courtyard, when that evil spirit let out a screech, there was an explosion of energy much more powerful than Wraith's. However, they do share somewhat similar attributes, feeling slightly evil and gloomy. Are you telling me that you are intentionally seeking to treat Xiu Yi because of that?" Radix was curious. Xia Fei shrugged, "It's not just that. First, the Xiu family seem to be very powerful, being able to get Roderick to personally invite me over here is a great show of face. I don't see any harm in trying to establish some relationship with these people. Second, I've felt an inexplicable urge to kill Wraith ever since the first time I learned of his existence, and it's the same for this evil spirit. Third, this evil spirit is an enemy. I am very curious about just why Fukin is so secretive about his personal soul servant. I asked about it many times, but he simply refused to say a word about him. Comparing my relationship with Fukin, the only conclusion I can come to is that Fukin's relationship with Wraith is greater. Fukin doesn't want to implicate me, but the more he acted like that, the more curious I grew." Radix nodded. Xia Fei did indeed have enough reasons to act on this matter. He had always had a very strong sense of curiosity, and now that he was encountering an evil spirit similar to Wraith, he was of course not one to miss out on the opportunity to better study and understand just what kind of spirit they were. As for Xiu Yi, at best it could be said that she was very lucky, because Xia Fei would definitely not have taken up this assignment for the sake of her alone. After a pause, Xia Fei suddenly laughed. Is Xiu Yi still refusing to eat? Radix answered, yes, that little girl is really stubborn. Most ladies that come from large families would be very delicate, and would hardly have an adamant personality quite like hers. Xia Fei replied, it is precisely that personality of hers that allowed her to live until today. To put it simply, Xiu Yi is in a struggle for control of her body against that evil spirit. The moment she loses that will of hers, not even a god could save her. Come, let's go in and take a look. Xia Fei got up and walked out of his room, leaving Radix feeling very helpless. Xia Fei's method was far too provocative. No matter what, Xiu Yi was still a defenseless and weak little girl, and Xia Fei simply had no idea how to treat the fairer sex accordingly, with Avril being the only exception. There were plenty of women who were fond of Xia Fei, but even more were afraid of him, with countless more resenting him. Exiting the room, he saw Xiu Jian camped outside it, his eyes red. Xiu Yi was tormenting herself, and he was not able to remain calm and aloof like Xia Fei. The old man was about to go crazy. How is it? Just what is going on? Yi hasn't eaten for 3 whole days. How have we not reached our destination? Xiu Jian got up and rattled off all his questions the moment he saw Xia Fei. Xia Fei had no choice but to explain once more his reason for provoking Xiu Yi and even gave Xiu Jian the guarantee that he was doing everything in his power. Though Xiu Jian understood the reason behind Xia Fei's logic, ultimately he was Xiu Yi's grandfather. His heart ached seeing his own flesh and blood suffer. There was no way he could sit still in such a situation. Aside from Xiu Jian, he also had 2 bodyguards beside him. Every time they saw Xia Fei, these 2 men would have very ugly expressions on their faces, almost as if they were even more concerned about Xiu Yi's welfare than Xiu Jian himself. If Xiu Jian had not been present, Xia Fei had no doubt that these 2 would not have hesitated to try and murder him. They were definitely no slouches in terms of their combat strength. Xia Fei guessed that they might very well be intermediate, or maybe even advanced annihilator tier, experts. What needed to be done must be done, and no matter who might stand in his way to stop him, Xia Fei was determined to understand just where spirits like Wraith come from. With a grim expression on his face, Xia Fei entered the cultivation chamber. He saw Xiu Yi curled up in a corner, glaring at Xia Fei fixedly, biting her lip, and not saying a word. She looked very much like a kitten that had been forced into a corner and was about to go crazy. What great mental fortitude! Xia Fei's eyes shone. He could not help but marvel at how this little girl who was only 13 had managed to muster a willpower that would leave many adults sweating. This was a great demonstration of her ability to persevere, not eating or drinking for 3 whole days. I heard that you do not like the food that I've prepared for you. Xia Fei asked with a smile. He picked up a single carrot in his hand and chomped down on it, chewing slowly. Xiu Yi remained stationary, still glaring at Xia Fei. Not everyone is blessed with a life of luxury. It's not bad for a lady like yourself to occasionally taste the food of the masses. You have no other choice right now, either you adapt and get used to these simple foods, or starve to death. Changing the topic, Xia Fei teased, but, if you really were to die, then you would lose forever the chance to kill me. Isn't that something you want to do? With that, Xia Fei brusquely grabbed Xiu Yi by her chin and proceeded to stuff the carrot that he had taken a bite out of into Xiu Yi's mouth, before turning to leave. Before he even took his second step, he heard the sound of Xiu Yi's voice, partially impeded by the carrot in her mouth. Your name is Xia Fei. That's right, Xia Fei answered without even turning his head back. I hate you. Xiu Yi croaked in a voice filled with rage and resentment, her shrill voice already hoarse. Very good. Xia Fei replied cheerfully. Without even realizing it, Xia Fei had already planted a thought into Xiu Yi's mind. A very scary thought. This 13-year-old little girl already hated Xia Fei to his very core, and for the sake of one day being able to slay him, Xiu Yi did not hesitate to munch on that carrot, her expression appearing as if she was already chewing on Xia Fei's corpse. A resentment that had been planted when someone was very young was not something that could be easily dispelled, and often would accompany them throughout their entire lives. There was no way of knowing right now if this would turn out to be a blessing or a curse for Xia Fei. Silver Spectre finally reached their destination after all these days of travel, the intersection between Alpha Universe and the Lore Realm, the Cosmic Gate. Where are we? Xiu Jian asked curiously as he looked about. Xia Fei looked out the window and into that huge and deep hole as he replied, the Cosmic Gate, an intersection that connects the Alpha Universe to the Lower Realm. This is the most suitable location that you were talking about. This was the first time one of the bodyguards beside Xiu Jian had spoken. The faces of the two were yellow and pale respectively, the one speaking right now was the former. Do you have a problem with that? Xia Fei queried. I do. Then you should shut up. Xia Fei retorted unreasonably. That yellow-faced bodyguard was furious, the veins on his forehead throbbing as he clenched his fist, whose knuckles cracked threateningly. Xia Fei merely stared right at him, their eyes meeting just dozens of centimeters apart. Despite this person's cultivation being much higher than Xia Fei's own, he did not feel even an ounce of fear. Remember, just do what's expected of you, and I'll do what is expected of me. Also, don't even think about trying to intimidate me. I won't buy it. Xia Fei declared calmly. Having everyone stay where they were, Xia Fei entered the Cosmic Gate by himself. There was a huge war here not too long ago, where the inverse attempted to invade the Lower Realm, only to end up losing millions of lives as a result. The murderous aura here is strong, and I need to borrow the aura dispersed around this place, as well as the unique and unstable energy fluctuations coming from the two universes connecting to one another to set up a soul array that will capture and kill that evil spirit in one go. Xia Fei informed them, pointing to everything around him as he stood right in the center of the Cosmic Gate. I hope you can succeed. These gruesome scenes of battle in front of me, just coming here fills me with a chilling sensation, Radix said, rubbing his shoulder. Out in the darkness, a very obvious signal glowed. Xia Fei returned the same signal, and saw a group of warriors running over happily. They were none other than the Skywing Wolf Pack, who had received Xia Fei's order in advance and were guarding this location. Greeting everyone, Xia Fei asked, Oh? Where's the Grand Ancestor? Xia Guanghai laughed out loud and said, Our old man is a little angry, and disliked how we are always refusing to let him retire, so he came up with some random excuse to not come. Xia Fei found that hilarious. Their Grand Ancestor had lived for who knew how many tens of thousands of years, yet his temper was still like a child's. Well, so be it if he isn't here. Do all of you remember what I previously instructed you about? Xia Fei asked. Don't worry. While we cannot say the same for anything else, practicing formations and arrays are a must for anyone in our clan. After all, this is something we've been taught since we were children, the searcher Xiagang declared proudly. Xia Fei nodded. He handed each of them a soul weapon, giving more detailed instructions to his comrades before returning back to Silver Spectre. Back on the command deck, Xia Fei purposely called Xiu Jian and his two bodyguards over, sweeping his cold gaze across the two as he said, I have but one request. If none of you can accomplish it, then this deal is over. Xiu Jian heard and anxiously replied, Given how things are, as long as you are able to save Yi Yi's life, there's no condition you ask that I won't accept. As long as it is something within the capabilities of the White Kylan family, I am more than willing to give you everything you ask. Xiu Jian looked very desperate. Xia Fei nodded as he softly said, Starting from this time onward, none of you are allowed to take even a step out from this room. Furball. Goldie. Whoosh. His two pets hurried over after hearing their master's call. Having been by Xia Fei's side for such a long time, though neither could speak, they were very attentive. Watch our three guests. If they make any sudden moves, kill them. Xia Fei said and slammed the door behind him. At the same time, the external armor outside the window shuddered, so Xiu Jian and the others were unable to see anything happening outside. Meanwhile, Furball and Little Goldie sat themselves on the command platform and stared at the three of them. Why is he not letting us watch? Could there be some sort of secret? The yellow-faced man was the most suspicious out of the three, wondering things out loud as he frowned. Xiu Jian panicked, beginning to pace back and forth anxiously in the room. Meanwhile, the pale-faced man shook his head. What secrets are there to a spiritualist's mending someone's brain region? Isn't it nothing more than flooding their brain with spirit energy, and then relying on their precise control to mend the damage bit by bit? We could at least help guard Xia Fei if we were around. Thump! The yellow-faced man slammed his fist into his thigh and sighed. All of a sudden, Xiu Jian's two bodyguards pricked up their ears, their eyes betraying their uncertainty. There's a soul array being set up outside. And that soul array is changing. So quick. Just what kind of soul array did Xia Fei set up out there? It altered again. How is it still changing? Chapter 1263, A 60-core Soul Array. Xiu Jian naturally had no idea what was happening outside the Silver Spectre, and with the two loyal pets of Xia Fei, Furball and Little Goldie, keeping their eyes trained on the three, even though these two bodyguards of Xiu Jian were powerful, they had sought out Xia Fei's help, so of course they did not dare go against Xia Fei's orders. The constant changes happening outside made Xiu Jian feeling uneasy. He did not know how, but Xia Fei seemed to have set up a rapidly transforming soul array. The cosmic gate, the connection between two universes, was such a wide channel that even two Titan super warships could pass through side by side. In the middle of this channel, Xia Fei had set up a mobile operation table, and had placed Xiu Yi atop it. He had his hands on his temples, transforming his spirit energy into a thread as thin as a strand of hair and controlling it to infiltrate Xiu Yi's brain region. Meanwhile, the Skywing Wolf Pack had surrounded him. There were over 60 of them positioned according to the instructions Xia Fei had given them, and they were constantly exchanging positions. Here in this vast expanse, it would of course be very difficult for Xia Fei to control the evil spirit, which was why he had borrowed the strength of a soul array. It was just that Xia Fei had constructed a soul array that utilized an unprecedented method. He was using warriors as the subjects and having them move whenever necessary. Whatever array Xia Fei wanted, the Skywing Wolf Pack would change in accordance with his desires just by moving. While there was no guarantee that no one would seek to copy it in the future, it was definitely a creation of Xia Fei's that no one had come up with before. The reason why a mobile soul array like the Searing Eye was so powerful was all because of the fact that it was moving. Soul arrays were like a net, and a stationary array was nothing more than a dead object. Unless the enemy were to throw themselves into the net of their own volition, a soul array was nothing more than decoration, unlikely to be of any use. But the moment a soul array could move, then it became a powerful and lethal weapon that could be used to kill enemies. No matter where they were, the soul array would just have to move over atop them, and no matter how powerful the enemy was, they would find themselves suppressed by the array, no matter the time or place. The Skywing clan were all speed specialists. What had been a culling soul array with 12 cores instantly turned into the fatal suppression soul array with 36 cores. The moment a soul array capable of moving and transformation was born, it would naturally shock the world. A Searing Eye was hard to find, but a group of speed maniacs capable of forming an ever-changing soul array? Who knew just how many Searing Eyes it would be comparable to? Reality had proven once more that Xia Fei was not just a genius, but a freak prodigy of his generation. Whoosh! The Skywing Wolf Pack followed Xia Fei's instructions and changed their positioning once more. Aside from the weapons they held in their hands, they also had the soul weapons that acted as the array's cores. As the Skywing Wolf Pack changed positions, the invisible white threads in the center of the array formed a skynet, which Xia Fei carefully examined once over. He nodded his head in satisfaction. That's right, maintain this state. If there's a need, I'll order you all whenever I need you all to move. Understood. Got it. Don't worry about it. The Wolf Pack nodded resolutely. Xia Fei's fantastic soul array excited the Skywing Wolf Pack greatly. If they succeeded, then it would bring about a qualitative change to the Skywing clan. As powerful as the Wolf Pack formation was, it was still just a tactical formation, while a soul array would be a comprehensive development toward soul killing. When Xia Fei decided to give the Skywing Wolf Pack Twin Wing Roar, it was for the sake of giving the Wolf Pack the ability to soul kill. After all, high-tier warriors used dark energy, and just killing the physical form of these enemies was not enough. They needed to completely destroy their very soul. I'll be honest with you all. An evil spirit resides inside the mind of this girl. I don't really know everything about this evil spirit, and right now I'll be taking a risk to make him come out. When that time comes, we will either succeed or we may just end up falling short, Xia Fei told them grimly, a stern expression on his face. Xia Guanghai burst into a booming laugh. When did you become such a nag? Don't forget that we Skywings are called the Demon Sealing Fiendish Blade. Let's do it. Your brothers shall support you. That's right, we aren't scared of shit. Drag that evil spirit out. Isn't he just some evil spirit? My evil spirit is even more evil. The Skywing Wolf Pack was as unrestrained as always. The moment Xia Fei said he was about to challenge the unknown this time, not only were they all not afraid, it had even triggered their Wolf Pack fighting spirit. Xia Fei was about to make his move, when a figure came over from afar. Xia Guanghai unceremoniously squeezed his way out of the soul array, while Xia Fei steadied his gaze. It turned out that it was the old ancestor, Xia Gukan. Undying old man. Didn't you say you weren't coming? Xiaogukan asked after he moved out from the array, somewhat annoyed. Though there were plenty of people, not everyone had been assigned to join the battle formation. Right now, they were using 24 array cores for the soul control array, which meant it was formed with 24 people. The rest acted as support, and with the Grand Ancestor Xiaogukan's arrival, Xiaogukan had now lost his position. Xiaogukan scowled and shouted loudly, "This old man wants to retire, but you kids won't let him. But now that you're having such fun with an array, you all actually want to exclude me? You can forget about it." Xiaogukan was never one to put on airs, and would always mess around with his descendants. Xia Fei had already gotten used to such scenes and did not find it unusual at all. As for Xiaogukan hiding and watching from a corner, that was even easier to explain, though he was stubborn. At the end of the day, he simply could not help but worry about his clan. "Get ready, it's now!" Xia Fei bellowed. Whoosh! Everyone watched as Xia Fei instantly increased the flow of spirit energy he was pouring into Xiu Yi, who appeared as if she was being electrocuted, her entire body convulsing uncontrollably. Xia Fei screwed his eyebrows together as he bellowed, "Get out!" Boom! Looking again, there was now an extra figure of a humanoid spirit in the murky dark space in the center of the cosmic gate, glowing red-hot all over. It had been expelled from Xiu Yi's 7th brain region in one go by Xia Fei's spirit energy. This was a very violent method. Xia Fei had been maintaining a stable stream of energy to Xiu Yi's brain, and the evil spirit had no idea that was all part of the ploy. It had only been interested in using Xia Fei's energy to strengthen itself, when all of a sudden, Xia Fei madly increased his spirit energy out of nowhere. The powerful gush of energy was like the tide, flushing out the evil spirit in one go. The evil spirit instantly found itself in Xia Fei's soul array after it was kicked out of Xiu Yi's 7th brain region. It felt like it was being bound by millions of ropes all over its body, and all it could do was let out a furious roar. It then shrunk its form into a ball and opened its hands, looking like it was about to pull out someone's heart. What an evil spirit! Even the Skywing Wolf Pack had quite the fright seeing the evil spirit abruptly appear. None of them expected Xia Fei to expel it so quickly. The evil spirit seemed to have gone mad as it struggled to get out of the soul array. The Skywing Wolf Pack could all feel an immense pressure, and the soul weapons in their hands were trying to fly out of their grasp. They had to fight desperately to hold onto the soul weapons. The reason why the moving soul array could move, the crux of the formation, was the close combat gloves, the twin wing roars. The gloves had an attribute that pushed soul energy outwards, and so was very suitable for close combat. The thick leather could also protect the hands of the user, so they would not be hurt by the backlash when facing an overly powerful spirit energy. Presently, it was like the Skywing Wolf Pack each had a formless rope in their hands. The 24 pieces of rope had this evil spirit ensnared, immobilizing it. Meanwhile, Xia Fei had used this opportunity to do what he could to mend Xiu Yi's 7th brain region. "This thing is really strong," Xiaogukan shouted, a grim look on his face. Xia Fei frowned and shouted, "Then let us stack more. Change to 36 cores." Whoosh! Instantly another 12 Skywing warriors joined in and turned the array into 36 men surrounding the evil spirit. Xia Fei was wearing a metal circlet on his head. It was like an image processor directly connected to Xia Fei's nervous system. Xia Fei needed to only think about the soul array and an image would be created, allowing the Skywing Wolf Pack to trace the shape being shown and form up the array as needed. It was fine even if they had no comprehension of soul arrays, as all they needed to know was where they needed to position themselves. Tactical formations were a type of combat system passed down from ages past. The simplest formation needed 2 magnets, pole to pole, utilizing the property they shared when like poles repel so they could recreate a diametrically opposed repelling formation. Many of the men had played with such things when they were younger. Soul arrays were of course much more complex than the repelling formations they played with as kids. The 36 elites of the Skywing clan were using their soul weapons as the array's cores, while Xia Fei was positioned such that he was like the data center controlling the soul array. How they needed to move or when they needed to do so were all being controlled by Xia Fei, and the Skywing Wolf Pack only needed to hold their positions and not move even an inch. That was why when the soul array was activated, the greatest pressure was not on the Skywing Wolf Pack, but rather on Xia Fei himself. The 36-cord soul array's power increased 50%, and the evil spirit found itself being suppressed once again. No matter how hard it tried to shout and scream, it remained incapable of movement. The situation was now extremely dangerous. This evil spirit was only several dozen meters away from Xia Fei, and if it were to escape from the array, the first person to suffer the consequences would surely be Xia Fei. In the meantime, Xia Fei was focused solely on mending Xiu Yi's brain region. The evil spirit had invaded her for too long, and Xiu Yi's 7th brain region was absolutely devastated, with over 90% of it blocked. He would have to use a scalpel to peel off the blockage bit by bit. If he was even a little careless, Xiu Yi would die. The evil spirit let loose a powerful roar again. It wanted to dash back to Xiu Yi's brain, but there were 36 invisible ropes over him, containing it in its place. All of a sudden, the evil spirit temporarily quietened down. It shut its eyes and promptly shrank its body. In the next second, the flames all over his body suddenly grew even more intense. Meanwhile, the pain Xiu Yi was feeling intensified, making her convulse even more acutely. It's burning its soul. Not just his own, but Xiu Yi's as well. Radix shouted at Xia Fei. Though the evil spirit had left Xiu Yi's brain, the connection they shared still remained. Just like the connection Radix shared with Xia Fei, even when the former entered nirvana, he could still be controlled by Xia Fei, because he was Xia Fei's personal soul servant. Xiu Yi was very unfortunate. Though she had her own personal soul servant early on, what she received was an evil spirit. Not only did it refuse to help her, it instead sought to bring harm to her. This situation was complex. Xia Fei was mending Xiu Yi's brain region, but at the same time he was also strengthening that evil spirit's energy source. After all, they were together as one. But if Xia Fei were to stop now, Xiu Yi would just die. The evil spirit would totally run amok as well. Gritting his teeth, Xia Fei did not halt at all. His eyes narrowed, almost as if he had decided to gamble with his decision. Stack even more. 48 cores. Xia Fei hollered. Whoosh. 12 more warriors promptly joined the soul array. As Xia Fei effected repairs on Xiu Yi, that evil spirit was also becoming stronger and stronger, forming a sort of unending loop. 60 cores. Xia Fei's face was ferocious as he shouted with all his might. This time, the Skywing clan had only mobilized 64 men for this operation. If their grand ancestor Xiaogukan was included, that would only be 65. Normally speaking, the strength of a soul array could be somewhat easily estimated by the number of cores it had. The Spirit Mountain Giant Array, for example, was a super soul array that had 256 cores. At this moment, the Skywing Wolfpack's mobile array had already reached 60 cores. It was already the maximum limit that Xia Fei could muster. Chapter 1264, Fiendish Blade vs. Evil Spirit. What a powerful evil spirit! The spirit's body was burning up in the intense wreath of flames. There was no way to make out its visage, but the eyes that it had revealed were absolutely vile and cunning, and it was not showing any signs of giving up. As Xia Fei mended Xiu Yi's brain region, the evil spirit was also gradually getting stronger. They were using a 60-core soul array, already the greatest strength Xia Fei could muster. A soul array emphasized balance. Xia Fei had recruited the strongest warriors from the Skywing clan to act as the cores. Their numbers could definitely increase, but that would end up skewing the balance of strength, causing an uneven distribution of power throughout the entire array, and it would become a flawed soul array. The Skywings were not the sort that leveraged on numerical advantages in the first place, so these 65 men were already the limit. The evil spirit let out a tremendous roar yet again, the sound almost piercing their very eardrums. With the cosmic gate between them, it actually dissipated across 2 universes. Everyone! Hang on! Xiaogukan bellowed. Yes, the Skywing Wolfpack shouted back, grim determination in their eyes. Some of their fingers were already bleeding because they were clutching onto their soul weapons too tightly, but for these Skywing warriors, bleeding was nothing. Even if they lost their lives in the process, they were not going to let go. The soul array was one whole, the moment one of them let go, that would mean harming everyone else. Bulging veins throbbed on their foreheads, and their arms began trembling, but not a single one of them gave up. The Skywings were part of a crazy clan that was willing to slay on behalf of their clan members. The Skywings had already given it their all, so everything now rested on Xia Fei. How would he deal with this situation? His fingers were uncharacteristically steady. It was like Xia Fei was doing some delicate embroidery, all of his fingers moving swiftly and dexterously. The effects of this were transmitted straight to Xiu Yi's brain region as he enacted repairs on the girl's damaged brain. Unfortunately, the improvement of Xiu Yi's condition only meant that the evil spirit would become even stronger. It was a vicious cycle. The Silver Spectre. Every time that evil spirit's heart-rending bellow traveled over, Xiu Jian's heartbeat would also speed up. Even the two bodyguards with higher cultivations beside him became restless. After all, that was a roar of an evil spirit. It was like an ice pick being brutally stabbed into each of their hearts. Yi, yi. No, I must get out. I must go over there. Xiu Jian shouted repeatedly, his hands clutching his chest as he breathed heavily. Furball let out an unreasonable roar in response. His small beady eyes were fierce as he stared fixedly at Xiu Jian. Though Furball was also worried like Xiu Jian, the former cared about loyalty even more, and that was what he showed for every decision Xia Fei made, no matter how crazy it would be, or how heartless it was. Master, I'm afraid it won't be of any use if we were to leave right now. The pale-faced bodyguard held back Xiu Jian and continued, I have no idea how Xia Fei is doing this, but he has already changed history here. His soul array is undergoing shocking changes. It's very powerful, and can even be adjusted at any time. I'm sure he must have his reasons for not letting us leave the ship. Really? Xiu Jian asked, wiping his eyes. Though the dark-faced bodyguard did not like Xia Fei at all during their time together, he could not help but admit that he was seeing the man in a completely different light after today. Regarding that extremely powerful soul array, he nodded, Xia Fei's soul array is incredibly strong. Furthermore, he seems to be dealing with something truly sinister. It's best if we stay here, and do not distract him. Xiu Jian sat down on the ground, confusion in his eyes. It was obvious Xia Fei was keeping a lot of things from him, and he had absolutely no idea just what Xia Fei was going up against, much less understanding just how the soul array could keep changing itself. His two bodyguards were a bit more at ease after they saw that Xiu Jian had abandoned his original idea of leaving the ship. The pale-faced bodyguard looked to the other and asked, what are your thoughts? The dark-faced warrior sighed in a deep voice, though I don't want to admit it, I must say that Xia Fei has definitely made history here. A soul array with such a myriad of changes, I truly have no idea how he has done this. The pale-faced bodyguard nodded, what a pity that we weren't able to witness it with our own eyes. Several rounds of exchange later, the evil spirit was already demonstrating its full strength, achieving a stalemate going up against the soul array made up of 60 Skywing Wolves. That level of combat strength was definitely extraordinary. All of a sudden, the evil spirit stopped moving. It no longer struggled, and was just standing there, glaring at Xia Fei. The burning of its soul had also reduced significantly, even while Xia Fei was still proceeding with his surgery quickly, continuing to repair Xiu Yi's brain region with complete concentration. This momentary respite finally allowed Xiu Yi to stabilize a little, and her breathing became regular. Do you not know that repairing her brain region will only make me stronger? The evil spirit suddenly spoke, the haughtiness in its voice obvious, like it was a god looking down on mortals. Xia Fei did not lift his head up as he answered, remember, there are some things that will only become clear at the end. With that said, Xia Fei actually stopped moving, and the thin threads coming from his fingers were all severed. Straightening up, he matched the gaze from the evil spirit with a glacial stare of his own. Devastating sparks flew the moment they locked eyes with each other. Now, Xia Fei was choosing to fight the evil spirit to the death right now. This was a very shocking outcome for all, but the Skywing Wolf Pack knew that this was the point that Xia Fei had been waiting for since they first began. The moment when he would fight it out with the evil spirit. You only repaired 50% of her brain region, the evil spirit noted with a hint of regret. Is it not as you had desired? Xia Fei smiled, the corners of his lips curling up into that familiar arc. Then that's exactly it. Yours truly has never in my life let my enemies be happy before. Did you really think I would completely heal Xiu Yi, letting you become unstoppable? Fool! You can dream on. His fiendish blade Nirvana was placed in front of his chest as he gave off a sinister aura. Xia Fei pointed at the evil spirit with his sword, displaying an arrogance even greater than the spirit. He was indeed an expert at incitement, just a few sentences was enough to agitate that spirit greatly. Since you're seeking death, then I shall grant you your wish. Ballad of Soul Burning. Everyone watched as the two hands of the evil spirit came together, and the intense inferno all over its body exploded. This was soul burning. The evil spirit was adept at lighting its soul on fire. It was not just burning its own soul, but Xiu Yi's as well. Xia Fei could distinctly feel Xiu Yi's seventh brain region wilting rapidly. Bits and pieces of it blackened and died off, and the brain region that Xia Fei had spent all that effort repairing was beginning to blacken again. The darkness was spreading. Within the huge space within the cosmic gate, the only thing left was the burning evil spirit, as everything else was quickly enveloped in a world of darkness. After the countless killings that had happened here, the cosmic gate itself had been filled with a sinister atmosphere, and the evil spirit's soul burning only made that world all the more forbidding. Origin of Heaven. Whoosh! Xia Fei's eyes shone, and the energy surveillance art's Origin of Heaven enveloped the entire cosmic gate. Any and all energy body had nowhere to hide. There was a thin thread visible in the darkness, connecting Xiuyi to the evil spirit. Sever! The six-bladed snowflake-shaped blade slashed out at this thread. No, the evil spirit cried out in astonishment. It was too bad that Xia Fei was naturally not going to listen to him. The fiendish blade Nirvana easily chopped that thread apart. What followed immediately was a crazy charge from Xia Fei, as well as the changing of the positions of the Skywing Wolf Pack. Everything had gone according to what Xia Fei had planned. The evil spirit was stunned. Never did it imagine that Xia Fei would intentionally provoke it so as to locate the imperceptible connection that it shared with Xiuyi. Every personal soul servant would have a connection with their master. Xia Fei and Radix. Fukin and Wraith. This evil spirit and Xiuyi were no exception to the rule. But the key problem there was that no one could see the thread that connected the two souls. The evil spirit was using the method of burning its spirit in order to strengthen itself. Xia Fei had used Origin of Heaven, an eye technique that had been lost to the ages, to identify this invisible connection and subsequently sever it. When Xia Fei severed that link, the evil spirit was freed, but at the same time, anything that the evil spirit did would no longer be linked to Xiuyi, as it was now an independent body. That also meant it could be killed without hesitation. With the link gone, Xia Fei could strike at full force. Everything had all been calculated with such precision. Xia Fei needed to first repair a part of Xiuyi's brain region, otherwise when the evil spirit began to burn its soul, it would also drag Xiuyi to her death with it. Accordingly, Xia Fei had chosen to calmly repair half of Xiuyi's brain region so that she would have room to buffer. The evil spirit burning its soul had caused Xiuyi's brain region to experience rapid necrosis from 50% to 90%, but it was that second buffer he had placed for himself that allowed Xia Fei to locate the link between their two souls and sever it. Xiuyi would still be able to live with the remaining 10% of her brain region. Even the location had been part of the plan. Anywhere else, and even if Xia Fei had the Origin of Heaven, he would have had a very hard time carefully identifying the thin and faint thread. That was why they had traveled all the way out to the Cosmic Gate, a battlefield where countless deaths had occurred just recently. Bang! The Skywing Wolf Pack's change in position was completed in an instant. The pressure acting on the evil spirit increased by several dozen times over. Like the coming of a storm that could sweep up entire universes, the insides of the Cosmic Gate rumbled with thunder, and every bolt began striking right on the head of the evil spirit. Unrestricted Soul Spirit Array, the 60 Thunders of War. The moving soul array was finally demonstrating the extent of its true prowess right now. The soul array before was merely used to restrict and control the enemy, but this 60 Thunders of War was a guaranteed fatal array. It was one of the strongest arrays known to the unrestricteds. Thunderbolts of lightning wreaked havoc through the space. Every clap that landed on the evil spirit's head left it disorientated, and even more frightening was the fact that Xia Fei and his Nirvana were about to connect. The momentum behind their attack could shatter worlds. An unbridled fiendish aura surged forth. Xia Fei's fiend wings were fully extended, and his killing aura was pushed to the limit in that very moment. This was the same slash that had ended the life of a dragoon. It was the full extent of Xia Fei's true strength. Kaboom! Unable to stand against the 60 Thunders of War and Xia Fei's slash that was filled with fiendish energy, the evil spirit also exploded. Everyone watched as its figure underwent a sudden expansion. Its original appearance was akin to a human, but now it grew into something several dozen meters tall, with two strange, curving horns growing from its head. Its eyes became extraordinarily large, taking up almost half of its face. So that is what you actually look like, Xia Fei thought to himself. This round of oppressive attacks had forced the evil spirit to reveal its true visage. If it was not supposed to be kept secret, then the evil spirit would have had no need to cover itself in the flames of his burning soul from the very start. After all, it was a great waste to do that during a battle. No matter just what was the real identity of this evil spirit, Xia Fei's fiendish blade still landed squarely on his target. Boom! This was a very vicious slash, akin to a spaceship crashing into an ocean, stirring up a large wave that towered right to the skies. The fiendish blade Nirvana let out a cry of maddening triumph. It was now attempting to absorb this evil spirit. There was only one solution if Xia Fei wanted to learn just what this evil spirit was, and that was through nirvana. He wanted to absorb it. A curious sound, a strange cry, echoed out as he absorbed the evil spirit. This was a situation that Xia Fei had never once come across in the years that he had been using nirvana. Chapter 1265, Fiendwing's wingspan reaches 100 meters. The situation was extremely bizarre. The fiendish blade nirvana was acting abnormally, letting out such a shrill cry. However, a high-grade weapon always had a soul of its own, and nirvana was naturally no exception. It was like something here had provoked it, creating an unbearable rivalry. We need to endure this. Xia Fei bellowed, his eyes turning red from the strain. Instantly, the power from the soul array began to intensify. 60 thunders of war. The unrestricted sex-guaranteed fatal array grew even more powerful at Xia Fei's behest, and every bolt of lightning that came crashing down pierced through the clouds. Every single one of the 60 elite warriors from the Skywing clan represented a core, and 60 of them meant this soul array had 60 cores. Every one of them had condensed their strength, and adding on to that the 60 soul weapons they bore formed this large and mobile killing array. Every one of them felt like they were being hollowed out as their energy left their fingers and was sucked into the soul array through their soul weapons, turning into bolt after bolt of lethal lightning that struck that evil spirit. At the same time, Xia Fei's nirvana was pressed against the top of the evil spirit's head, cleaving down desperately. It had to be said that this evil spirit was extremely powerful. Perhaps it was because it was already an unparalleled existence, or perhaps it was the years Xiu Yi had spent eating too many potent medicinal treasures that ultimately helped this evil spirit become the world-class disaster that it now was. In any case, this evil spirit could actually match its strength against the combined efforts from the Skywing Wolf Pack's soul array, as well as nirvana. Roar! The evil spirit howled. Nirvana was letting out a low cry. The Skywing Wolf Pack was also shouting as they gave it their all. Right in that instant, every single person on the battlefield was pushed into a state of desperation. The sound from nirvana intensified once more, and at the same time, Xia Fei could very clearly sense the increase in energy that nirvana was sending to him. Normally, the majority of the energy nirvana absorbed would be allocated to itself, leaving only a portion to Xia Fei. But this time, for some unknown reason, nirvana was sending all the energy to Xia Fei. Bang! Xia Fei could feel the energy system in his body distinctly start to become chaotic. The energy from the evil spirit and his own spirit energy were apparently non-complementary, and there was too much of this different energy entering his body. It was causing Xia Fei's combat power to become erratic. He was even beginning to lose consciousness. Fiendish energy. The evil spirit's energy was bolstering Xia Fei's fiendish aura greatly. With a loud rumble, the desiccated wings on his back were extended wildly, and in the span of a few seconds, they actually grew to well over 100 meters. At the same time, Xia Fei's eyes turned blood red. The Skywing Wolf Pack was stunned. Everyone knew that there were only two sets of fiend wings in the clan. One was with their grand ancestor Xia Guoken, and the other was given to the young Xia Fei. However, none of them had ever seen such huge fiend wings. Even Xia Guoken's two fiend wings would not unfurl past 10 meters at his full might, but right now Xia Fei had actually reached a wingspan of 100 meters. This was already well beyond the known limit of fiend wings. What a powerful aura! That rascal Xia Fei has gone insane! Xia Guoken shouted, all wide-eyed. Arg! Xia Fei drew his head back and head-butted that evil spirit right in its head. This was no longer a battle, but a desperate struggle. Nobody knew just what had agitated Xia Fei and caused him to use such a barbaric style of fighting. The evil spirit had two horns on its head. These curved horns were currently covered in dark red soul flames. Xia Fei's headbutt was done with such great force that one of these two horns actually broke off upon impact, before he slammed right onto his enemy's head. It was clear to all watching this scene that the overwhelmingly powerful fiendish aura had covered Xia Fei entirely, like he was wearing a layer of black tights. Aside from the black fog, there was also a second layer of protection that was made up from a colorful combination of colors, which was none other than the power from his law of primal chaos. The evil spirit was perilously burning its soul, such that anyone that got near it would have to face the soul burning, but Xia Fei was able to remain unscathed because of the layers of protections he possessed. Who knew that the fiendish aura could be used in such a manner? Xia Guoken was in for yet another shock. The soul array that the Skywing Wolf Pack had created was a brainchild of Xia Fei's. This innovative style of combat that he had created had opened up a whole new avenue in the universe. Similarly, Xia Fei immediately made history again now that he had used his fiendish aura to imbue his body with a form of protection. Awoo! The evil spirit let out an even louder howl. His voice very nearly tore the cosmic gate apart. The pressure on the Skywing wolf pack was multiplied several-fold, and all they could do in the face of it was devote every ounce of strength they had to hold on, so as to ensure that the soul array did not collapse. Whoosh! The desiccated wings that spanned nearly 100 meters suddenly drew a beautiful arc and covered the sky. They enveloped the upper half body of that evil spirit. Kaboom! Insane sounds began ringing out. The situation right now was that Xia Fei was using his fiend wings to encapsulate himself and the evil spirit. They were now caught in a close combat fight. Weird. Incredibly weird. Nobody had any idea what was happening within the enclosed space, or just how intense the battle between Xia Fei and the evil spirit was. But from the sounds they could constantly hear, it must have been a desperate fight with their lives on the line. The law of primal chaos. Immemorial mystical armaments, fiend lock, fiendish blade. It was like Xia Fei had gone insane and was throwing out all the weapons he had into the fight, directed solely at the evil spirit. The Skywing wolf pack suddenly realized that the Xia Fei today was just like the devil from the legends. Fiendish aura. Killing intent. Desiccated wings. All these crazy changes had exploded into existence. Was he still the Xia Fei they were familiar with? All of a sudden, the sound of fighting came to an end. They watched as Xia Fei appeared, both legs braced on the evil spirit's shoulder, and he brought down his fists, gloved in twin-wing roar, right down the middle, crashing right into the spirit's temple. Xia Fei punched right through and into the head of the evil spirit with both hands. Xia Fei extended all of his fingers and clutched onto the evil spirit's skull, letting out a guttural roar as he exerted his strength and heaved. Splat! Xia Fei pulled off the head of the evil spirit. It was an absolutely brutal and terrifying action. Even the demons of hell might not compare in their nefariousness to Xia Fei as he was right now. Rumble! The evil spirit had managed to block Xia Fei's fiendish blade the first time around, but this time, Nirvana was able to slash down across the evil spirit's body, cleaving it in twain. The entire world was cleansed. The evil spirit disappeared quickly as it was absorbed by Nirvana. As it was disposed of, Xia Fei extended his arms out, his eyes still bloody red, and let out an even more terrifying roar than that evil spirit had. The sound was like a demon king announcing his prowess to the world. Whoosh! The soul array was lifted, leaving everyone in the Skywing wolf pack dumbfounded. Even the Grand Ancestor Xia Gukan could not help but admit that Xia Fei had now become the most powerful and maniacal warrior of the Skywing clan. The combat strength Xia Fei had just demonstrated far outstripped his own. How powerful! Is this Xia Fei's true strength? How did he suddenly go crazy like that just now? Isn't Xia Fei always the calm sort, best at calculations and schemes? Although surprised, there were plenty among the Skywing wolf pack who had questions of their own. But Xia Fei slowly relaxed, wrapping himself in those brutal wings of his. His aura fell rapidly, leaving him looking no different from a fiend awaiting its rebirth. Don't go near him! Xia Gukan shouted, stopping the Skywing warriors that wanted to make their way over and congratulate him on the victory. The expression in his eyes was a mix of both shock and suspicion. Whoosh! Peacock Blue and Terror Genesis appeared in succession. One was a bluegrass, while the other was a black flowing liquid. Both wrapped gently around Xia Fei, forming a second layer of protection over the fiend wings. For some unknown reason, after Xia Fei had slain the evil spirit, it seemed the immemorial mystical armaments had also been stimulated into action. Even the usually disobedient 6 waters of Terror Genesis had appeared to help protect Xia Fei. The fiend wings and mystical armaments each carried a measure of killing intent, almost as if they were warning everyone around not to approach Xia Fei. Or at least, not for right now. The Skywing wolf pack quietly got back into formation, forming a third layer of protection for Xia Fei. No matter what Xia Fei transformed into, at the end of the day he was still their fellow clan brother. They were all exhausted, but no one was willing to leave. Each of them silently paid close attention to Xia Fei, worried for him. The Silver Spectre. The series of intense assaults had left everyone in the warship feeling like they were being suffocated. That was especially true when Xia Fei and the evil spirit were locked in mortal combat. Xia Fei's fiendish aura on top of the evil spirit's demonic aura became a powerful force that everyone in the ship could feel intensely. None of them could even imagine what was happening outside. Just what is going on? Xiu Jian shouted while clutching his head in agony, messing up his perfectly combed hair. He was now regretting allowing Xia Fei to treat Xiu Yi. Was there even any spiritualist out there that could create such a great disturbance during their consultation? Master, Yi is still alive, the pale-faced bodyguard assured him. Xiu Jian was stunned, asking in a trembling voice, "She's still alive? Is she healed?" The pale-faced bodyguard shook his head. There was a brief moment when Miss Yi's aura grew stronger, but it decreased dramatically soon afterwards. "I reckon it must have been what started that huge battle outside. But you need not worry, the battle has already been decided, and it seems like Xia Fei has emerged victorious. In the meantime, while Miss Yi is giving off a very weak aura, she is at least a lot more stable than before." Xiu Jian exchanged careful looks with his two bodyguards, then heaved a sigh of relief. It was really stifling that Xia Fei had forced them to stay aboard the warship, not letting them take even a step out. Meanwhile, there were several complications that had happened outside: the soul array, a fight to the death, fiendish energy, and all sorts of chaotic elements that they could not understand. How could mending someone's brain region cause so many problems? Xiu Jian was fatigued, feeling even more worn out than Xiu Yi. Worrying too much had exhausted him. It felt like he had aged several years in the past hour. "Yi, my Yi," Xiu Jian muttered distractedly, his two bodyguards worrying deeply for his well-being. Instead, it was Furball and little Goldie who were bouncing all over the place, as if they were celebrating something. Unfortunately, this did not reassure Xiu Jian and the others at all, but instead perplexed them even more. Rumble. After a good long time, when everyone in the room had managed to calm down for a while, a fierce atmosphere rose up once more, prompting Xiu Jian's two bodyguards to stand up. They shut their eyes in surprise as they carefully tried to sense it. The two fiend wings on Xia Fei's back had wrapped him up, and it looked like he was as asleep as a baby. No one dared to wake him up, nor did any of them know what was happening. Xia Fei was curled up in a dark corner of the cosmic gate like that, not moving even an inch. Some time passed and the Skywing Wolf Pack felt themselves growing more and more worried. It was at that point Xia Fei's two fiend wings began to shudder ever so slightly, as if it was being assaulted by a gust of wind. Boom! A soul mark suddenly appeared in the air. 1, 2, 3. There were a total of 7 sides to it, one more than Xia Fei had before. It began spinning rapidly around Xia Fei. The unrestricted soul spirit mark was as unusual and mysterious as it always was. Every Skywing present was dazzled just seeing it. "Great! Great spiritualist!" Xia Gang shouted, wide-eyed. Chapter 1266, Great Spiritualist Xia Fei. Those words awoke everyone from their dreams. Only after Xia Gang opened his mouth did the Skywing Wolf Pack suddenly realize what that meant. Everyone had been so preoccupied after seeing Xia Fei's miraculous unrestricted soul spirit mark that they had forgotten something very important. Now that Xia Fei had achieved a 7-sided soul mark, it meant he was officially a great spiritualist. Rising from level 6 to 7 was just one level, but it was a qualitative leap in power. The intermediate spiritualist Xia Fei no longer existed. Right before their eyes was the new great spiritualist Xia Fei. This is wonderful. The Skywing clan has our very own great spiritualist now. Does that mean our brothers will not have any lack for soul weapons from now on? But of course. When has Xia Fei ever forgotten about giving us soul weapons? We'll only be getting even more from now on. The Skywing Wolf Pack laughed uproariously, showering their congratulations onto Xia Fei. Only their grand ancestor Xia Guoken was staying very calm as he growled, "No. This time is very different." Zing! Everyone hurriedly turned around to face him. They had no idea what was wrong with the grand ancestor that he would actually sound rather emotional. "All of you better not forget that Xia Fei was only promoted because he absorbed some unknown evil spirit. This might be a very risky move on his part. As for that 100-meter set of fiend wings that he unfurled just now, even I have no idea what's going on there," Xia Guoken said, more to himself than anyone else. Xia Fei had been promoted under very strange circumstances. It had been like he had gone mad, grabbing hold of that evil spirit to pummel. But Xia Fei had always been very unconventional, and countless weird occurrences had happened to him. No one had thought Xia Fei defeating this evil spirit and his subsequent promotion to be that big a deal. In the distance, they heard Xia Fei let out a sigh, and he flashed a friendly smile to the Skywing Wolf Pack standing across from him. Whoosh! The whole Skywing Wolf Pack swiftly dashed over, showering Xia Fei with a myriad of questions as they surrounded him. "Look, I'm fine, aren't I? I've just accidentally advanced, that's all," Xia Fei shrugged. Thud! Xia Guanghai delivered a playful punch to Xia Fei's shoulder and said unhappily, "An accident again, hey. Rascal, you're always claiming you promote by accident. You're clearly trying to provoke us." Everyone shared a raucous laugh. No doubt the stronger Xia Fei grew, the happier his comrades became. The members of the Skywing clan had always shared a close-knit bond with one another, and none of them thought Xia Fei's promotion was a bad thing. It was still unavoidable for them to feel the need to work even harder, given the fact that none of them were willing to have Xia Fei leave them in the dust. Radix came over and spoke up, "Xia Fei, it's best if you go and take a look at Xiu Yi." Xia Fei nodded. He made his way over to Xiu Yi and took her up in his arms. The girl was far too frail, making him feel as if he was lifting a little chick. It hardly took any of his strength at all. Her cheeks were rosy and flushed, and her breathing was even. Xiu Yi did not appear to be dealing with any complications, looking completely relaxed as she slept. A large portion of her brain region remains damaged like before, but at least it isn't fatal. She's now far too physically weak, and needs a while to recuperate before I can help her with the second attempt to reactivate her brain region, Xia Fei said after a brief examination of her condition. "Let's go, it's time we headed back," Xia Fei added with a wave of his hand. The troops split up. Xia Guoqin led the Skywing Wolf pack away, while Xia Fei reboarded the Silver Spectre. Xia Fei had no desire to let Xiu Jian know that the Skywings were capable of forming a soul array now. Though this was the first time it had been put into use, the Skywing soul array had demonstrated powerful combat power and had huge potential. That sort of combat power was not to be used for bragging rights. Xia Fei knew very well that no matter how anyone showered him with praises, it was ultimately just lip service. What Xia Fei wanted was guaranteed fatality. He wanted to keep the Skywing soul array a secret until there came a day when it was really needed, allowing him to break the very heavens in one go. A warrior would be powerful not merely because they were strong, but often because they understood the value in keeping things secret. It was no different from how Xia Fei would often use a harmless smile that had tricked countless enemies. "Your granddaughter is fine, take her to go rest," Xia Fei said as he handed Xiu Yi over to Xiu Jian. Xiu Jian hugged Xiu Yi tightly in his arms. Tears rolled down his face, while the two bodyguards next to him were absolutely shocked, sharing a dumbfounded look between them. Xiu Jian carried Xiu Yi back to the room, while that pale-faced bodyguard remained behind. He waited until Xiu Jian was far away before he performed a deep bow to Xia Fei and said, "Our deepest gratitude cannot be fully expressed with words alone, but you did save the young Mrs. life, and no matter what, I must indeed offer a word of thanks for that." "Don't speak so soon. I've yet to heal Xiu Yi," Xia Fei said with a light chuckle. This person was at least genuine, unlike the dark-faced companion of his who always had a glum look on his face. "If you're able to keep our young Mrs. alive, then I believe you won't have any problem mending her brain region, either," the man replied sincerely. Xia Fei was a little taken aback, so he asked, "So that means you could tell what happened?" "Yes. The young Mrs. brain region is missing something." "What is it?" Xia Fei's eyes glazed as he pressed for details. "I'm not sure. Had we any idea what it was, we wouldn't have sought your help." "I see," Xia Fei pouted. He was a little disappointed, because he had failed to understand just what that evil spirit was. It was still a riddle to him. "No matter the case, we of the White Kylan clan surely owe you a huge favor this time," the bodyguard swore. "Speaking of which, is the White Kylan clan that amazing? I seem to have heard of your name before, so is a favor from your people really valuable?" "If you must know, I've always been fond of more practical things," Xia Fei said with a smile. In his eyes, favors were too empty. It was far better to be practical and get something material. That bodyguard laughed and answered him in a low voice, "Don't you worry, since we've stated that we owe you a favor, then everything else will of course not be a problem. As for whether a favor with the White Kylan clan is worth how much, I'm sure you'll have the opportunity to learn about that in the future." Xia Fei waved his hand, indicating that he could leave, so the bodyguard with decent cultivation stood up and left without showing arrogance or inferiority. Radix rubbed his chin, "Look, that person seems to be in a clan with Xiu Jian and Xiu Yi, sharing their equally pale features. Meanwhile, that dark-faced bodyguard doesn't seem to be part of their clan, seeing how he lacks any sort of graciousness in his demeanor." Xia Fei did not agree with Radix's observation. Demeanor isn't something that can feed anyone. "I'll be thanking the heavens if they can just send us something good after all this." Switching to autopilot, the Silver Spectre began its journey back. Furball and Little Goldie did not join Xia Fei in the later operation this time. While the latter was flying happily around Xia Fei, Furball instead threw a petty little fit to express his dissatisfaction, resulting in a gruff kick from Xia Fei. "Are you really fine?" Radix was concerned. "Nirvana did not take in even a bit of that evil spirit, and sent all its energy to you. I found the entire situation to be very odd." Xia Fei lit a cigarette and pulled out the fiendish blade Nirvana. Placing it on the table, he said to Radix, "Have a look for yourself." Radix was elated and proceeded to dive back in. In their previous battle with the broken winged devil's armor, because Radix had not been decisive enough in killing their enemy, Xia Fei had rescinded his privilege of controlling Nirvana, and he had been feeling guilty ever since. Now that Xia Fei was letting Radix control the blade again, that meant the punishment was over, and he could help pull his weight for his master again. Clearly defined rewards and punishments had always been a principle that Xia Fei followed. Even if Radix, Furball, and Little Goldie were all the most loyal arms of Xia Fei, any mistake they made still meant Xia Fei would mete out the appropriate punishment. Whoosh! Radix took Nirvana for a spin in the air for a few times before poking his head out, his expression one of incredulous surprise. "It seems like Nirvana absorbed a bit of that evil spirit's energy after all, but it seems to dislike it a lot, and the little bit of energy it absorbed has been intentionally isolated." Xia Fei puffed out a smoke ring and said softly, "Nirvana is very strange, to actually shove all that energy to me. Honestly, when that happened, I also had no idea what I was doing. My one desire then was to kill, and it was like I had been driven to madness." Radix nodded repeatedly. Xia Fei had used his head to headbutt that evil spirit, and then ripped its head off. That brutal action was a frightening sight to behold. After a momentary pause, Xia Fei continued, "It was a good thing my soul mark is the unrestricted soul spirit mark, so it was still crazily absorbing this external energy. It was only near the end of the fight that I regained consciousness somewhat, though the external energy was still rampant inside me, leaving me feeling very exhausted. That was why I decided to make an attempt to promote right there and then, unleashing all that newly obtained energy without any reservation. I still had my own energy mixed in it as well, and only then did I manage to regain my equilibrium, and even managed to make a breakthrough at the same time. It sounds easy now, but the situation was extremely critical. That evil spirit's energy was also technically dark energy, and an important mental energy, but what he had was different from mine, like a spirit that was completely different from mine." What Xia Fei elaborated on was somewhat complex, and Radix could not help but furrow his brow. Simply put, its energy was incompatible. When the evil spirit was alive, I'm certain it was something different from us sapient life forms, which is why its soul was different, too. Xia Fei explained when he saw how confused Radix looked. "Then it and Wraith?" Radix asked again. "They are also slightly different. Wraith isn't anywhere near as strong as it was, sharing only 50% similarities at most," Xia Fei answered. Radix pondered on that thought, then said, "The universe doesn't seem to have only a handful of sapient species. That evil spirit could perhaps have been from some rarely seen race when it was still alive, just like the Triclopian fiends we saw. Wasn't that person rather unique? Growing out a third eye and being good at energy surveillance arts." Xia Fei extinguished his cigarette. What Radix said made sense. The universe was complex beyond what anyone could imagine. There were so many different kinds of living creatures that existed that it was very normal to encounter some weird freaks from time to time. Xia Fei's terror genesis was no doubt one such existence. "Look here." Xia Fei carefully rolled up his pants leg. There on his left leg the image of a black water droplet resided. It was already melded into his body, and was none other than his other immemorial mystical armament, Terror Genesis. In the past, Terror Genesis was unresponsive, but today, Radix seemed to see an eye looking back at him curiously. It looked like it was a living creature. "Terror Genesis is alive." Radix was shocked. Xia Fei rolled his pants leg back down and replied, "I reckon it is related to when I absorbed that evil spirit. Sometimes, I really don't get it. With how mysterious the 5 elemental mystical armaments are, just what exactly do they do?" Radix was speechless. Honestly, the uses for the immemorial mystical armaments had always been shrouded in mystery this whole time. They could be called natural weapons used in combat, but the 5 elemental immemorial mystical armaments all had many strange attributes. Take Terror Genesis, for example. It was willing to stick with Xia Fei, but it refused to merge with Peacock Blue. Occasionally, it would spring out and protect Xia Fei, and clean up some weird things. Well, there's no need to dwell on this further, Radix mused. Aren't you always saying about how different means do not matter as long as the destination is the same? This time, you've not only subdued an evil spirit, saved Xiu Yi's life, and become a great spiritualist, you even came up with the Skywing Soul Array by yourself. That itself is a historical achievement. From today onwards, the Skywing clan will no longer just have to rely on their wolf pack formation, and will have a fatal new tool in their arsenal. Even if they face off against Annihilator tier experts, they will have no problems putting up a fight. Radix was excited. Seeing that we're nearing the moment when the Dark Spiritualists will be launching their final assault, this soul array would definitely be of great use. Chapter 1267, Grand Ancestors Taboo. The fortress outpost that the Lore Realm had established in the Alpha Universe. Xia Fei arranged for the Xiu family people to stay at their base. Now that the evil spirit in Xiu Yi's brain had been exorcised, the next thing would be to slowly help mend her brain region. Xiu Jian's request was not too demanding, and he had no wish for her to become some powerful genius. All he wanted was for her to survive. Thus, Xia Fei let Xiu Yi rest and recover for several days, and even handed a detailed list to Xiu Jian, stipulating what food she could eat and what to avoid. Xia Fei had starved Xiu Yi for several days on the ship, only allowing her to eat carrots and other vegetables, all for the sake of controlling that evil spirit. His goal was to prevent it from continuing to grow more powerful, so now of course there were no such restrictions in place. Knowing that the Xiu family was affluent, there was no lack of treasured ingredients on that list. Xiu Jian simply glanced at the list and sent his underlings to get it filled. He did not even blink once, a level of lavishness that surprised Xia Fei greatly. After getting the Xiu family settled, the Skywing Wolf Pack had a meeting. For the sake of confidentiality, there were only 4 people who attended: Grand Ancestor Xia Gukan, Chief Executive Xia Ke, as well as Xia Fei and Xia Guanghai. The soul array this time was a resounding success. In the future, we can use it as our main battle tactic. It's just too bad that we are a little low on numbers, preventing us from using even more powerful soul arrays, seeing as the more powerful arrays will require even more cores, Xia Fei mused while lighting a cigarette. Xia Ke was helpless as well. We Skywings had never attained victory through numerical advantage. Do you think it's possible to include the Law Sages and higher cultivation warriors of our clans? If so, then we would at least be able to gather upwards of 300 to 500 men. Xia Fei shook his head. That won't do. Soul arrays require stability, and joining the soul array without enough strength would instead create a flaw in the array. A law god is already the baseline. Everyone was silent for a good while. The Skywing clan had improved rapidly and had over 20 founders now, as well as more than 40 law gods. But these numbers were still very far from Xia Fei's desires when you consider a super soul array like the Spirit Mountain array needing 256 cores. Then how about we get warriors from other clans to join in? Xia Guanghai suggested. Definitely not. Xia Fei was resolute. This soul array will be Skywing's hidden trump card, how could we let outsiders learn it? Besides, the soul array is powerful because of its motion, and how many speedsters do other clans besides ours have? Xia Guanghai gave it some thought and saw the sense in those words. First, Xia Fei was not someone that could easily trust others, and even if he trusted Oro lacked the means to attain the speed requirement. Including him would be useless, as the changing of the array still depended on the Skywing's own strength. Xia Fei gave the matter some thought and proposed, inform the others. Special training begins tomorrow. Let's take advantage of this time we have so everyone could familiarize themselves with the soul array as quickly as possible. Xia Gukan sighed, a pity that as powerful as the soul array is, there's no way we can execute it without you. After all, you're the only spiritualist in our clan, and we have no way to activate it without you being around. Xia Guanghai and Xia Gang were also a little worried. After they had fought their way into the Alpha Universe, the Skywings had begun to rely on Xia Fei more and more. They needed Xia Fei to gain more soul weapons, and it was the same for this soul array. Even the materials the Lore Realm needed had been obtained via the Heavenly Treasure Firm through Xia Fei. Xia Fei chuckled, there's no need for you to worry so much. This time, I've not only brought the soul array, I've also brought some improvement to the wolf pack formation. Improvements to the wolf pack formation. Everyone gasped. After all, the wolf pack formation was something the clan had used for many years. Not everyone felt certain after hearing Xia Fei suddenly suggest making improvements to it. Xia Fei continued, there once existed a race called the Fiends, who were known to be the greatest tacticians in all of history. This time, I was fortunate enough to fight against some remnants of the fiends, and the tactical formations they used were very similar to the wolf pack formation. However, they could achieve an even greater lethality when they attacked, which is why I'm thinking about incorporating their set into our wolf pack formation. It should bring about a rather decent result. Changing the topic, Xia Fei asked Xia Gukan with a smile, Grand Ancestor, just where are you from? What relationship does the law of speed our clan use have to the fiends? Even the wolf pack formation we use shares similarities with the formations from the fiends. It won't be good if we are treated as the remnants of the fiends if we draw the attention of others in the future. Xia Gukan was the one who had founded the Skywing clan, but no one really knew his personal history. Xia Fei had long been very curious if the law of speed from his clan was actually a legacy from the fiends, and now that he had learned about the similarities between the wolf pack formation and the fiend tactical formations, Xia Fei could not help but deepen his suspicions, prodding him to ask such a question. Unexpectedly, this line of question actually angered Xia Gukan. Glaring at Xia Fei, he turned his head and made to leave, shouting as he did, "Yours truly was an orphan. This old man wanted to retire, but none of you will let me, and now you're actually questioning your grand ancestor's background. What a bunch of vicious ingrates." Slam! The grand ancestor left in a huff, leaving Xia Ke and Xia Guanghai to respectively turn towards Xia Fei. Xia Guanghai sighed, "Some sealed pots are not meant to be opened, why have you asked about such a thing?" Xia Ke also added, "That's right. Our grand ancestor's personal history has always been the only taboo topic for him. The old man has no desire to talk about his past, most likely because he had a tough time when he was younger. Besides, what has his heritage got to do with anything? All we need to know is that he is our grand ancestor, and that's that." The Skywings had a tradition of never looking into the past of their members. When Xia Fei first returned to the clan, everyone had viewed him as one of their own, and when someone bullied him, the entire Skywing clan went nuts, killing everywhere. None of them cared how he ended up straying, and no one asked about it, either. All that mattered was that he was one of them, and there was no need to look too deeply into matters. Xia Fei shrugged, "Fine, I won't ask about it anymore in the future." "Oh right, how are those two custodian slaves from the unrestricted sect doing?" Xia Guanghai replied, "Still the same as before. They are ignoring everyone, though our grand ancestor will often go visit them. He said their body techniques are extraordinary, which is strange. They are clearly living corpses, yet seem to be despondent. There was a time I saw several of our young clansmen accidentally barge into the unrestricted pavilion, and they didn't even care, letting the rascals fool around there." Xia Fei sighed. If it was in the past, anyone who might have dared to barge into the unrestricted pavilion would find themselves dead by those custodian slaves' hands. But now, it was as if the two had tendered in their resignations, not even doing their original jobs. They were all disheartened, unable to truly live life or be granted death. It was truly quite a depressing state to be in. "All right, I'll go look at them when I return. If they are willing, they could really help us quite a bit, given how their bodies are sturdy like steel, truly tough." Xia Fei nodded. The Skywing Wolfpack secluded themselves to practice the soul array for 3 consecutive days. The requirements for the users of the soul array were nothing complicated, they simply had to be able to be quick and accurate. With Xia Fei acting as the brain of the soul array, what he needed was the ability to adjust the men at any given time, which was the hardest part. Rather than saying it was the Skywings training to use the soul array, it would be more accurate to say it was Xia Fei getting used to his new role in the wolf pack. As for the plan to improve the Skywing wolf pack formation, Xia Fei had handed it over to experts of the clan like Xia Guanghai, Xia Xiang, Xia Ye, and Xia Helen to take charge of. Xia Fei was the lone wolf, and would be roaming away from the formation. He had not learned the wolf pack formation either, so there was no way he could make any changes to something he had no knowledge of. All he could do was let those familiar with formations do the work, while giving them some pointers from the periphery. After they were done with the training exercises, the Skywing Wolfpack would continue to study and make improvements to their formation, while Xia Fei took the time to take a look at the 2 custodian slaves. In the distance, he saw the other chief executive of the Skywing clan, Xia Lianing, bringing Xiu Jian's pale-faced bodyguard to find him. Xia Fei asked why, and learned that Xiu Jian was beginning to get anxious again. He wanted Xia Fei to help Xiu Yi mend her 7th brain region. The young Mrs.'s body had recovered quickly after eating some bako seeds, and is now able to move about by herself now. It is just that she's sleeping longer every day, almost as if she had yet to make a full recovery from her lethargy, the bodyguard informed him. Xia Fei was stunned. Did you say bako seeds? The seeds one can find only on the highest canopy of the Sunkoska tree. That's correct. Your Xiu family sure is liberal with your funds. How many Sunkoska trees are there? And one would still need to retrieve the smallest seeds found on the highest canopy. So many people could not even buy a single seed without spending mountains of gold, yet you've actually treated them as food for Xiu Yi to eat, Xia Fei lampooned. Master already said that the cost does not matter as long as the young missus could recover. Xia Fei nodded. He did not scoff at this pale-faced bodyguard from the Xiu family, seeing as the man did things with finesse and was also an expert. Xia Fei also had the intention of trying to get close with him after seeing just how mysterious this White Kylan clan was. There were hardly any drawbacks of Xia Fei's part to gain a better understanding of their familial matters. With that thought, Xia Fei flashed his signature genial smile and squeezed that bodyguard's shoulder warmly. Speaking of which, we're hitting off quite nicely, you and I. Just how should I address you? That bodyguard was not used to this particular earthling custom that Xia Fei was displaying right now, so he answered with knitted eyebrows, you may call me Xiu Fengnian. I'm the younger one, so I shall call you Big Brother Fengnian. I just so happen to be going to visit some old friends. Why don't you join me and we can head to Xiu Yi's after we're done, Xia Fei offered, all friendly like. Xiu Fengnian suddenly felt a little creeped out. After all, Xia Fei was acting very differently from when he was being impulsively aggressive before, and Xiu Fengnian could not figure out which was the real Xia Fei. Before he could even answer, Xia Fei dragged Xiu Fengnian with him to Spirit Mountain. They chatted quite a lot along the way, though Xia Fei did not ask about anything pertaining to the Xiu family. This was a technique, just like when trying to buy something. The more you desire to purchase something, the better it would be if you do not reveal your intention to others. Otherwise, people could seize the opportunity and raise their prices, or they might catch on that you have ulterior motives. Xia Fei bringing Xiu Fengnian over to meet the custodian slaves was also a gesture of sincerity. The custodian slaves could be considered as a secret of the Skywing clan, and should not be something outsiders should know. However, Xia Fei did not agree with this sentiment, and had brought Xiu Fengnian to see the secret so as to move him, making it easier for them to build trust and the like in the future. Besides, Xia Fei had plenty of secrets, and revealing these two custodian slaves was nothing. The tens of kilometers high Spirit Mountain had not been moved entirely, but what he had brought over was the peak of the mountain, only about 500 meters tall. Despite so, this mountain was still by no means small, and it gave off an atmosphere of vicissitude and spirit energy. Xiu Fengnian was an annihilator tier expert, and he could feel the difference the moment he stepped on Spirit Mountain. Though some of the buildings on the mountain had been ruined, he could tell that it was ancient. Furthermore, the road to the unrestricted pavilion was even more winding and full of mysteries. The doors to the unrestricted pavilion were wide open. Its insides were no longer a secret, and it was left open in order to make it easier for the Skywing Wolf Pack to find the custodian slaves. Upon entering the premises, anyone could tell through the crystal windows that the past sect masters of the Unrestricteds could very easily snoop in on any clandestine meeting being held. Xiu Fengnian was secretly shocked, realizing that this place was anything but simple. This was once the Spirit Mountain that the unrestricted spiritualists used as a base. Later, when the unrestricted sect was no more, I moved this mountain peak here, as a keepsake, Xia Fei nonchalantly informed the bodyguard. The unrestricteds. A keepsake. Xiu Fengnian was startled, but he soon lowered his head thoughtfully and followed closely behind Xia Fei. Chapter 1268, The Night Before the Storm. Xia Fei brought Xiu Fengnian into the unrestricted pavilion, but they just so happened to bump into Grand Ancestor Xia Guocan inside. It seemed like what Xia Guanghai had said about their Grand Ancestor recently finding company with the two custodian slaves was no lie. Glancing at Xiu Fengnian, Xia Guocan said, "Those two are still very unhappy. You should go take a look as well, since you're the one who invited them over in the first place." The Grand Ancestor was acting abnormally today, speaking very formally. Xia Fei understood that Xia Guocan was a very careful man, and he did not trust anyone from the Xiu family, so he did not wish to speak too much in front of Xiu Fengnian. Nodding, Xia Fei replied, "Grand Ancestor, this man here is Xiu Fengnian, an expert from the White Kylan clan, attached to the Xiu family, with the bravery of 1,000 men." Xia Fei flattered Xiu Fengnian right up to the heavens. The expression on the Grand Ancestor's face was expectant, reading with a single glance what Xia Fei was up to. He acted accordingly and feigned shock, showering praises upon Xiu Fengnian as well. The old and young worked in tandem, paying an absurd amount of compliments to the warrior until even he began to blush. Bidding Xia Guocan farewell, Xia Fei continued to lead Xiu Fengnian deeper into the premises. The saying went, out of all possible methods, flattery was one that everyone welcomed. Though Xiu Fengnian did not expressly say anything about it, he was of course still happy to receive such adoration, feeling like he had been shown great respect. The two custodian slaves were sitting in a corner of the unrestricted pavilion, looking like nothing more than withered corpses, or more like two stone sculptures with their pure physical cultivation. There was not even a hint of dark energy fluctuation in them, such that Xiu Fengnian nearly missed them entirely. By the time he could make out their faces, Xiu Fengnian's flushed face instantly turned white. The two custodian slaves looked frightening, with ashen skin that lacked any blood beneath. Their eyes were just empty sockets, and if Xia Fei were not around, Xiu Fengnian would have pulled his sword out and stabbed these creatures without a second thought. Xia Fei did not seem to mind that at all, sitting down and lighting a cigarette as he started a conversation with the two. The custodian slaves did not speak, nor did they look at Xia Fei. The custodian slaves were already very accustomed to the people of the Skywing clan, but it was obvious they harbored a sliver of animosity toward Xiu Fengnian, as neither made any sort of movement in front of Xia Fei. Chatting was of course nothing nourishing, and in front of Xiu Fengnian Xia Fei definitely could not talk too much. What mattered was his attitude. Xia Fei treated these two living corpses like they were friends, and it was highly likely that Xia Guocan had done the same just now. Xiu Fengnian was speechless. These were walking cadavers, such that he wanted to vomit from just a glance at them, so why were Xia Fei and the others treating them like equals? Furthermore, the entire clan was really bold, and their actions sufficiently strange. They could befriend corpses, but was it not said that those who were not of one's kind would surely not be of the same mind? Could they not care about that notion at all? Thankfully, Xia Fei did not spend too much time chatting with the custodian slaves, bidding them farewell after a short conversation. That was when both custodians suddenly reached their hand out to hold onto Xia Fei in unison, though their gaze was trained on Xiu Fengnian. They were clearly trying to signal for Xia Fei to be careful of the person he was with, because he was very strong. Xia Fei felt grateful deep down. Who said that these living corpses were heartless? The hearts of these two were like a mirror, they knew full well who treated them well, and who were friends. It was just that they had been utterly disheartened by those bastard disciples of Fukin's, and they lacked any souls to speak of. Their minds were inherently dull, and they had momentarily stuck to their roots and chosen to be buried by their worries. Don't worry, I'm fine. I'll be back to see you two again, Xia Fei smiled as he patted the two on their shoulders. The armor that the custodian slaves wore was probably hundreds of generations old, and a layer of dust was liberated with his pat. Xia Fei took out a cleaning cloth, and carefully gave them a wipe down before leaving. After leaving the unrestricted pavilion, Xiu Fengnian finally asked, "You said those two are your friends. Why? Is there a problem?" Xia Fei asked back. "No, of course not. It's just that they are both," Xiu Fengnian's voice trailed off. Xia Fei shot back righteously, "All men are brothers. I've never been one that thinks race, clan, background, or other such circumstantial things matter. As long as I, Xia Fei, see them as a friend, then they will forever be that." Xiu Fengnian nodded his head repeatedly, his gaze twinged with a measure of admiration. He figured that since Xia Fei could even become friends with two living corpses, he would probably not treat other beings too poorly. Unfortunately for him, while it was true that Xia Fei treated his friends very well, it was very difficult to be seen as a friend by Xia Fei in the first place. The custodian slaves still remembered him, and had even cautioned Xia Fei to be wary of the person he had been with. Xia Fei was very happy about that. Xia Fei was truly fond of those custodian slaves, and it was definitely not an act. It was simple to befriend people that were pure of heart like them, seeing as they were not the sort to ever betray their own, and that was more than enough in Xia Fei's books. Besides, the two had also given Xia Fei the Chilled Ligament Ghost Valley Manual. The moment Xia Fei had complete mastery of the law of speed, he could begin his training for that. It would surely be a good thing if there came a day when Xia Fei could cultivate that sturdy body of theirs. Xia Fei was the only spiritualist in the Skywing clan, otherwise he really wanted to have his comrades train in the apex body art. Xia Fei arrived at the Xiu family's temporary residence as he pondered those thoughts. Xia Fei had arranged for them to take up a place far away from the base, a house that had been retrofitted from an old-fashioned warship, and the facilities made available to him were of course first-rate as well. Is Xiu Yi sleeping? Xia Fei asked after he met Xiu Jian. She just fell asleep. That's good. All of you, stay outside. I'll go inside by myself, Xia Fei said as he made his way into Xiu Yi's bedroom. Xiu Jian hesitated. There's no rush. Let Yi sleep first. Xia Fei shook his head, I won't be disturbing her sleep. Your granddaughter dislikes me, and her being asleep is the best time for me to act. Let's make this stipulation from here on out, I'll come to mend Xiu Yi's brain region after she falls asleep. While she's awake, don't come bothering me. We're all very busy. Xiu Jian of course agreed. Xia Fei entered Xiu Yi's room, and found the girl sleeping soundly. It was just that she was not sleeping in a ladylike manner, with her bed covers wedged between her legs, and her mouth agape and drooling. The room was very hot. Xiu Yi was only dressed in thin pajamas, which was most likely the reason why Xiu Jian did not want Xia Fei to treat Xiu Yi while she was asleep. Actually, Xiu Jian was thinking too much. Xia Fei had never seen Xiu Yi as a woman, her skinny and frail self hardly interesting. Closing the door behind him, Xia Fei carefully examined her present condition. Radix was around, and commented, this girl is recuperating quite fast. The color of her cheeks is no longer as poor as before, and her skin has paled quite a lot. Actually, she's not exactly ugly, though it is a pity that the evil spirit has dragged her down. Give her another 2 years, and maybe things will be different. Her. Xia Fei shook his head. She's stick-thin, and with a fiery temper. It'd be a miracle if she could even marry. With that said, Xia Fei ignored Radix and began his treatment mending Xiu Yi's brain region. Swoosh! Countless threads of spirit energy that no one could see were being streamed into Xiu Yi's brain. They were Xia Fei's scalpel, and trying to control them was extremely difficult. Only a speed warrior like Xia Fei could achieve this. Speedsters were not only fast, but they also had an extraordinary neural response time. A person's 7th brain region was no bigger than a needlepoint, and trying to conduct surgery on such a narrow spot was not possible without superhuman control of spirit power and neural responses. Spiritualist of healing, speedster, a superhuman neural response, and serpent-swallowing whale, all those added up and were what gave Xia Fei the ability to repair brain regions. Whoosh! After about 10 minutes, the breathing of the sleeping Xiu Yi quickened, which was the sign for Xia Fei to stop. Without another word, he took his leave from the room. So soon? Xiu Jian was astonished. Is Xiu Yi fine already? Xia Fei frowned. The mending of a person's brain region is by no means any simple surgery, so how could I be done so soon? Right now, Xiu Yi's condition is stable, there's no urgency here. I'm choosing to treat her slowly so as to ensure a safe and stable recovery. Surely you do not want anything unexpected to befall Xiu Yi, right? Xiu Jian nodded quickly and repeatedly. A person's brain region was tied to their very life, and the risk of mending it in one go would surely be a greater risk than a slow treatment. This was a good thing. Thinking for a bit, Xia Fei asked, was Xiu Yi born with an open 7th brain region? Xiu Jian nodded, sighing regretfully, that's right. If Yi had not been sick, she would surely have become a first-rate genius. Xia Fei was somewhat surprised. Your granddaughter has a very powerful hereditary gene, to actually have been born with an open brain region. That means that your son and daughter-in-law were rather powerful, too. It's just too bad that Xiu Yi might not make any great achievements. At best I can guarantee her life, and while it is not impossible for her to make progress on the path of cultivation, it is just that she'll have a decreased chance of success. After all, her childhood injury has negatively affected her future. Xiu Jian invited Xia Fei to take a seat as he said with a smile, that's no problem. Her survival is more important than anything else. To have achieved something like this, our entire family owes you our utmost gratitude as is. Xia Fei lit a cigarette and asked, you've said before that Xiu Yi was born in some distant ancient battlefield, and was discovered to be sick after returning from that place. Might I ask what's so special about that battlefield? Could it be because of the environment that Xiu Yi was infected by something unsanitary? Xiu Jian was startled, wrinkling his brow, I don't really know much about this matter. My son and daughter-in-law died after their return as well, which was a huge loss to our family. It is also the biggest sorrow in my life, which is why I hope that Xiu Yi can accompany me forever. Having no ability would also mean no risk, after all. Xiu Jian did not wish to talk about the matter, and Xia Fei was in no hurry to pester him about it, either. However, it was not hard to determine from Xiu Jian's words that Xiu Yi's parents were anything but average. They might have been very powerful, something Xia Fei could tell from the genes Xiu Yi had inherited. To be born with an open seventh brain region, and fighting against the evil spirit for 13 years, this was not something most people could do. Xia Fei managed to experience a rare period of peace over the next few days. He would spend his days doing drills of the soul array with his brothers, help Xiu Yi mend her brain region at night, and foster a relationship with the Xiu family's bodyguard, Xiu Fengnian. Avril and Xiao Yu also came over, and he of course spent his nights with Avril, blissful and loving. People have a hard time parting with happy times, but Xia Fei knew very well that this was nothing more than the calm before the storm. The dark spiritualists had been far too quiet recently, abnormally so. This was the opposite of the grand entrance they had made after they busted their way out of the collapsed expanse of founders, almost as if they had all disappeared from the face of the universe. Something had to be afoot when things were out of the ordinary. Xia Fei refused to believe that those people would just fold their cards after having gathered crazy amounts of spirit energy from the undercurrent universe, and even the dragoons had been implicated amid their scheming. All these signs indicated that they were making preparations with some secret goal in mind. Rely on the annihilators? No, it had never been Xia Fei's habit to put his fate in the hands of others. The experts of the annihilation universe had yet to come up with any countermeasures, which was a clear demonstration that they were in a mess of their own. It was just too bad that Xia Fei still had no idea just what was troubling the annihilators, such that they would end up giving the dark spiritualists free rein here in Alpha like they were. The Skywing Information Organization headed by Xia Gang had filtered across the entire Alpha universe, and even undercurrent, sifting through any news and rumors in hope of picking up on any trace or clues anywhere, but they had presently come up empty-handed. As Xiu Yi's condition began to near full recovery, Xia Fei was also beginning to get anxious. Xia Fei subscribed to the price theory, and as someone that had never been able to settle down all his life, always getting into trouble, Xia Fei could not help feeling that this period of peace he had been granted might mean that great danger was just ahead of him. Chapter 1269, The Dark Spiritualist's Feint. Open! Xia Fei bellowed as he spread his fingers along Xiu Yi's temples, cutting off the imperceptible threads of spirit energy accordingly. How is it? Have you succeeded? Radix asked anxiously. What Xia Fei had done was the final step of the brain region mending surgery, akin to sealing up the wound after a surgical operation. He had spread his spirit energy over Xiu Yi's brain region without leaving any traces behind. Accidentally doing so would be like dropping a scalpel into the patient's body, which would be catastrophic. This step was the hardest portion of doing a brain region mending surgery. In the past, Xia Fei had spent 10 minutes each time he treated Xiu Yi, but today his session lasted for a whole 2 hours. Xia Fei was sweating profusely, a clear sign of just how difficult this stage of the surgery had been. Xia Fei nodded and lit a cigarette. There shouldn't be any big problems. Xiu Yi had her 7th brain region opened from birth, and was struggling with that evil spirit all these years. In terms of determination or the stress her brain region can tolerate, she's already far better than normal people, so all that's left is for her to make her recovery. With that said, Xia Fei popped open a bottle of medicine and placed it right up under her nose for her to sniff, which made Xiu Yi wrinkled her forehead while still asleep. Due to this major surgery, Xia Fei had administered anesthesia to her, and she needed to smell the medicine in order to wake up again. After everything was done, Xia Fei left the room and closed the door softly behind him. Is Yi all right? Has she been cured? Xiu Jian immediately pounced over to ask Xia Fei the moment the door shut. Xia Fei ignored him, pouring himself a cup of tea. Xiu Fengnian was very observant, giving up his seat to Xia Fei so he could rest. I have a list here, divided into months, for a total of 12 months. The food that will be eaten across every month will be different, and you need to ensure the food and drink accompanying each meal be exactly as stated in order for her to recuperate. There's no telling if Xiu Yi can resume cultivation in a year's time, but her body will at least be much better than it is right now, Xia Fei answered. This was of course not a problem. Xiu Jian was so moved that he was in tears, even as he hurriedly took the list and expressed his gratitude to Xia Fei. Oh right, your clan is rich, so I made sure that the ingredients and everything on my list are expensive, but also the most effective, Xia Fei chuckled. Xia Fei had intentionally emphasized the word rich when the topic came to that. Of course Xiu Jian would understand what he was insinuating, thanking him as he called Xiu Fengnian to bring an energy container over, then handing it over to Xia Fei personally. Xia Fei recognized this item was the same as the one Souza had given him when he asked for spirit energy. Furthermore, it seemed like that one he had received back then was nowhere as exquisite as the energy container he was now getting from Xiu Jian, which meant the remuneration he was getting from the Xiu clan was surely nothing to scoff at. He knew this, but Xia Fei actually said, "Just what do you mean by this?" Xiu Jian answered, "Saving Yi makes you a huge benefactor of the Xiu clan. Right now, you're in the crucial period of time when you're strengthening yourself, and you need spirit energy. You must have spent quite a lot just treating Yi's condition this entire time, so I've prepared 30,000 units of spirit energy as a thank you gift." 30,000. Xia Fei was slightly taken aback. The Xiu clan was truly very generous, handing over 30,000 units just like that. Energy was everything, and whether it was for consumption or cultivation, even warship's movement required energy. Adding this to the 10,000 units that Souza had given him, Xia Fei's energy reserves had reached an astonishing number of 46,000. Xia Fei smiled and gladly took that energy container into his spatial ring, saying, "Thank you." That was when Xiu Jian suddenly grabbed a hold of Xia Fei's hand and enthusiastically gushed as he pumped it, "Energy is just a small gift, I've even prepared a huge gift for you. The friendship of the White Kylan race. From today onward, no matter where you go, as long as you meet someone of my race, all you have to do is say your name and you'll be considered our friend." The first part of that sentence made Xia Fei very excited, but the latter part made him feel somewhat indifferent. Xia Fei was not used to relying on others, so he did not really think too much about it. After all, the world was very complex, and who out there did not know how to flatter others? True friendship only counted for people who Xia Fei fought side by side with, such as the Skywing Wolf Pack. Blindly believing in others was not something Xia Fei could do. But since Xiu Jian had said that, there was no way Xia Fei could reject the offer, either. Thus, he offered some courteous words in return. Getting up to leave, Xia Fei was already very happy he obtained 30,000 spirit energy units, since he was now also using spirit energy to forcibly advance his cultivation. Every day he was using at least 200 units, meaning this injection of energy from the Xiu clan had been a very timely gift. Not long after Xia Fei left, Xiu Yi also opened her eyes, and found the smell of the cheap cigarettes that Xia Fei smoked lingering in the air of her bedroom. Xiu Yi took a deep breath with her eyes shut, and promptly buried her head in her arms. "Detestable man, always smoking those strange things," Xiu Yi complained as she hid herself under her covers. A cursory examination of her own brain region, however, left Xiu Yi surprised. She had made a complete recovery as of today, and she was feeling a lot more relaxed than before. "Don't think just because you've repaired my brain region, I'll be letting you off. Die! Die!" Xiu Yi hissed hatefully under the covers. The heart of a young girl was hard to grasp, and Xiu Yi felt a complex mix of gratitude and resentment towards Xia Fei, becoming feelings that she had a hard time deciphering. In any case, the moment Xiu Yi thought of Xia Fei's genial smile, an unpleasant feeling would start to overwhelm her heart. Xia Fei was about to go visit Avril after he departed. This had been his habit every day. During this period of time, Xia Fei's life had been very routine, and he could not even recall the last time he was able to lead such a life. Xia Guanghai suddenly mysteriously popped out from behind a boulder and whispered, "The dark spiritualists have begun their move." Xia Fei was stunned. When did this happen? An hour ago. The news of all the major universes suddenly descended into chaos, with news of dark spiritualist assaults coming from everywhere, every minute. Xia Guanghai said, "The situation is as you had predicted. Those people had not done anything for a very long time, so the moment they struck, it was pervasive and widespread." Xia Fei nodded, "Let's go to where Xia Geng's it." Xia Geng was the Skywing clan's search specialist, and as the generational handover continued to take place, Xia Geng had taken over as the head of the clan's information department at the same time Xia Ke and Xia Lianing had taken over as the chief executives of the clan. The first thing that the two men saw upon entering the information center was a huge screen split into 5 portions. Every portion represented one of the lower 5 stars, with Xia Geng and a team of his younger associates busying about, marking out nodes on the star map with different colors. Every color represented what was happening at present. Yellow points were small battles, red were large-scale wars, and black were massacres. Xia Fei stared intently at the map and noticed that there were several yellow indicators on Alpha's star map, indicating the various clashes happening, all related to dark spiritualists. So many. Xia Fei was surprised. Annihilation. New Heroes Alliance Base. This was the so-called final bastion of the sapient life forms. There were only 3 kinds of people that could reside here, dragoons and the leaders of the various major clans, as well as the nameless native citizenry. Roderick let out a long sigh and left the main hall, ready to head back to his clan's territory. After a long conference, Roderick was finally able to leave. The waves that had come from the collapsed expanse of founders this time had not only affected the Blue Bloods, but also implicated the Devil Shadow Dragoons that Roderick had jurisdiction over, and it had brought the blue-skinned old man quite a lot of hassle. Perhaps fortunately, the entire Annihilation universe was embroiled in trouble everywhere and the various major figures had no intention of reprimanding Roderick, so he managed to get past everything without actually being in danger. The Devil Shadow Dragoons, a division newly reformed under the Dragoon banner, still temporarily remained under Roderick's administration. Leaving the base, Roderick did not get on board the warship that had long been waiting for him, but paused. He circled around to the back of the warship. Someone stood by the energy jet exhaust of the ship, facing directly at the sun, showing his frail back to Roderick. Roderick gave him a courteous bow and greeted the man. "It is all thanks to your efforts that I've managed to safeguard my Tsadin clan from extinction. Allow me to extend my thanks to you." This person did not turn around, and remarked softly, "Don't thank me. If you wish to thank someone, thank Xia Fei. You're the one who sent him to the Xiu clan, and by his efforts, he managed to treat Yi." Roderick's face went pale, but kept silent. Initially, he had been afraid of being responsible for setting up Xia Fei. Thinking back now, he really regretted his actions. Had he known Xia Fei truly had the means to treat Yi, Roderick would have brought Xia Fei straight to the doors himself, and would at least be recognized for his contributions toward the outcome. A moment passed, and this warrior staring at the sun asked, "There ought to be 13 Devil Shadow Dragoons now, right?" Roderick replied, "That's right. Without including Xia Fei, a neophyte, there are presently 13 warriors. Of course, this is after we removed Ling Boy from the ranks." Smiling, that person told him, "Sure enough, 14 is an inauspicious number, but 13 isn't any better, either." Whoosh! Roderick's expression changed dramatically. This person he was speaking to was no ordinary person. What exactly did he mean by saying that the number of members in the Devil Shadow Dragoons was an inauspicious number? When he next looked, he had no idea when that person had departed, but all that was left was the sun shining on Roderick's face. A visible drop of sweat rolled down his face. Tang tang tang. Roderick swiftly boarded the warship as he gave an order with a grim expression on his face, "Let's go. We need to leave immediately." "Are we headed back home?" "No. Straight to the Devil Shadow Dragoons encampment," Roderick said gravely. "Skywing Clan, Information Center." "Not right. Something's very wrong here." Xia Fei was pacing about the room with his head down. "What's wrong? Isn't this obvious?" The dark spiritualists finally could not hold themselves back and began their attack on the clans that refused to bow to them. Xia Gang wondered. Xia Fei came to a halt, turned his gaze right toward the screen and stated, "They are all yellow." "All yellow?" Xia Gang and Xia Guanghai were stunned. Yellow indicated that these were just small skirmishes, and they had no idea just what it meant when Xia Fei repeated the fact. "Xia Guanghai, let me ask you. Let's say you're Nanshazi, what would you do?" Xia Fei asked him. Xia Guanghai waved his arm grandly and answered, "I would of course let those who obey me prosper, and sentence all those who opposed me. Since I have someone above backing me up, and I have enough strength to enforce my will down here, I'd just eliminate all my enemies in one go. Without any more voices of opposition, this entire realm would bow down to me." "That's right." Xia Fei's 2 eyes shone in comprehension. "The crux here is all in one go. In war, all in one go, twice will lead to being weakened, and thrice results in exhaustion. But the situation right now is fights breaking out all over the Alpha universe, yet what we see are small fights and skirmishes breaking out that would hardly deal anything fatal. Such a situation is definitely not the main assault, but just the dark spiritualists rustling the tall grass to frighten the rabbits. They are trying to make everyone weary from keeping their guard up, making it easier for them to strike at their true target." With that said, Xia Fei placed his hands on the command console and muttered to himself, "That also means, this wave is just a feint." Chapter 1270, The Devil Shadow Dragoon's Betrayal. The Skywing Clan Information Center. Xia Fei's hands moved rapidly across the screen. Given that the Skywings were all speedsters, this information center with Xiaogang as the head only had 6 members, but could easily collate the information from across the 5 universes at the same time. Give me number 317795's final death toll, Xia Fei ordered gravely. None dead. All we got is information that an altercation happened that could very likely involve the dark spiritualists. Connect to the local medical institutes, and get the latest situation on the wounded. If they are severely wounded, the local medical institutes will display it immediately. Presently, has there been any clan headquarters that had been besieged? Yes. Give me a report of them, right away. Xia Fei commanded. Making bold speculations and careful verifications had always been Xia Fei's habit. Sensing that the situation was off, Xia Fei personally took over Xiaogang's job, and began to trace and verify all the information they were gathering. An hour passed, and the situation was becoming clearer and clearer. Though fresh news reports were springing up like seedlings after a spring rain, there was actually quite a lot of disinformation and fake news, and there were plenty of exaggerated reports where the casualties were minimal at worst. What a good misinformation campaign! There's an endless stream of battle information, making it seem like it's some great war being waged across the universe, but after this whole time, none of it is anything severe. This was nothing more than the dark spiritualists' accomplices causing a ruckus. Even the dark spiritualists have yet to make a move, and this has all been nothing more than their underlings messing around, Xia Guanghai shrugged. Xia Fei did not turn his head around, remarking softly, the more it's like this, then the more ominous this becomes. I'm sure plenty of clans out there who've been misled into thinking that the dark spiritualists are making their main assault now, and would up their guard thusly. Xiaogang and Xia Guanghai were still confused, so Xiaogang asked, isn't it good for them to be on their guard? I just asked the Grand Ancestor if we ought to bolster the patrols near our clan, and he said I should consult you first. Xia Fei shook his head and calmly explained, don't underestimate human nature. If every major clan had their guard up, and if times like this made it hard to distinguish friend from foe, how many would lend a hand and save those in need? As long as they can achieve their goal of keeping us separated, then the dark spiritualists will have succeeded. Xiaogang and Xia Guanghai were shocked. Xia Fei lived up to their expectations as the most formidable strategist in the Skywing clan. Not only was he capable of accurate and concise analysis, he also had a good grasp of human nature. Strengthen their defenses? Just what use would their efforts in bolstering their defenses do when facing the lineup of powerful dark spiritualists? In the event a clan were to be attacked, they would of course seek aid from other clans, and normally, there would definitely be people that would come to help. But right now, the dark spiritualists had used some vassals of theirs to throw Alpha Universe into a state of heightened guard, guiding everyone into prioritizing looking out for themselves. Even if they felt compelled to provide aid to others, they would not do so with the strongest force they could muster. This meant they were bound to be defeated by the already prepared dark spiritualists. These were the calculations Nan Sheza had made. Xia Guanghai thought about it and asked, are you going to report this to the top? The Skywing Wolfpack had been made aware that Xia Fei had some connection to the Annihilation Universe, given the sudden appearance of Shen Gufeng and Lin Zhouying during the big battle on Spirit Mountain the last time, as well as that time when Chu Xingbang temporarily obeyed Xia Fei's dispatch as proof. It's useless, Xia Fei shook his head. If I'm not mistaken, things are messy up there as well. Both parties are acting in concert, and besides, those experts are the true culprits working behind the scenes here. They won't feel any heartbreak over the deaths happening in Alpha, just like the Law Realm did toward the Human Alliance back then. Xiaogang and Xia Guanghai frowned. What Xia Fei said was not wrong. What the Annihilation Universe wanted was the real mastermind. As long as they could lure this perpetrator out, they would not bat an eye at the sacrifices happening in the Alpha Universe. It was the same with the Law Realm in the past, steadfastly guarding a corner of the universe, while they left all the other weaker life forms to fend for themselves. However, ever since the battle at the Cosmic Gate, the Law Realm had changed. They began to establish frequent contact with more vulnerable groups like the Pan-Human Alliance. They even opened up their spatial traversal array for use. As for helping commoners open up their seventh brain region, that was also becoming more prevalent, and it was none other than Xia Fei who had pushed for it. Disturbing the tall grass to scare the rabbit, but the thing is, who is the rabbit that the dark spiritualists are aiming for? Let me hear your opinion on this. Would they use this opportunity to attempt a sneak attack on us? Xiaogang asked, somewhat worried. Revenge. The enmity between the Skywings and the Dark Spiritualists was significant, with the former having foiled the latter's plans time and again, and Xia Fei's shadow had been cast over them. Xia Fei chuckled, if Nan Shizi is no fool, then he will not make a move on us. Killing off the Heavenly Might Spiritualist School or major organizations like that could scare the others and is a good show of their might. What do they stand to gain from coming after us? There's so few people out there that know about the Skywings being here in the Alpha Universe, after all. Then we might as well sit by and watch the tigers tear each other apart, Xia Guanhai mused, unconcerned. The more chaotic the world becomes, the more beneficial it becomes for us. The way I see it, we might as well form small covered teams and wherever war breaks out, we can go over there and fish in troubled waters. Xia Guanghai was getting more and more excited, his face almost red, since we're all so fast that most won't be able to stop us. When the time comes where some clan is left in ruin, we can just kill everyone still alive and snatch everything they own. Let's reap the spoils of war properly. When Xia Guanghai said this, Xia Geng and several other clan members from the information department cheered in agreement. The Skywings had always been adept at thriving during chaotic situations. It was not just Xia Geng, Xia Fei had always enjoyed the act of looting spoils. Given how they did not have a good relationship with these people, none of them saw any harm in seizing what they owned. Since someone else would end up doing the same anyway, rather than letting others benefit from the act, it was better if they were the ones who did it. In this day and age, was there anyone that would say no to profit? Unfortunately, this time Xia Fei had actually shook his head firmly. Greed for such small profits will end up compromising greater gains in the future. While it is fine for our brothers that are law gods and under to act as they deem fit, it is necessary for us to leave the better portion of our forces behind, to prepare for an impending emergency. Xia Geng was startled and asked, do you mean to say that those above might not be able to immediately sort out the waves being made in Alpha? Could this break out into a protracted war? The possibility exists, but the key is that I'm not used to letting others have control over my fate. I don't care how those above plan to resolve this, we just need to take care of ourselves. Just as he said that, the Alpha Universe communicator on Xia Fei's wrist rang. Xia Fei walked to a corner and turned it on. It was none other than the patriarch of the Aurora clan, Wistful Hejus. Though the old monsters had returned, the patriarch post was still being helmed by Hejus, since Wistful Zaifeng and the others had long since left aside worldly affairs and were no longer familiar with the clan. Is something the matter? Xia Fei asked. Hejus replied, you ought to have learnt by now that the entire Alpha Universe has descended into chaos. This could very well be the doing of the Dark Spiritualists. Xia Fei nodded, there is indeed such a possibility, but the people acting are all their underlings, while the true experts are still in hiding. Hejus answered, I'm not contacting you over this. The ancestors have all discovered something suspicious, and they are hoping you can come over and take a look. What sort of suspicious things? Xia Fei asked, curious. I can't speak of it here. The ancestors have all specially instructed me not to speak about this, Wistful Hejus said severely. Xia Fei was mildly surprised, so secretive? Then what is this matter related to? It's related to the location where the ancestors had been residing all these years. From what they said, it seems to be related to the issue of energy change, Hejus muttered vaguely. It seemed like he was also in the dark as to why Zaifeng and the others were looking for Xia Fei. Energy? Xia Fei mulled over that, and suddenly thought of something. When he was over at Undercurrent, the Dark Spiritualists had been desperately gathering spirit energy. Nobody knew just what they were doing with so much energy, but it was definitely not going to be something good. I understand, tell them that I'll be making my way over right now, Xia Fei responded. Whoosh! A blue blood warship landed right in the middle of ruins. Roderick came dashing out from the warship, his eyes wide, his entire person teetering on insanity. This was the only base the Devil Shadow Dragoons had here in the Annihilation Universe. The entire base had been reduced to rubble. Thick smoke billowed, indicating that a battle had broken out only recently, and Roderick had just been one step behind. Everyone was shocked. It was hard to believe that across this area of 1600 square kilometers, the headquarters of the Devil Shadow Dragoons in Annihilation and the first-class facilities it boasted would be gone, just like that. What happened here? Just what exactly went down? Roderick bemoaned to the heavens, his expression one of excruciating pain. He could clearly remember the crumbled training center being built to the left, and the blazing inferno to his right that had been the Devil Shadow Dragoon's armory. In front was the spatial transference array, the entire structure once personally set up by Roderick's own hands. Now it was completely in ruins. Patriarch. There seemed to be sounds coming from behind that huge boulder, the guard accompanying Roderick noticed. Quick! Go take a look. Whoosh! 3 figures sprinted over, and extracted someone from behind the boulder in no time. This individual's left arm had been cleanly cut off, and he was on the cusp of death. Carson! Roderick recognized the men. He was a warrior from his own clan, and a Destiny Dragoon. He darted over, shaking Carson as the man clutched onto his arm stump, asking insistently, "Carson, just what exactly went wrong here?" Carson opened his eyes slightly, and rasped breathlessly, "Patriarch, our comrades were ordered to guard this place, to investigate who the traitor among the Devil Shadow Dragoons was." Carson coughed painfully, as Roderick hurriedly urged him, "Yes, I know about that. I was the one who gave the order. What happened in the end? Just how did things turn out like this?" Carson grimaced, "Patriarch, when you originally advocated for the reformation of the Devil Shadow Dragoons, I'm afraid you were sorely mistaken. All 13 of them, they were all traitors. Everything here is their doing. The Devil Shadow Dragoons were all turncoats. The 57 teams of Destiny Dragoons have all been slain right here, on these very grounds." Carson let out a heart-wrenching howl, not even caring that Roderick was the Tsadin clan's patriarch. Zing! Roderick suddenly felt a bout of dizziness come over him. He dropped down to the ground, as the other Tsadin clan guards around him all lowered their heads. Devil Shadow Dragoons, the fiend race, they had all originally been tabooed in the Annihilation universe. Back then, it was Roderick and his colleagues who had defied all opinions and decided to reform this legendary division, only to face obstructions from various forces. Even the base of the Devil Shadow Dragoons had been called an ominous place. No one would have thought that the rumors would turn into reality, and now all 13 Dragoons had all turned traitors. They even slain every single Destiny Dragoon team that was watching them. The sadness he felt was even greater than his heart could take. Roderick had worked very hard in order to pick out the warriors that would have qualities similar to the fiends, and the only reward he got from all that was betrayal, as well as a catastrophe. Thinking back to what that person had said outside the New Heroes Alliance headquarters, Roderick thought to himself, 13 isn't an auspicious number, 13. So you already knew. Squelch! There was a rush to his heart, and Roderick spat out a mouthful of blue blood as he collapsed to the ground face first. Chapter 1271, The Aurora Clan's Secret, Radiant's Crown. Whoosh! The Silver Spectre lifted off into space. Xia Fei was hurrying over to the secret hideaway of the Aurora clan to meet up with the old monsters of the clan. Turning on the Bixia communication device, Xia Fei connected to Souza in Annihilation, but for some reason, the Souza today appeared to be very listless. His blue face looked to be pale grey right now. "Oh, it's you," Souza chuckled bitterly and asked, "Is anything the matter?" Xia Fei broached the subject immediately, "I know that the Alpha Universe has a spatial transference array, and I need to use it right now, so that I can move about fast enough." Souza massaged his temples and answered softly, "If that's the case, then go on ahead. Actually, the Bixia orb you have in your hand is the credential for the array, but the array in the Alpha Universe extends from point to point, and is not able to send you directly to wherever you wish to go. Even if you activate the array, it's only more efficient, and there's no way for you to achieve instant teleportation anywhere." Xia Fei nodded. He already knew about that. It seemed the Annihilation Universe always had contingencies in the Alpha Universe, which was why even the spatial array they had installed here was not the most advanced sort, and in fact was even worse than what was available in the Alpha Universe. Xia Fei would first need to find an array entrance if he wanted to go somewhere. If the location he was headed to was near such a relay point, then this method would work swimmingly, but without a nearby relay point, it might not be the most convenient arrangement. However, having access to the array was better than not having it at all. Being able to shorten the distance the ship needed to travel was already a vast improvement. After a pause, Souza mentioned, "Be ready to receive the information. The Alpha Universe has a total of 2,175,849 spatial relay points. Every one of them will be sent to your Bixia orb, as well as the activation method." Xia Fei knitted his eyebrows together very unnaturally. He had already thought about how to explain to Souza why he wanted to use the array, yet Souza simply agreed without even a moment of consideration. Something was off. After all, the spatial array was a secret, something Souza had never told Xia Fei the details of. Why was he being so carefree about it today? You don't look so good. Best if you eat some food that could soothe your nerves, Xia Fei advised him. Souza emotionlessly picked up a bottle of medicine from his table and gulped it down. Xia Fei had no way of knowing just what medicine had he taken from behind the screen, but Souza's eyes were a lot clearer after administering said medicine to himself. Xia Fei supposed it was most likely something that temporarily boosted his focus, though the fact that he just finished an entire bottle indicated just how poor his mental state had been, and there were many empty bottles all over his table, as if he had drunk many of them over a short period of time. Got it. Thanks for your concern. Souza's eyes looked meaningfully at Xia Fei. If there's nothing else, then let's end the call here. When I'm not around, contact White Haze. He's an agent for annihilation that we have posted in the Alpha universe, is quite clever and understands discretion very well. That is why I had him do all the liaising with the Devil Shadow Dragoons, including you. That was a total of 15 Devil Shadow Dragoons, and everyone greatly benefited from him. He had spoken that like it was a pre-arranged script. Xia Fei could of course hear the disheartened tone underlying Souza's words, but he could not make sense of what had come over Souza today. Are the 3 fiend soul weapons you obtained the last time still good? Souza asked suddenly. Pretty good. Why are you suddenly asking about them? Xia Fei probed curiously. Nothing. Have any of the fiend soul weapons affected you negatively? Souza continued to ask. Not that I know of. They suit me just fine, Xia Fei answered. Souza seemed to be a little disappointed. Nodding, good to hear. Farewell. Turning the screen off, Radix could not help but blurt out, just what is wrong with him today? It's like he had lost his soul, asking all those random questions. Xia Fei frowned. He lit a cigarette and said, perhaps something has happened over there in the Annihilation universe, and it was inconvenient for him to speak with us about it. The fiend soul weapons affecting warriors. Could this be related to the fiends? Xia Fei could not help but wonder. Shaking his head, Xia Fei entered a set of coordinates into Silver Spectre, and they headed toward the nearest spatial traversal relay. Souza's words were running through Xia Fei's mind the entire time, unable to make sense of them even after pondering over the words for a long time. 19 hours later, Dark Photovoltaic Dragon, the hideaway of the group of old undying forefathers from the Aurora clan. Xia Fei had traveled across nearly half the entire universe, going from the Lore Realms outpost to Dark Photovoltaic Dragon. Had it not been for the spatial traversal array, this entire trip would have taken the Silver Spectre much longer. Dark Photovoltaic Dragon was a planet, which had another planet that was blocking it from its sun. This caused a good 80% of the planet to be shrouded in darkness, making it look very strange. To think those undying old men from the Aurora clan would stay out here where there's a lack of sunlight, how hilarious, Xia Fei mused. Radix was a warrior of the Aurora clan, and was of course filled with blind reverence toward this location where his forefathers had hidden themselves in, nearly paying homage to the darkened planet itself. Xia Fei had a strong distaste for such acts, but he did not say a word. After all, the loyalty Radix had to him was unquestionable, and the same applied toward the Aurora clan, as well. Whoosh! The warship landed at the designated spot according to the ground signal. Wistful Xia Feng had been waiting for his arrival the moment he alighted from Silver Spectre, expressing surprise. How did you get here so fast? I used the spatial array, so of course it was much faster. However, this place is really quite desolate. The nearest relay point was still a 14-hour journey away from here, Xia Fei answered casually. Spatial traversal array? Alpha Universe actually has something like that. Wistful Xia Feng asked, puzzled. Xia Fei explained the matter to the old man once, and the latter cursed the people of the Annihilation Universe. This bunch of old men from the Aurora clan was very different from the Ororenes, living freely. After all, the original Ororenes were the sort that had caused plenty of trouble before the clan itself decided to walk down the path of being Mr. Nice Guys, no longer getting into conflicts with others. The Aurora clan was actually quite violent back then. So what is it that all of you had me come all this way for? Xia Fei asked. It is of something very important, of course. Ancestor Clotho is waiting for us. Let's head on over and discuss things properly, Xia Feng beckoned him. At present, the most senior of the Ororene forefathers was Wistful Clotho. Even Xia Feng would have to call him an ancestor, and all those elders who had recused themselves from worldly affairs followed Clotho's lead. The entrance to where they resided was actually a graveyard. Having left the Sky Devil tombs not too long ago, Xia Fei could not help but scratch his head and wonder, aren't all of you tired of the darkness, staying for such long periods of time in this hideaway? Zai Feng burst into laughter, do you treat us ancestors as fools? How could we enjoy our life if we had secluded ourselves in such a place? No, this is just a rendezvous location we use. After a period of time, we will all meet up in this place, to share with each other our experiences and such things. Normally, we would lead very good lives. I'm considered to be a bit more vulgar, preferring to stay in the luxury casinos found on planet Karate. Ancestor Clotho is a lot more refined, staying in the forest of the Great Rift Galaxy, he was fine with just a little bridge and a stream, occasionally spending his time fishing to pass the time. Xia Fei nodded along as he listened. It seemed like the retirement that these elderly men led was fairly decent. It was no wonder Xia Gukan also wanted to retire. There was a saying that life would be easy and enjoyable if one had no cares in the world, and it probably meant living something like this. Zai Feng's expression turned grim, don't be mistaken, though, it's not every day that we recluses get to lead a carefree life. We have to meet here after a period of time, and there would always be people guarding this location because there's something very important belonging to the Aurora clan here, Radiance Crown. Radiance Crown. Xia Fei was startled. What's that? It's something very remarkable. You'll understand once you see it, Zai Feng assured him. Entering a passageway and passing through several automated defense systems, Xia Fei arrived at a place similar to that of a grand hall. About a third of the clan's recluses were present, while the others might have already returned to their headquarters so as to help with defending it. The grand hall was vast, but somewhat dark. In the center was a large rectangular table where everyone were seated, waiting for him. Seeing Xia Fei arrive, these recluses greeted him. Xia Fei looked around intently, but he saw no sign of this radiance crown that wistful Zai Feng had mentioned. Perhaps it was just something that was inconspicuous, and Xia Fei failed to recognize it. Everyone gestured Xia Fei to take a seat, and only when he had did wistful Flint begin to speak, since Xia Fei has arrived, then you should start, Ancestor Clotho. Seated at the head of the table was wistful Clotho. The old man nodded. Despite being fat, he was very self-disciplined, appearing to be fairly old-schooled. Clearing his throat, Clotho said, Zai Feng is talkative, so I believe he must have already filled you in on Radiance Crown. Xia Fei nodded, while Zai Feng waved his sleeves at Clotho. He was also an ancestor, yet he was still seen as a junior in Clotho's eyes. This made him rather disgruntled. Clotho continued, then I'll get right into it. Radiance Crown is a set of star maps, related to the energy remaining here in this universe. As you know as well as I do, warriors need energy, you use spirit energy, while we use soul energy, but the essence itself isn't very different. They are still dark energy, the only difference being spirit energy is purer compared to soul energy, that's all. There are two ways to attain dark energy. The first is to rely on the cultivation of the self. This is very inefficient, and it might not even be enough to guarantee a warrior's self-expense. The other way is to retrieve it from the natural world. Though dark energy is mental, the universe is vast, and there will always be some dark energy that was naturally conceived. Take, for example, the galaxy formed after a black hole collapses in on itself. Such a galaxy would be filled with plenty of dark energy. Radiance Crown refers to a set of resource distribution star maps that recorded down many such locations since ancient times. There is even a built-in detection device, and we are able to sense the situations and what these hidden dark energy locations are doing, and whether they have been ruined. This is the important energy reserves for us, the Aurora clan, and the legacy wealth that we leave behind for our descendants. Because there's no device out there that could contain and store so much energy, we deemed their continued existence, untapped in the natural world, to be the best method of storage. But recently, these energies that were gathering out in the natural world are beginning to be despoiled, one after another, almost as if there's someone who had found out where they were located, and proceeded to retrieve them all. This has puzzled us immensely, which is why we called for you to come take a look. Clotho was very gentlemanly, explaining the situation unhurriedly and without much fuss. Xia Fei was stunned. When talking about a need for energy, the first thing that came to his mind was of course the dark spiritualists, how they had sold their soul weapons no matter the low prices, all for the sake of gathering large amounts of energy with unknown ulterior motives. Ancestor Clotho, where is this Radiance Crown? I would like to take a look at it, Xia Fei said grimly. Clotho pointed around to the entire grand hall and said, the Radiance Crown is what you're inside. This entire hall is it. Xia Fei gasped in shock. The hall was at least 2 kilometers wide, and 500 meters tall. That's right. With that said, Clotho lifted his hand, and the round dome of the grand hall shone brightly. Chapter 1272, The One-Eyed Lone Peak Shen and Jade-Faced Turbid Shadow Lin. The entire grand hall was illuminated as the entire star map appeared before everyone. It was completely 3D, making it appear as if Xia Fei was walking in a vast sea of stars. This star map was covered in all sorts of colors. Xia Fei reckoned they were Radiance Crown's way of indicating how much energy was there as well as the different types of energy, distinguishing them for easy viewing. Wistful Clotho softly muttered, "Look. This is Radiance Crown. Ever since the Aurora clan has existed, Radiance Crown has been the biggest secret that our clan has kept. According to my grandfather, this system was a gift from a higher being. Back when Aurora was very tyrannical, we killed many people, and saved plenty of others, as well. This was a gift that the clan received from saving someone, and it was this gift that later made the clan think that being Mr. Nice Guys wasn't bad, and so we taught our descendants to treat people kindly from then on." Xia Fei was somewhat interested in the history of the Aurora clan, but he was even more intrigued by Radiance Crown. He had no idea how many hours the expert who had created this holographic star map spent surveying the entire Alpha universe before he or she had managed to make such a detailed map of the locations where energy had been stored across the universe. If THR task had fallen on Xia Fei's shoulders, there was no way he would have had the patience to finish it. Clotho paused and pointed toward a few black dots in the holographic map and said, "These are locations whose energy had long been taken away, or has dissipated as the universe changed. However, those grey spots you see are recent, and you can compare them accordingly. There are far more grey spots than black, which indicates that in recent times, someone has been crazily stealing away the stored energy across the Alpha universe." Xia Fei was startled. Upon closer inspection, he confirmed that there were far more grey spots than the pure black ones. These spots of light were a color between white and grey, showing that this theft of energy had happened over a very short period of time. Thinking about how the dark spiritualists were willing to sell their soul weapons at low prices, all to gather an astronomical amount of spirit energy in the shortest time, Xia Fei could not help but furrow his brow as he rapidly analyzed all the possible permutations and reasonings. While in deep thought, a strange purple spot of light gradually dimmed on the holographic star map. Because of how huge the Radiance Crown star maps, there were actually not that many purple spots. This was why when one began to gradually dim, it very quickly drew Xia Fei's attention. "Ancestor Clotho, what are the locations indicated by purple? Why is that one gradually dimming?" Xia Fei asked, curious. Clotho answered with squinted eyes, "I won't lie, because of just how huge Radiance Crown is, there are still plenty of locations we aren't clear about yet. But a purple light indicates the existence of bioenergy, and is considered to be the strongest out of the array of energies out there." Bioenergy. Does that mean an energy-type holy beast like Furball here? Xia Fei thought to himself. He watched as Clotho swiftly magnified the huge star map. He tapped where that purple spot of light had been and muttered, "Ah, that's the 19 states of Wind Cloud's Jadewater City of the Serene Jadewater clan. The location of this light is where Jadewater City is situated." Serene Jadewater. Xia Fei was shocked. Wistful Xia Feng thought nothing of it. "You ought to recall the patriarch of the Serene Jadewater clan from Spirit Mountain. His nickname was the Sleeping Water Dragon King, the peak soul practitioner Shui Niao. The one you personally slew." Xia Fei nodded, "Of course I remember him. That old man was very formidable and hard to deal with. Do any of you know what sort of bioenergy this Jadewater City has?" Clotho shrugged, "How could I be sure? Serene Jadewater is from the 19 states of Windcloud, a distinguished great clan here in Alpha. Even if we had the need, there's no way we would dare have any designs on the energy that is under the Water Clan's jurisdiction. But someone has done just that," Xia Fei pointed out to him. "Perhaps it's because you killed Shui Niao. With his death, the Water Clan is now like a headless chicken, and it is only a matter of time before they begin to decline," Xia Feng replied. Xia Fei rapped his knuckles on the table and said, "We can't solve the problem just like this. I'll need to head over to the Water Clan and see the latest developments with my own eyes." Xia Feng anxiously called out, "The Water Clan has a deep grudge toward you. With Shui Niao dead, that does not mean that the Water Clan is completely without strength. As the saying goes, even a skinny camel is still bigger than a horse. Then there's even more of a reason for me to head over." Xia Fei was determined. "I want to know who did this," already having designs on the 19 states of wind cloud. The 19 states of wind cloud were a conglomerate of 19 major forces in the Alpha universe. They included the two major spiritualist organizations, the Spiritualist Association as well as the Heavenly Might Spiritualist School, the number 1 Assassination Guild, Lone Peak Turbid Shadow, the Chaos Society, Fragment Society, Peaceful Sky Society, Cold Mountain Ice Castle, and other such entities. Each and every one of them were giants. In Xia Fei's eyes, this was a sign. The dark spiritualists had always been making waves, but they had been dealing with unknown clans or organizations. If they were already beginning to make their move against the 19 states of wind cloud, that might very well mean their main assault had begun. Besides, repeated energy theft was very unusual. Xia Fei wanted to take a look at the scene of the crime and see if these incidents were directly related to the dark spiritualists or not. Xia Fei got up and said, "So it's decided. Everyone, continue to guard Radiant's crown. Please contact me whenever there are any other strange movements." "Understood, but you have to be careful," Clotho nodded. About 18 hours later, Alpha Universe, Jadewater City. Jadewater City was huge, spanning over 100 kilometers. Xia Fei could hear the deafening roar of flowing water outside, and the water vapor hanging in the air covered the entire city in a strange white mist. There were 4 roads leading into the city, but at present, all 4 of these gates were shut. Xia Fei could not help but feel wary, and did not go near the city. Instead, he opted to hide in the forest outside the city. Xia Fei lit a cigarette and muttered to himself, "Odd. It's like Jadewater City is dead. There's completely no signs of life inside." Radix thought about it and said, "Could the sound of the water be disturbing your judgment?" Xia Fei shook his head, "Impossible. How could the sound affect me?" Before Radix could reply, Xia Fei heard the 2 large trees beside him speak. "You're right, it's like Jadewater City is dead." Whoosh! To think there was someone beside him and he had not even noticed their presence? Xia Fei instantly pulled out his fiendish blade Nirvana, flourishing the blade in a cross. "Don't panic. It's us." Saying that, 2 men walked out from inside 2 ancient trees. It turned out that they had used a unique ability to meld themselves with the tree, similar to how Xia Fei's breath control technique could mask his aura, which was why Xia Fei had failed to discover them. Without a question, this was a peak assassination technique. To be able to conceal themselves so marvelously, they were none other than the 2 great assassination experts, Lone Peak Shen and Turbid Shadow Lin. They were the heads of the Wind Cloud 19 States Lone Peak Turbid Shadow. The 2 did not treat Xia Fei as an outsider, and were not wearing masks, either. They showed their real faces to Xia Fei as they strolled over to Xia Fei's sides, standing there as they stared in the direction of Jadewater City. Lone Peak Shen was arrogant, his left eye completely ruined, so he was wearing a mechanical eye in its place. Turbid Shadow Lin was very pale, looking like he was sickly. One-eyed Lone Peak Shen and jade-faced Turbid Shadow Lin. There were already rumors across Alpha Universe that they were seen as the 2 kings of assassination. This was the first time Xia Fei had seen their true visages. The 2 of them, as well as their underlings, had been wearing disguises the last time they met on Spirit Mountain. With a smile, Xia Fei mentioned, "Both of you had already left before I managed to thank the 2 of you last time on Spirit Mountain. I would never have imagined that we would be fated to meet each other again today." Lone Peak Shen was silent, while Turbid Shadow Lin replied, "You can keep your thanks. To us, that was nothing more than a job. Let me ask you, why did you find your way here to Jadewater City?" Xia Fei took a drag from his cigarette and craftily answered, "For the same reason the 2 of you are here." Turbid Shadow Lin burst into laughter. This legendary assassin laughed like he was somewhat sick, like he was experiencing some internal deficiency. Who knew just how he had managed to be ranked among the experts here in the Alpha Universe, despite his weak constitution. Xia Fei had never been in the habit of underestimating anyone, however, recognizing the strength Turbid Shadow Lin wielded, given how he still managed to be recognized as an expert despite his appearance. A crafty man. No wonder you were chosen to be a Devil Shadow Dragoon. Upon mentioning the name Devil Shadow Dragoon, even the arrogant Lone Peak Shen looked at Xia Fei with a gaze filled with sympathy, making Xia Fei feel very uncomfortable. It was almost as if in their eyes, being chosen to be a Devil Shadow Dragoon was a great misfortune. Lone Peak Shen suddenly asked, "Are you a great spiritualist now?" Xia Fei nodded. Lone Peak Shen remarked coldly, "Remarkable." He was never someone who spoke a lot. Strictly speaking, it was rare for him to even speak, though Xia Fei did not think anything of that. He was already used to how others would be amazed seeing his rapid rise through the levels after all these years. Let's go, since none of us are outsiders, then we can all enter together to see the legendary water dragon roar. Turbid Shadow Lin proclaimed. Xia Fei was surprised. He had no idea what this water dragon roar that Turbid Shadow Lin had mentioned was about, but he did not show it on his face. With that, Turbid Shadow Lin and Lone Peak Shen suddenly turned into cold gusts of wind and disappeared without a trace. Meanwhile, Xia Fei used his speed and breath control as concealment and followed their tracks into Jade Water City. There was nothing obstructing their entry into the city. The city walls were a kilometer high and also a kilometer thick. The moment Xia Fei stepped into the city, he was immediately shocked. There were two waterfalls crisscrossing in the shape of a cross, with a peaceful lake above and a seemingly bottomless abyss below. The water flowed from the lake down into the abyss, and the deafening roar of water Xia Fei heard was coming from below. This was a waterfall that was 99 kilometers high. The sound and mist it created was truly a sight to behold. So it turned out that there was no actual city inside Jade Water City. There was only water. 4 narrow metal bridges led up above the waterfall. Looking down into the abyss when atop would make people dizzy. There was a pavilion that formed the intersection to these 4 bridges. It seemed to be the only structure here inside Jade Water City. Whoosh! Lone Peak Shen and Turbid Shadow Lin suddenly appeared, the two men standing on the railing of the metal bridge, staring down into the abyss below them. It's said that Egg Dragon Water Dragon Roar's skeleton is under the waterfall. Would you be joining us or staying here? The sickly Turbid Shadow Lin asked. I'll of course join you too, Xia Fei answered with a smile. All right. Turbid Shadow Lin nodded, and leaped down into the boundless abyss below with Lone Peak Shen. They disappeared without a trace almost instantly. Xia Fei took a deep breath and dove right after them head first. He also jumped into the waterfall, but Xia Fei did not think too much about the Egg Dragon skeleton that the two had talked about. The moment when Xia Fei jumped, the sound of a thunderous roar tore through from beneath the waterfall suddenly, and following it was a glaring white light that shot up like crazy. There were also 2 black figures chasing after this light closely. A fight broke out. Xia Fei was startled, as Peacock Blue reared its head on his right arm. He covered the sky with an azure net. Chapter 1273, Egg Dragon Skeleton Stolen. Deep in the abyss, the white waterfall felt like knives, and the mist was thick. Xia Fei could vaguely make out that there seemed to be a white shadow fighting with Lone Peak Shen and Turbid Shadow Lin. This shadow was like a light, rushing upward quickly, while Lone Peak Shen and Turbid Shadow Lin both moved to stop it. Peacock Blue! Xia Fei bellowed as he unleashed his right arm's Peacock Blue, forming a net of vines that covered the sky. Whoosh! The white shadow moved extremely quickly and at a peculiar angle that flung aside Lone Peak Shen and Turbid Shadow Lin in a flash. At that very moment, Peacock Blue has already grown dozens of kilometers. Its lush foliage covered the sky. Don't think you can run off like that. Earth Power, 10-ton mountains. Lone Peak Shen suddenly roared, his 2 hands clapping together. Rumble! An entire row of towering mountains sprung forth from the abyss, sharp as metal spikes, and instantly shot through the clouds. But that white shadow was actually very agile. It stepped on the mountain peaks that Lone Peak Shen had created through his earth power, which helped accelerate it even more. The impetus of 10-ton mountains sent it flying like a rocket into space. Even Xia Fei's Peacock Blue was torn apart. The entire process happened in an extremely short span of time. Xia Fei's eyes flashed when he landed on the ground, because that white shadow was becoming more and more familiar by the second. It looked very much like that mysterious thing he had met at the coffin, the one that had escaped from the broken wing Sky Devil's tomb. It was just that this white shadow was moving too fast, and Xia Fei was affected by Lone Peak Shen's 10-ton mountains as well, so he did not manage to make out how it looked. However, Xia Fei could feel the chilling aura it gave off. It was very similar to what he had felt that day in the broken wing Sky Devil's tomb. To think it actually got away. Lone Peak Shen remarked coldly. That was when Xia Fei noticed that he was already in the abyss, and there was a layer of invisible energy barrier above his head. The water from the waterfall was being obstructed by this barrier, making it look like he was in some transparent underwater tunnel, surrounded by water with only a sliver of sky up above. It was quite the spectacular sight. But Xia Fei was not in the mood to admire the amazing view Jade Water City afforded, and instead asked, "Did either of you get a good look at that thing?" Turbid Shadow Lin and Lone Peak Shen shook their heads respectively, with the former saying, "Why do you care what that white shadow was?" Are you telling me you gotta look at it? Xia Fei laughed bitterly. If you two experts failed to see it, how would I be able to get a good look at it? Turbid Shadowlin commented, with that superb deftness in movement, and so quick to boot, it must have been an expert. If I'm not mistaken, the Shui clan has probably been wiped out by now. Lone Peak Shen and Turbid Shadowlin were both killers. They did not care if people died, as what they were concerned with was the white shadow that had escaped their clutches. Following the tunnel toward the Shui clan's place of residence, they spotted corpses strewn along the way after a short walk. Lone Peak Shen and Turbid Shadowlin did not even spare these bodies a glance, while Xia Fei carefully squatted by their bodies, using his hand to gently check the pulse of these corpses, causing him to arch his eyebrows all of a sudden. What is it? Radix asked, curious. Rigor mortis has begun setting in on these corpses, meaning it has been close to 20 hours since their time of death. At the same time, this is proof that the Shui clan's massacre had nothing to do with that white shadow we saw just now. It was in the same boat as us, we were just a step too late, Xia Fei softly explained. Nothing to do with the massacre? What makes you so sure? Radix asked again. Don't forget, we only discovered the Jade Water City had been plundered of their energy through Radiance Crown. Considering the time we took to get here, it aligns perfectly with almost 20 hours, Xia Fei continued calmly. Radix let out a sigh. All it took was 20 hours for something to befall the Shui clan. No one would be foolish enough to steal from the Shui clan and still remain here, not to mention a lone individual. It was absolutely illogical, and with how proficient Xia Fei was with his analytical mind, he concluded that the ones who had eradicated the Shui clan and that white shadow that had just fled the scene were two separate forces. Even more bodies were discovered further ahead, all of them had died approximately 20 hours ago, which further solidified Xia Fei's hypothesis. The construction of Jade Water City had been remarkable, as they were able to construct this underwater city from out of thin air. The rooms were all transparent, allowing everyone to have a clear view of the lake atop them. By the time they reached the central district of the city, Lone Peak Shen and Turbid Shadowlin suddenly came to a halt and nodded to one another. There was another shaft here, but it had already been wrecked by someone else, with a mess of corpses lying about near the entrance. Whoosh! Lone Peak Shen, Turbid Shadowlin, and Xia Fei jumped right down. The moment the tips of their toes touched the ground, the two assassins split left and right and melded into the darkness. They were searching for any possible danger, working with great tacit understanding. Whoosh! Meanwhile Furball had also poked his head out and leapt up onto Xia Fei's shoulder. With a fierce gaze, he carefully sniffed the air in the room they found themselves in, almost as if he had a distinct dislike for the smell here. It had only been seconds before the lights shone. Turbid Shadowlin had turned on the illumination device here. They could now see they were in a space about a kilometer across. Right in the center was a metal shaft cover, which happened to have been shattered, revealing a circular depression like a tomb, approximately 20 meters in depth. Clank! Turbid Shadowlin kicked one of these broken pieces of metal away from his leg as he said in disappointment, "Looks like we're a step too late. Someone else has already absconded with the remains of Water Dragon Roar. Could it have been the Dark Spiritualists?" Xia Fei asked. "What would they want with a dead body?" Turbid Shadowlin smiled, "This is no ordinary dead body, but the remains of the Ig Dragon named Water Dragon Roar. Beasts are split into tiers, exotic beast, divine beasts, and above that is the legendary Draconids. The Ig Dragon beast is a high-rank divine beast and a low-rank Draconid. It is the strongest beast that we ever saw, and just from the name itself, Ig Dragon, one could tell that it is related to the dragons." Glancing at Furball, Turbid Shadowlin continued, "Of course, that holy beast beside you is not considered within the tiers, and it's a pretty good ball. But it's just unfortunate." Xia Fei was a little shocked, not understanding why Turbid Shadowlin would suddenly mention Furball unprompted. He even said it was unfortunate, which prompted Xia Fei to curiously ask what he meant. Turbid Shadowlin answered, "I'm sure your holy beast has remained at rank 8 for a very long time, right?" Xia Fei nodded. Furball had already reached a rank 8 holy beast, and was now just a step away from perfection. Logically speaking, this pet of Xia Fei's had led a very carefree life and not once did Xia Fei have a lack of energy for him, yet Furball was always just shy of reaching its apex form. "Do you know why Shatterstar has always been shy of completing its final transformation?" Turbid Shadowlin asked of him. "Shatterstar is an energy-type beast, so it must be because it lacked energy," Xia Fei shrugged. Turbid Shadowlin shook his head as his eye shone, "No, your holy beast is already very strong. That day on Spirit Mountain, your Furball challenged Nanshazi's Lone Gleam Eagle and emerged victorious, which means to say he's already well past the point of promotion. I must admit, you've taken very good care of him. Xia Fei was startled and hurriedly asked, so why hasn't he been promoted yet? Could he be lacking some crucial item to trigger the transformation? Turbid Shadow Lin answered, he lacks nothing. It is just that the Shatterstar refuses to leave your side. Leave my side? Why would it have to leave my side? Xia Fei seized up as a wave of nervousness washed over him. It was not good if Furball left his side, given how deep an emotional connection the man and ball had with each other. What are you getting all emotional about? It is only a possibility, Turbid Shadow Lin waved his hand and said. The living creatures we call holy beasts are unfathomable. Despite the fact that you have a contract with him, there's a chance that he will rebel against you the moment he reaches his apex form, killing you in the process. That is what makes holy beasts so peculiar, they are mysterious and inscrutable. As for why I said he might leave, that is entirely because something similar has happened in the past. In any case, don't be surprised at all by whatever a holy beast does, since they are born to be freaks. It's very likely that your Shatterstar knows that he will change dramatically the moment he reaches his apex form, so he has been intentionally suppressing his level this entire time. As such, he still refuses to evolve, even after achieving the requirements he needed to become an apex holy beast. I've never seen a situation similar to this, which just goes to show how uncommon this bond you share with your ball. He is willing to sacrifice himself, all for the sake of staying by you. Xia Fei could not resist the urge to light a cigarette and reply slowly, I get it now. Holy beasts possess superhuman perception, and the more Furball seeks to suppress himself, it's even more obvious there will be problems once he becomes his perfected self. If he did not see any problems with this, he would not have intentionally kept himself suppressed. That's right. You're a quick one, but he isn't my holy beast. The Shatterstar belongs to you, and you'll also be the one that has to deal with this ticking time bomb. I'm only warning you out of the kindness of my heart, there's a limit to suppression, and there's no way he could stay like this forever. You better make your necessary preparations for that eventuality, Turbid Shadow Lin alluded softly. Xia Fei momentarily felt extremely depressed. Furball was clever, and the fact that he suppressed himself meant he must have foreseen some problems, and with a high probability too. You don't have to be too sad. Such a situation is rarely seen even in 1,000 years. The fact that your Furball could defeat the apex holy beast Lone Gleam Eagle while still being rank 8 means that he is still constantly getting stronger. This is no different from how a piece of rubber will become stronger the greater the amount of pressure is applied to it. The longer he remains at rank 8, the greater his explosive power will be once he achieves his apex form. If, and I only mean if, Furball still remembers you after he attains his apex form, then he will be a formidable holy beast that possesses unprecedented power. Turbid Shadow Lin stated, his eyes gleaming. Xia Fei naturally understood the logic behind this. It was always constant across the universes, just like how the lore realm, which had been suppressed this entire time, underwent a crazy transformation the moment the cosmic gate was opened. In a short period of time, just the Skywing clan alone had seen the birth of 20 founder-tier experts. Their number of law gods had also shot past the 40 mark. This was what it meant to experience an explosion of levels. The longer Furball stagnated at rank 8, the more explosive strength it would accumulate within. No one could predict just what sort of situation would happen the moment something were to happen. Xia Fei smiled slightly, I thank you for your guidance about Furball. So tell me about your problem now. Turbid Shadow Lin was taken aback, but soon burst into laughter, you're aware I have something to ask of you. Xia Fei nodded, though we are all neophyte dragoons, the relationship we have has not gotten to the point where we would disclose information to such a degree. That is why you curried favor with me first, intentionally revealing what is happening to Furball to me, and the reason for this could not be clearer, you seek reciprocation. Everything comes with a price, that is something I'm well aware of. Clap clap clap. The man of few words, Lone Peak Shen, began clapping his hands. Indeed, these two kings of assassination indeed harbored that very idea in mind. Turbid Shadow Lin shrugged, I enjoy discussing conditions with smart people. Since you already know this well, I see no reason to keep things from you. Obviously, you have no understanding of Jade Water City, nor do you have any idea about the significance of the remains of the Ig Dragon Water Dragon Roar. That is why I'm very curious to find out just how you managed to find this place, and what your motive for coming here is. Xia Fei spoke honestly, I indeed have no clue about the Ig Dragon's remains. I've come here since I received information that there had been a large amount of bioenergy that was stolen from Jade Water City. At this point, it seems apparent to me that it should be this beast carcass that you spoke of, Water Dragon Roar. Its corpse must have been a huge energy source. Not long ago I received an assignment from the Annihilation Universe, and during it I discovered the dark spiritualists were selling off the soul weapons they had obtained from the collapsed expanse of the Founders at low ball prices, also they could obtain more energy. There might be some connection between all of this. As for my motives, I'm the same as you, Xia Fei finished calmly. Turbid Shadow Lin laughed as he asked, what motives could we have? The two of you, like me, distrust the Annihilators. Xia Fei beamed, enunciating every word distinctly. Whoosh! At that moment, the looks on Lone Peak Shen and Turbid Shadow Lin's faces changed. Chapter 1274, A Last-Minute Compact. It was the ever-aloof Lone Peak Shen who could not help but blurt out, don't talk nonsense. Turbid Shadow Lin vigilantly made sure of his surroundings before murmuring in shock, Xia Fei, I know you're really smart, but that does not mean you know what we're thinking. Xia Fei did not think so, and he lit another cigarette while saying nonchalantly, it's been a long time since you two became famous here in the Alpha Universe, and you've been part of the Neophyte Dragoon team for a very long time. You must be feeling uneasy, right? You can tell that Furball has been intentionally suppressing its rank, not for any other reason but because you yourselves are also being suppressed. Senior Shen is fine, with his hale and hearty physique, but things aren't as good for Senior Lin. Your constant coughing, seemingly to be in poor health, is nothing but an illusion. In truth, you're much stronger than Senior Shen. Not being able to demonstrate the great strength you possess because of the suppression, your current condition is a result of being stifled. Lone Peak Shen and Turbid Shadow Lin were startled. They eyed Xia Fei with suspicion. Lone Peak Shen had an arrogant personality, and was without one eye. He appeared to be very vicious on the outside, but everyone had thought he was stronger than his companion Lone Peak Turbid Shadow. Unfortunately, it was everyone else who was wrong about that. The stronger individual here was Turbid Shadow Lin. It was the sickly and pale-faced scholar. This was their secret, yet Xia Fei had managed to see through their charade. Turbid Shadow Lin opened his mouth, looking like he was about to deny it, only for Xia Fei to interrupt him by continuing, Gentlemen, please let me finish first. I had been wondering about this since our initial encounter on Spirit Mountain. I had clearly informed Soza about the truth of the situation and that I needed helpers, yet all he sent were the two of you. Even Chu Xingbang was only informed at the last minute. That indubitably signified how much he trusted the two of you. Where would such faith come from? I observed you two carefully on Spirit Mountain, and I discovered that not only were the two of you first-rate experts in combat, but your actions were even more impressive. I'm a speedster, someone who has grasped the most difficult ability of speed. I was definitely not mistaken when I saw just how outstanding your physical agility was, and I shall not lie to you, I was originally an assassin, too. Though I do not often use assassination techniques, my understanding of them isn't any worse than veterans in the field. Every move you two made was no doubt beyond your claimed level, and you both discovered that my strength is greater than what you originally imagined to be, so you stayed your hand. Otherwise, had all of us combined our strengths during that battle, we would most definitely have won an even more glorious victory. Lone Peak Shen and Turbid Shadow Lin exchanged glances. Xia Fei's words shocked them both. This was a secret, a major secret, but Xia Fei had actually figured it out. Indeed, if I wasn't being suppressed here in Alpha, I ought to already be a level 2 Annihilator tier warrior, Turbid Shadow Lin confirmed, his hands behind his back. I'm a level 1 Annihilator, Lone Peak Shen affirmed as well. Turbid Shadow Lin chuckled, despite our levels being suppressed, you can't say we are disloyal. Who wouldn't have a bit of forbearance or expect complications if they could reach our current stage? Xia Fei exhaled a smoke ring and wondered out loud, there was another incident that happened on Spirit Mountain that day. When the battle was over, neither of you stayed behind and left just like that. That was when I felt that something must be bothering you too. Meeting here today again, it's obvious you're searching for clues, just like me. This isn't because of instructions that the Annihilation Universe has given you, otherwise you two wouldn't have discussed killing me, which would prevent me from reporting back to the Annihilators that both of you are acting on your own. Fortunately, that mysterious white shadow suddenly appeared when we jumped into the waterfall. That disrupted your arrangement to kill me off as we fell, but Senior Shen still acted despite that. Such a large AoE attack like 10-ton mountains was not used simply against that shadow, but you also planned to heavily injure me. But I am a speedster, after all, so I had no problem evading it. It's just too bad I failed to catch that white shadow as a result, and it got away. Later, Senior Lin saw the look of surprise on my face when I inspected the corpses and at that time realized that I was just like the two of you, not here at the instructions of the Annihilation Universe. I have also come here on my own accord, which was why the two of you changed your minds. When you spoke to me about Furball, it was all just to check me out and dispel your lingering doubts about me. Insane. No matter how Lone Peak Shen and Turbid Shadow Lin looked at Xia Fei, it was like he was a demonic existence. That keen observational skill and astute analytical capability could even calculate what they were thinking. Xia Fei naturally could tell that the two of them were being suppressed because he had studied pharmacology before. He knew that Turbid Shadow Lin was weak due to the backlash being generated from being too strong. He naturally also knew that the two of them planned to join hands and kill him under the waterfall, because Xia Fei still had his eye technique, Origin of Heaven. Versatility had never been a burden, and it was handy during critical moments. Lone Peak Shen and Turbid Shadow Lin were absolutely speechless. Frowning, their lips parted. Turbid Shadow Lin let out a mirthless laugh. I must admit, your mind is very impressive, but with how thorough you've explained everything, aren't you afraid the two of us would now really seek to kill you? Xia Fei retorted calmly, what do you think? If I could see through it and state it plainly like this, would I not have my own hidden cards up my sleeves, as well? Turbid Shadow Lin covered his forehead with his hand and laughed, true. Given how logical you are, you probably already know that our bodies are terrified of the fiendish energy that you possess, which would stoke the fire in our hearts and ultimately set it on fire. Xia Fei smiled, the corners of his lips pitching into that strange arch, and said softly, believe me when I say, I have more than 10,000 ways to cripple the two of you, and none of them rely on fiendish energy. Without even realizing it, Xia Fei found himself in another round of confrontations. Turbid Shadow Lin was a cautious individual as well, and tried probing to find out just how many secrets Xia Fei had hidden on him, but Xia Fei calmly warded him away. Radix was dumbfounded, watching all this from the sidelines. The truth was often cruel, and even after Xia Fei had helped Lone Peak Turbid Shadow the other day, all it took was a blink of an eye for them to almost turn into enemies, just like that. Suddenly, Radix had the thought of wanting to bury himself in a hole. If he faced a similar situation as Xia Fei had, he probably would have died by now. Turbid Shadow Lin exhaled a long, low sigh. Reality had proven that he was no match for Xia Fei, but conversely it made him feel more at ease. Lone Peak Shen was repeatedly scratching his head beside him. He was nowhere as smart as Turbid Shadow Lin, and was sharing the same thoughts Radix had right now. I shouldn't really say you're really clever, because you're far more intelligent than what I had imagined, Turbid Shadow Lin said as he sat down on the ground. I won't deny it, we brothers indeed don't trust the Annihilators, and the two of us have been ostracized quite a bit these last few years. We have no issues working our butts off for their cause, but they can't possibly just leave the two of us here in Alpha, working desperately year after year. That's because you two aren't affiliated with the Destiny or Holy Light Dragoons, Xia Fei answered softly. Turbid Shadow Lin was startled once again, but he soon let out a bitter laugh. After so many shocks in a row, he was no longer that shocked anymore. Turbid Shadow Lin nodded, indeed, we are just neophytes affiliated with the Dark Moon Dragoons. In the Annihilation Universe's hierarchy, aside from the legitimate Destiny and Holy Light Dragoons, Devil Shadow and Dark Moon are considered off-brand warriors. Fortunately, the situation with the Dark Moons is still much better than you Devil Shadows. Xia Fei remarked coldly, now is not the time for us to argue who's better than whom. I have a feeling that we've already been abandoned by the Annihilation Universe. Prove. Turbid Shadow Lin asked, his eyes flashed. I've already reported what I've gathered of this situation to those above, that the Dark Spiritualists had raised large storage areas of energy. I have no idea if they are planning to induce some cosmic Big Bang or whatever, but I am certain of the might of the energy. No matter what, it is nothing good seeing how urgently they've gathered so much energy. We've witnessed what happened here today for ourselves too. I am 90% confident that this Ig Dragon corpse has been stolen by the Dark Spiritualists. According to what I know, there's an art in the Annihilation Universe that allows the resurrection of dead beasts, perhaps even allowing a reassembly of their body. If Water Dragon Roar were to really undergo this process, it would surely be calamitous to the Alpha Universe, but the people from Annihilation might not necessarily care for the death of those below. Xia Fei relayed somberly. Is that why you wish to stop the dark spiritualists and save this universe? Why is it that I feel like I'm listening to the plot of a movie? Turbid Shadow Lin found it hilarious and shook his head. I don't care if others live or die. Even if the universe gets wiped out, what has that got to do with me? Xia Fei scoffed. I only wish to ensure my people are fine, and that's all. That is why I want to know just what exactly the dark spiritualists are up to. Then what do you need us to do? Turbid Shadow Lin asked. Very simple, information. As the most mysterious organization among the 19 states of Wind Cloud and the Moles the Annihilation Universe has installed in Alpha Universe, there's no way the two of you do not have your own information network. That is why I hope that you will spread your net. Since you were able to quickly uncover that something had gone wrong here in Jade Water City, the two of you also ought to know where the dark spiritualists are at, and what they are up to, Xia Fei said. And if we don't agree, Turbid Shadow Lin got up and smiled. Do you think either of you have a choice? Xia Fei shot back. The atmosphere grew very tense. The lower level Xia Fei was actually threatening Lone Peak Shen and Turbid Shadow Lin. This was a threat, and was by no means just talk. Xia Fei's battle with Ling Boyu had already proven Xia Fei was someone with the strength of an annihilator, despite not having the cultivation of one. Furthermore, Xia Fei had an even more important tool on his belt, knowledge. Knowledge was power, and this saying was being fully brought into play today. Xia Fei had studied serpent-swallowing whale, and was a spiritualist of healing. He knew very well what and where the weak points of Lone Peak Shen and Turbid Shadow Lin were, and he even had the confidence that he could cause their brain regions to collapse within a second. That was especially true for Turbid Shadow Lin, whose long-term suppression had caused his energy to reach a critical point. Xia Fei needed to trigger that one node and someone would have to prepare a burial for the man. While healing was by no means a way to kill, as long as someone used the methods of healing to kill, they would definitely result in death. Okay. Keep your Bixia bead open. I'll inform you whenever something crops up, Turbid Shadow Lin declared loudly. It's a deal. Xia Fei turned and strode away, saying, though this had been a last-minute compact between us, but from the strength of both our parties, it is not impossible for us to turn the tables just yet. Plus, I need to remind you, the situation might very well be far more brutal than what you expect. Whoosh! The speedy Xia Fei left without a trace after his last sentence. Lone Peak Shen and Turbid Shadow Lin looked at one another and let out a long sigh. That young man is very impressive, to have calculated so far ahead. Lone Peak Shen finally spoke up after being silent for a long time. Turbid Shadow Lin nodded, truly, he is rather amazing. It's said that the Devil Shadow Dragoons specifically chose mavericks that excel in stratagems, so I'm not at all surprised that Xia Fei managed to join them. However, he might not be aware that the Devil Shadow Dragoons no longer have a serial number. After saying all that, even Lone Peak Shen relaxed quite a lot. What's the use of a dragoon that has no serial number? As long as he could last through this stage, make it to the Annihilation Universe, and join the Dark Moon Dragoons, he would still end up being a head taller than Xia Fei. Neither of these men noticed that there had been a mark left above their heads. A white marker. A bat-shaped marker. It was the same as the insignia Xia Fei had found in the Broken Wing Sky Devil's tomb. Compared to the dark spiritualists, this was the true unknown threat. A real crisis. That was why Xia Fei had made the only choice he could make, and made a temporary alliance with Lone Peak Turbid Shadow. It was to deal with the real threat. Chapter 1275, Mysterious Red Soul Star Map. Leaving Jade Water City, Xia Fei returned to the Silver Spectre. That white bat-shaped figure had left Xia Fei feeling very worried. He knew that this was actually a special life form, which had been released from the Heavenly Demon Tomb. Now, this strange creature had appeared in Alpha, and it seemed like the dark spiritualists were involved. This left Xia Fei with a headache. What sort of existence were those monsters? The Silver Spectre was not that large. Xia Fei had parked it in a primordial forest. When Xia Fei entered this forest, he was stunned. A large number of trees had disappeared, and the ground had been stripped bare of grass. All that was left was flat red soil, the Silver Spectre forlornly standing atop it. What happened? Radix cried. The Silver Spectre has an automatic warning system, so why didn't it give a signal when this forest was basically swept away? Xia Fei frowned. He stepped onto the red soil, which covered an area of more than 1,000 square kilometers, stretching into the distance. Xia Fei gasped as he looked down. Under his feet was a straight line that extended into the distance, and there were other markers around it. It was clear that someone had carved it into the earth. What sort of person had done this, clearing an area of more than 1,000 square kilometers of forest and leaving this mysterious diagram? Was it actually a person? Whoosh! Xia Fei sped up, making his way to the silver spectre and inspecting it. Compared to the completely transformed primordial forest, the silver spectre was unharmed. The crushed trees beneath it, the grass, and even the little bugs flying around were unchanged from when Xia Fei had left, but everything around it had changed completely. Clenching his fists, Xia Fei jumped more than 10,000 meters into the air. Looking down from the clouds, Xia Fei saw something completely jaw-dropping. There was a star map on the ground. Star regions, star systems, and black holes had all been drawn out on the red earth. Only where the silver spectre was located could there be seen a conspicuous spot of green. It was as if someone had intentionally made the silver spectre the center of a star map, which covered an area of more than 1,000 square kilometers. Are these directions? Xia Fei wondered. Combat armors all had video recording abilities, so Xia Fei immediately began to record this mysterious star map, after which, he made an elegant descent back to Earth. His face darkened as he entered the silver spectre silently. Upon arriving at the central computer, he put down the fiendish blade Nirvana. Radix, use that star map as a reference and try to find the coordinates, ordered Xia Fei tersely. Understood. Radix nodded vigorously. He then took out the entire star map of the lower 5 stars and began to compare them to that star map. The universe was a vast and boundless existence. Even though this star map was very detailed, trying to find its coordinates among hundreds of millions of star regions still required considerable time. Xia Fei left the silver spectre and lit a cigarette, walking casually along the lines in the red soil. Xia Fei was very good in thinking, but even as his mind span, he found it hard to find an answer. After all, the situation was just too weird. The heavenly demon tomb, the strange creatures in the tomb, the dragon beast remains the dark spiritualists had taken away, their stealthy accumulation of energy, the inaction of the annihilators. The situation was unprecedentedly complicated. Moreover, too many experts were involved. If he was a little too incautious, he might end up with his body obliterated. He felt like he was walking on a knife's edge. Today, while Xia Fei had managed to get a handle on Lone Peak Turbid Shadow and convinced them to temporarily ally with him, the water in Alpha was too deep, and behind it all stood the annihilators, those unfathomable and massive behemoths. At his current level of strength, Xia Fei would find it hard to shake the current power structure. He burned through the cigarettes as he strolled around. Suddenly, Furbal's eyes flashed, and he flew off Xia Fei's shoulder and ran off into the distance, beginning to growl at a certain part of the ground. Startled, Xia Fei ran over, looked down, and went pale. A bat! Another white bat marker. It was at the heavenly demon tomb at first, then it was at Jade Water City where the remains of the ancient dragon beast remains had been stolen, and now, it was in this mysterious star map, which had appeared around the silver spectre. Back on the silver spectre, Xia Fei grimly entered the command deck, sat down, and poured himself a cup of tea. The central computer was still working away under Radix's control. It did not matter how impatient Xia Fei was. All he could do was find out where that star map was pointing as quickly as possible and then make his plans. At this moment, Xia Fei suddenly received a call from the Aurora clan. Turning on the screen, he saw that the one calling was wistful Xia Fei. According to the Crown of Light, a large number of energy storages on the border of the Alpha universe have suddenly disappeared. In accordance with your orders, we are to report any unusual activity to you in a timely fashion, said wistful Xia Fei. The border? On which side? Xia Fei stood up and asked. He was very tense, for the Skywings and Avril were all on the border. It's not the border where the Skywings are skirmishing but rather here, in the Red Pine Nebula, wistful Xia Fei replied. Xia Fei relaxed. His mind whirred, then turned to Radix, and said, give up on the present search and start the comparison search again starting from the Red Pine Nebula. Understood. Radix quickly began to pull out the star map of the area around the Red Pine Nebula to begin a second round of comparison. Xia Fei questioned wistful Xia Fei about the situation of the Crown of Light. Currently, wistful Bai was leading the hermits of the Aurora clan in carrying out Xia Fei's request of analyzing and investigating the missing energy. It was not proceeding speedily, and there had been no obvious clues yet. It was as if these missing energy cases were random incidents with no connection between one another. I leave the crown of light to you. Inform me the moment you get any news. In addition, Xia Fei pondered his words before continuing, I think we should consider moving the young, old, and infirm into shelters. Wistful Xia Feng was startled. Every major clan had its shelter that was located in a hidden location and made to be impregnable. For Xia Fei to have suddenly suggested that the clan's old and children be moved into the shelter left Wistful Xia Feng in shock. Have you discovered something? Wistful Xia Feng asked grimly. Xia Fei shook his head. I don't have any firm evidence yet, but I'm sure you understand what it means to be read just in case. Wistful Xia Feng nodded. I'll speak with Ancestor Bai about it and see what he decides. 10 minutes or so later, Radix shouted, I found it. The star map really is pointing to the Red Pine Nebula. Xia Fei immediately turned to the screen. Sure enough, the star map was identical to that of a star region in the Red Pine Nebula, but the spot marked by the silver spectre was blank. Head to the nearest spatial array. Xia Fei ordered. 2 hours later, the spatial array closest to Jade Water City. 2 vertical spatial reactors appeared before Xia Fei. This was very weird, for the Alpha Universe's spatial arrays were all cloaked, and Xia Fei normally needed to use the Jade Sunset Pearl to activate them. Now, this spatial gate had appeared without him needing to do anything. Use the multi-radar system to scan the area and see if there's any ambush in the area. Also, link with the spatial array. I need to know where it's ultimately going to take me and how long it will take, Xia Fei ordered solemnly. Xia Fei opened the hold and entered the universe, approaching the 2 spatial reactors. The spatial arrays of the Alpha Universe were isolated, the straight and long metal reactors all alone in this region like 2 chopsticks fixed in space. Once the coordinates were set, a warship simply needed to go between the 2 reactors to complete the warp. Xia Fei observed them carefully but did not find anything strange. The cloaked array had very naturally appeared. When he returned to the Silver Spectre, Radix told Xia Fei that the spatial array was activated, and its log was completely wiped as if it was brand new. The strange incidents were piling up. Xia Fei turned on the Jade Sunset Pearl and contacted White Haze, the Annihilator's liaison in Alpha. White Haze was still wearing that little with the comical little ball on it, but his face was exhausted rather than sharp and clever, and there were dark circles around his eyes. Spatial Gate No 47995H activated on its own without me using the Jade Sunset Pearl, Xia Fei said solemnly. Oh, I see. It's no big deal. All of the spatial arrays in the Alpha Universe are out of control right now. Anyone can use them as long as they input the coordinates, White Haze said listlessly. The spatial arrays are no longer under control and you say that it's no big deal. Xia Fei said questioningly. White Haze helplessly spread his arms apart. What good will it do for me to be nervous? The Annihilators control the spatial arrays, and if they don't care, what can I do? After some thought, Xia Fei asked, do you know when the spatial arrays went out of control? White Haze grabbed a form on his desk and scanned it. His desk was a complete mess, piled high with documents. 6 hours and 40 minutes ago was when I received the first report of a spatial array going out of control. It was probably then, White Haze said indifferently. I'm too tired. If there's nothing else, I'm going to bed. Xia Fei's mind was rapidly spinning, and he nodded out of habit. With his eyes twinkling, White Haze gave Xia Fei a profound look. Before shutting off the screen and ending the call, he said, stay safe. Radix came back from reading the navigation logs and told Xia Fei, the last time we used a spatial array was 8 hours ago. In other words, right after we used an array, the array went out of control. Isn't that too weird? Xia Fei did not answer. He merely lit a cigarette and said, get in contact with the Skywings. Whoosh! Xia Guanghai and Xia Gang appeared on the screen. Xia Fei ordered, have our brothers get ready to move out. To where? Xia Guanghai asked curiously. The Red Pine Nebula. This far? Even the clan's fastest ship will need half a year to arrive. Xia Gang checked a star map and cried, an exaggerated look on his face. Xia Fei passed the coordinates of the several 100,000 spatial arrays he knew about to Xia Gang. These are coordinates to spatial arrays. You can use them to reach the Red Pine Nebula quickly. I'll be waiting for you there. Understood. Xia Guanghai smiled, and he vanished with a swoosh. This was how the Skywings were. If Xia Fei wanted them to go, they would go. There was no need to ask questions. If there was anything they needed to know, Xia Fei naturally would have mentioned it. Calculating the time the Skywing Wolves would take to arrive, Xia Fei dropped his head and said to Radix, "Let's also get moving. Set the coordinates for the Red Pine Nebula."